and welcome. We are looking live at a leaderboard for the competitive queue. This will be updated throughout the night as we continue to, have some fun. We're going to be looking at some live results, as well as maybe some interviews. Um, uh, can I figure out how to edit this, the title? That is an excellent question. Do I have permission to edit the title? Who knows? But for right now, we're just gonna get this stream rolling. Unfortunately, with the MW League's permissions, it is a bit tricky to figure this out. I think new title. Does that work? I think I should be a mod here. I'm not sure. Thank you, Direwolf. Didn't know if that was working. Wasn't working for me, but Direwolf does have the permissions. I may not be logged in on the proper channel in order to have those permissions, or they may not have been properly moved over. But either way, we've got a lot to talk about tonight, a lot to dive into. Exciting stuff in the terms of the competitive play. Later in the evening, we'll get to some interviews and stuff like that. But right now, I just want to update you on what we've seen throughout the day. Particularly, the really surprising and exciting storyline right now is Clan Crossfire. You may have seen them. You won't see them on the board in game, but they have risen all the way up to 1728. So meteoric rise is suffice to say. But they've played very strong. Crossfire has. Now, they've been beating up on 2D20, particularly. 2D20 had a big rise earlier in the day. Ended up getting all the way up probably to around 1725. We couldn't really track them until just recently. But probably around 1625. They've fallen all the way back down, though. In large part due to Skyranger Jaegers, Clan Crossfire, or a lot of guys chasing that elo back a little bit there. So they've dropped down all the way to 1647 last we checked, and Crossfire up to 1628. So they're right on the doorstep. The cutoff is 12. Elo's sitting there at 1745 in the 12th spot. We haven't seen Reapers play yet. Black Lantern Observation Battalion has played a bit. They got on recently, had a nice win against PCS, and then didn't really do much after that. But we'll see if they can make a rally. It looks like there were some questions coming in today whether or not they'd play 12 or more than 5 games, and they have crossed that 5-game event horizon, which would indicate that the team is pushing for top 12. So we'll see if they continue to push for that. As we continue into the evening. But for right now, they are still sitting in 15th at 1708. So that is accurate. I have had some help with the updating the leaderboards, so that's been great. And this leaderboard will be updated live throughout the evening. So still no KDCM on. First French Regiment has called it. We got an interview coming up later tonight with the team leader of First French Regiment. 5J hasn't played recently. Vigilance seems to have called it earlier in the evening. DSC hanging around. Hanging around. 1677. Good enough for the 3 seed. We'll see if they decide to continue to play and pursue that 2 seed. But right now, though, it seems like maybe they're done. So we'll see if they continue to play tonight. The race for the 1 seed was certainly interesting earlier today. At one point, 5J actually was able to witness Vile lose their way into the 1 seed. So that's, you know, is what it is. As I adjust this a bit. Sorry, gotta adjust the window capture a bit. So they were able to get the 1 seed after climbing up and then watching a couple teams in front of them. Well, one team in front of them lose their way down, but 5J is sitting squarely in the 2 seed for right now, with Dark Sea Corsairs in at the 3 seed. KDCM has 27 hasn't played. First French Regiment played a bit, got up, fell down. PCS got all the way up. They topped out at 1880. 1872 at least that I saw. Now down to 1780. They had gotten below op 4, but beat Black Lantern Observation to climb back up. But we'll continue to see if they do anything. The wild card tonight's going to be Isengrim. We don't really have eyes on Isengrim. So we'll see what Isengrim, if they play. We're not going to know until tomorrow. Unless they publicly say something. So, could they get up into this conversation 70 elo night? Crossfire's already writing about an 80 elo heater. So, teams can pull it off. Teams could definitely pull it off. No results yet from Crossfire. Still sitting at 1728. I'm going to give a brief purview to see if I see anyone in game. KDCM potentially getting formed up. We'll see about that. Dutch Bear of Wisconsin, potentially 228R getting ready to start their queue window as well. And we've seen that throughout the tournament. 228R, KDCM 27, really late queue window players for most of this queue. So we'll see if either of those teams play. Crossfire, still out there, still probably looking to get at least a couple more games to push themselves into that top 12. They're still a little bit behind. They might be waiting and seeing to see if 228R can lose their way behind them. Would be an interesting strategy, but one that very well could pay off for them. So, we'll see about that. But for right now, it looks like people are sitting. Crossfire's not in game. I'm not sure about Ash. Ash has a stream where he's playing. The stream is quite a bit delayed. So I'm gonna check in with him at some point. We'll see if they continue to play. But last his stream, last update from his stream is that they're in the middle of a match for HPG, and I'm not sure if that's the match that they recently got out of. His stream's quite significantly delayed, or if that's another one. But we will see tonight. I'm gonna hopefully have some other guests hop in. Hopefully, Heaven Warrior from PCS will join us as well live to do an interview. Sorry if I keep saying but we'll hopefully have them live to do an interview, and we'll see about maybe anyone else, maybe Iron, wanting to hop in. But for right now, we're just kind of waiting and seeing on the results. And I'm gonna chat about some of the teams. So sorry, I just got a DM. It looks like Heaven Warrior is gonna join us about 10:30 Eastern, so in about an hour. Just heard back from him. He's the team leader of Potato Carry Society. Potato Carry Society, I wouldn't call them a surprise. They had a really strong season in Division B. This last Tournament of Stars, and they were able to continue that momentum in this tournament. But also, they added a lot of talent in the off season, in the in between space, and were able to really build their roster to a place where these results that we've seen from them are not surprising. They've been the most up and down team today, and that's really been sort of their way. They're currently, of all the teams in the top 12, they're currently leading the top 12 in losses. So that's not good. I mean, you don't want to be the team that loses the most, but they've also been one of the teams that's won the most. They've played a lot of games, up to 59 wins. That's actually that's third place, I want to say, behind they're ahead of YFR, so that's third place behind Dark Sea and uh Vigilance. Why do yeah. So that's third place behind Dark Sea and Vigilance. So, you know, that's where you want to be in terms of wins, but obviously the losses have kept their elo down, particularly today. Had quite a run as I mentioned earlier in some of the earlier action, followed by a precipitous fall. Now they righted the ship and were able to get right and make sure that they didn't really lose any ground. But in terms of seeds, we'll see if a team like Op4 decides that they want a shot at the winners bracket. There's a lot of things at stake tonight. Unless DSC hops on, we won't really see a battle for the 1 seed. If DSC hops on, we will see potentially an attempt for them to catch Vigilance. For right now, though, the main storylines we're really talking about is seeding in the 5-6 range, 5-6-7 range, really. Because the top 6 teams will start in the winners bracket. So for those of you who don't know, the top 10 teams from the queue will advance. And we'll go to the winners bracket. And after that, the top 10 teams will go to top 12. Sorry. The top 6 teams will go to the winners bracket. The bottom 4 teams will go to the losers bracket. There's 2 teams that have qualified through invitationals, and they'll play in a bracketed format. And so the 6-7 cutoff is important. If Op4 holds position, doesn't play, and PCS continues where they're at, Potato Carry Society will open with Mantra in the first round of the winners bracket, and opposing force will play. We'll have to start the season in the losers bracket, and we'll have to play the loser of that game, the PCS Mantra game, in an elimination match. So it is important, even in all of these seeds, both to determine matchups as well as to determine some of the winners losers bracket thing, which could have a radical difference on placement and all of that stuff. Double elimination, you can lose 2 game or 1 game and still have a chance. Elimination, it won't be an elimination game the first game that you play, or until you lose. You won't have elimination games. Versus the losers bracket where it's do or die as soon as you hit the queue. So we got a lot of teams queuing right now. I'm probably gonna bring in somebody to talk in a few minutes, so it's just not me yammering on. But yeah, we have got a lot of teams just queued, but I don't see anybody that lobbied. 228R maybe just lobbied. I can't remember who's on which teams always, so I don't want to take that as fact, but we may see 228R at least getting warmed up. I could be wrong. That may be a miscommunication here, but yeah, it is. So I believe actually that player plays for KDCM2. I had him confused with another player, but either way, CXF still holding. I believe CXF still holding 1728. Black Lantern Observation Battalion is in mid-match with 2D20 Salvage Crew. If you want to catch that footage, that's going to be being broadcasted on Just Call Me Ash's channel with a 10-minute delay. So, hang out here, get to hear some of the commentary on how things move. Right now, things were moving a lot right before I got on, with both Clan Crossfire as well as Blanner and Both of those teams still playing, but Sky Rangers got a game to move them up the leaderboard. PCS was still playing. Right now, we've quieted down a little bit. So I think it's a good chance to talk some of the storylines while we wait for results from Blaner Observation versus 2D20, and we wait to see if CXF is gonna queue back up and get a match here. But um, right now, I'd like to. I mean, I've talked a little bit about Potato Carry. Potato Carry is their first season under that moniker. One of my favorite teams to watch. Heaven Warrior and Teitetsu really started the team going into TOS with a lot of some of the old clutch guys. Heaven Warrior and Teitetsu both played top 12 last year with that KDCM2 team that made that incredible run on the last night. So they were able to sneak into top 12 with KDCM2 on the last night last year. This year, they didn't need that. I think PCS still looking strong even despite the shaky day at 1780. 4. Looking still solid positioning. A lot would have to really get chaotic before their spot is in trouble, unless they decide to continue to play, which I know they were taking a bit of a break. I've heard that maybe they're going to continue to play. We'll see. But at least for a while, their elo hasn't moved. So, right now, Potato Carry looks pretty solid. Heitetsu ended up moving mid-season to elo. So Dash Elo Dash, which is another sort of clutch team. Team leader Elo, I believe, is Goss Peeps, Redneck Geek. Some of the other clutch guys, familiar clutch guys. Tetsu able to join them right before roster lock due to a scheduling thing that was going to keep him out of PCS. So that was a big change mid-season. And we'll get to the Fidelis of it all in a minute. But that was even a big change on the margins for both Potato Carry Society's team, who has looked weaker the last couple weeks, in my opinion, as well as losing one of your best players. You expect that, but Elo has looked stronger and has been able to make a run. And one player doesn't make a team. I don't want to take anything away from what Potato Carry has done or what Elo has done, but that was a big change. For both of those rosters, one in a negative, one in a positive direction. And Potato Carry Society still had a great day Saturday. Or Thursday, I mean, and you can't take anything away from that. But the last 4 days have been not as solid as the first 4, I guess. Yeah, so Potato Carry though, looking forward to talking to Heaven Warrior about their season and about some of the inside information about them. The really big storyline that got us here, for those of you who don't follow the scene as heavily, is Fidelis Machina sitting this tournament out. You can't really talk about this CS24 without talking about Fidelis Machina. I mean, in some ways, right? They're the least impactful team. They're not even playing. Sorry, I got a DM. Fidelis Machina, they're not even playing. But a lot of their players still are. So Fidelis Machina, for those of you who don't know, was the 1 seed in invitationals. The 1 seed all year. They played in multiple player run leagues, won Division A in multiple player run leagues, was the 1 seed coming into invitationals, played invitationals tournament, and qualified through invitationals to make it to top 12. However, after their first invitational seeding match, it became clear that they were not going to be able to continue. To the players on that team, that they did not have enough manpower and that they could not find enough qualified individuals in order to supplement and continue to carry the team on at the level that they want to carry it on. So that's a big deal. I mean, a lot of people had Fidelis in the championship, if not winning the championship. I know Vile and DSC would have something to say about that, but that sort of at least was the perception. A lot of those guys being former JGX members, multiple time world champions, former Equilibrium members, 2023 world champions. And the players that wanted to continue to play, even if it wasn't together, had to go find new homes. And that's really, really changed some things up. The biggest one that we'll see in the top 12 is 5JDX. Initially, it was thought that 5JDX would not move anybody to get the... they had originally said that they were not going to try to pick up any of the former Fidelis members. And instead they ended up doing that. Um, they ended up, picking those guys up, and that's led 5J to look a lot stronger these last few weeks. So 5J had a rough outing in invitationals, to say the least. They lost to Mantra, and they lost that in the elimination game to my team, Fjord. And I'm not trying to take anything away from Mantra or Fjord, the last two teams in invitationals, but 5J did not look like the 5J of old, at least to a lot of viewers in that game. Um, and that left sort of an interesting. It, it was interesting, that 5J had a lot of new faces. They didn't play that strong. Well, a couple weeks later, they're able to bring in guys like Monkiazzo and I believe JP Django and some various well established top of the line Fidelis players to fill in some of those gaps, and they've looked since then. They've looked like maybe the strongest or second strongest team. They're sitting at second now, and they had been significantly behind. I mean, maybe 100 elo plus behind from first place, and certainly from second place. And they were able to really rally these last few days, having got the Fidelis players sort of into the lineup and rolling. The other really interesting team, when you're talking about players that were um, from Fidelis, is 228 Reapers, Jiffy, uh, and I believe Sir Epic Poner were both Fidelis members. At least Jiffy. I'm pretty sure about Poner. Were Fidelis members that went and played for 228 Reapers. 228 Reapers has actually been shakier since those lineup changes. Now we'll see a lot of that. Some of that's matchups, who they had to play, but they've also dropped some games they maybe shouldn't have dropped with the roster that they've had. So 228 Reapers obviously came into today at ninth, hoping not to play. They're probably going to have to play if they want to keep their spot. They've already fallen down to 13th on the outside looking in. So, they'll probably have to go out and win this, settle this one on the field if they want to get back in it. But yeah, the 228 Reapers, that's a strong roster still. If they want to come and play, they'll be able to win some games and continue on. I haven't looked at all of the rosters to see where else the Fidelis guys ended up. There might have been one or two that ended up on DSC. I think Stimrog was with Fidelis. I believe he went to DSC. Um, Maybe Neandere, but Neandere might have been on DSC before. A lot of these rosters change up pretty frequently. Oh, I think it was Ghosty. I think they got Ghosty and yeah. So I believe that Dark Sea picked up two guys, Ghosty and Stim. With the other really two big Fidelis pieces, which and DSC has looked, strong throughout the tournament. We knew they were going to be strong, adding big pieces like that. Take some time to get them worked in, but they've looked very good. Swapped spit a lot with Vigilance today. Was unable to really secure first seeding. They had it for a bit, but they lost it, and we'll see if they get on and try to get it back. But for right now, they're sitting in third place. The big thing, though, some of the replacements had, when you bring replacements in, you kick guys out, and some of those guys had to go find other teams. Now, I believe Direwolf Sung had to leave for scheduling reasons. I don't believe it was because of being replaced, but he had to leave. I believe it was Vile, and found his way onto Op4. And now Op4, there was some chatter, at least in some of the circles I'm in, and I was really an advocate of Op4 in the preseason. Strong tournament last year. I believe they finished 14th, somewhere near the top 12. Certainly, at least they were 14th kind of going into the final night. They might have lost to KDCM2 one too many times late in the evening to finish in that placement. But they had a strong tournament CS last year. A pretty strong CS. And they ended up really breaking the band up after ISC this year. I'm hoping to sit down with a couple of the Op4 members here in a minute. but I'm hoping to hop in and talk to Direwolf Sung in a minute. But for right now, I am going to be talking to Hat Trick from Vile. I can't actually access the casting channels yet. They haven't quite got my Discord permissions yet. Um, but I'm gonna quickly talk to Hat Trick. So Hat Trick from Vile, not the team leader, but a guy that I know very well. I've been doing some team leader interviews, but I'm also gonna be doing some player interviews tonight. Um, as we're joined now by Hat Trick. Um, so man, how's it going?
Pretty good. How about you?
Yeah, it's going really good. I'm having a blast. It looks like we just got results from Black Lantern versus 2D20. I had them about 10 minutes ago. I elected to not announce them for any of you who may have been watching on. Um, Actually, I think someone else updated the board for me. Yeah, Black Lantern up to 1722. But for any of you who may have been watching Ash's stream, I did not announce them live. But Black Lantern does take down 2D20, so they're moving back up. Striking distance for sure, still needing 23 elo to pass elo. Crossfire needs 17 to tie. So yeah, hat trick. Vile, strong day today, strong performance. Looked good early, wavered a little bit in the middle, but looked really good late. How was
Yeah.
that?
We had a couple mistakes, as every team does. We kind of worked through them and kind of got them sorted. Obviously, things we still need to work on, of course, but yeah, we're looking forward to the top 12 finals.
Well, you are not gonna finish most wins in Q. You guys are at 84, DSC at 89, but six losses compared to 17.
Yeah.
Certainly quite the difference. Um, what did you guys like? Describe to me that matchup, and I don't want you to go into too many details. This is a team that you'll probably be facing at some point in top 12. But what is it like to have sort of a team where you feel like, okay, this is a very strong team, but we kind of have their number as you have for large parts of the tournament. Or how? First of all, how many of those losses, your six losses, are DSC? Like,
All of
what's
them.
the record there? All of them are DSC.
All of
But
them.
how many
Yep.
times did you beat them?
13 or 14 times, I believe.
So like 13. That okay? Still quite a series. Played them
Yeah.
almost 20 times. But
Yeah, we
what
played them multiple times every Q session, at
okay.
least 2 to 3 times.
Well, Q working as intended, as that's the
Yeah.
case. But yeah, almost 20 games against them. Quite an interesting matchup. But how was? I mean, you enjoy playing DSC? You or you
Oh
like
yeah. Yeah, yeah,
dreading it?
no, they're great to play against. I know those guys pretty well, so it's nice to play against them. It's nice having a little rivalry. And yeah, there's been some close matches, some not so close, but I'm hoping we teach each other some things in those matches.
I think that.
Uh,
Oh, sorry. Keep going.
I was just saying, yeah, I'm really enjoying that series, and hopefully we play them in the final championship series. So,
I'm not totally familiar with every team from every comp queue, but I think there's a very strong possibility that Vile versus DSC is the most played matchup of between any two teams of any comp queue ever. If you guys are sitting at close to 20 games, that's very uncommon, even among
um,
top teams from my experience, to play almost 20 times.
maybe. Obviously, as you know, I was on Clutch last year, and we ended
Mm-hmm.
up playing the KDCMB team quite a bit at the end of the queue because it was just us two. We
Bro,
played them just that one night at least over 10 times, so that could be a contender as
yeah,
well
that
for.
definitely, and of course, Up
Yeah,
Four played KDCM 2 quite like
yeah,
maybe
of
10
course.
plus times too. So, maybe there's something like that, but certainly between the top teams, I wouldn't think most top teams only get around 60-65 games. Vile and DSC obviously playing a lot more this year, than that. Not really needing more, I guess, except to pass 5J. 5J sits at 60 games, able to get to 1975 with the late rally, but for right now, Vigilance number one, quite significantly, about 50 elo up. Well,
Um,
not 50, 75 elo up. I mean,
yeah. We're pretty happy with where we're at. Um, it. I think it's a pretty good stopping point. Obviously, you could hope for more always, but Yeah, it's a pretty good chunk. So we're not too upset about it.
Right now, it's looking forward. I don't want to look forward too much because we may see Potato Carry Society play a little bit more tonight, or Op Four. It's looking like probably Potato Carry Society or Op Four in the first round. If my math is correct. Well, no, it's not because you're not the 1 seed. You're the
The three
three
seed.
seed. Dang it.
Yep.
Okay, so I misspoke. So 3 seed plays six, correct?
Yes.
So right now that would be, and I want to get this right, KDCM, I think. KDCM, oh no,
Yeah.
yeah, KDCM
Yep.
would be the 6 seed. So have you guys run into them often?
Yeah, we have a couple times.
You feel good about that?
Yeah.
Don't have to answer that. What is your like thoughts on Q so far, just in general? You can talk about anything you want, other teams,
Um,
your team, doesn't really matter.
my personal preference, I think it's the best mode in Mech Warrior. I really
Mm-hmm.
do. I enjoy it every year.
Yep.
I know there's people that don't like it that much, but I've always liked it. It's just like the thrill of knowing are you going to make top 12 or not, or just knowing who not knowing who you're going to play against.
Mm-hmm.
Um, just that kind of thing. I personally I enjoy it a lot. Um, and I've really enjoyed it this year. It's probably the most fun I've had on this game.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's been great.
Is this your second season with Vile or first?
First, this is Vile's first season as a team.
Is that accurate?
Yep.
Oh, who am I thinking of? I thought Chimera had been running a team
Chimera,
or Chimera, whatever.
he was on Aubin last year, but that was not his team. He previously was on EMP before that. But Vile was created in December after the previous CS. So it is their first team, first worlds as
No,
what
no, I
you
know
see
it's
it
the
as.
first Worlds. I'm
Yeah.
saying what the player on leagues though.
Oh
Uh,
no, no, no. We played in TOS,
yeah, I
and I
know.
believe
That's what I thought.
I believe they played ISE as well. I
Yeah,
wasn't there for ISE, but
were you there for TOS?
yeah, it was.
Um, so how has your experience been with Vile? I mean, new team. You played with Clutch for a long time, I believe. What's
Yeah.
that transition been like?
Um, no, of course, nothing, no hate to the Clutch guys. I love those dudes. We're with them for so long. Vile's just been like completely different. It's taught me so much stuff. It's the best team I've been on personally. It's been some of the most fun I've had on this game. I got no bad things to say about it. All great dudes. Um, and yeah, I've got nothing bad to say. It's just been great the entire time.
Well, that's great, man. That's great. We'll see the some of your old Clutch teammates potentially. I'm not sure if Elo is going to be able to continue to play. That's not really an answer I have.
They've
At
got
the
a lot
moment,
of European players, so it's not looking likely.
that's that's what I thought. We'll see if they're able to hold on though.
Mhm.
Black Lantern has got a game against is this SRM Brawlers? Yes, against SRM Brawlers. Now that's going to be over on Just Call Me Ash's channel if you want to check out some of the teams in action. Now there's a 10-minute delay on that, so I'm not going to announce any of the results from Black Lantern Observation Battalion until Ash's stream concludes the game. Just for anybody who may have the audio of this stream playing, um, then we're just gonna keep that uh in suspense, so to speak. You can always check the leaderboards in game yourself if you wanted to. Um, so yeah, it's good catching up with you, Hat Trick. I'd love to hang out a little bit later in the night, but I believe I'm going to have a quick conversation with a couple of the players from Op 4.
Oh
Um,
yeah, no problem.
just to do a quick little interview before they get on. Let me see if I have the Op4 server or if I need to get an invite from Direwolf.
Just so you know, Lush has said he can drag you down to the casting channel whenever you're
Okay.
ready.
Well, I don't think I can drag people into the casting channel myself, so I don't know how
Yeah.
much good that would do me. But maybe we'll figure that out later in the night. For right now, I think Op4 is probably. I mean, I don't want to speak for them. They may be sitting on their hands and just. Oh no, Direwolf's here. Awesome. Okay. Um, so I'm going to talk to Direwolf Song now. He's part of Op 4. I believe he started the season with, was it Bio?
No, it was DSC.
DSC. Sorry, I
Mhm.
misspoke earlier. Um, so we're going to talk a little bit with Direwolf. Oh, hey, Captain Cat.
Crossfire! You get caught up in the crossfire!
Okay. Well, interesting. We do have some Crossfire players joining, and that's why you use locked channels traditionally. Um, but yeah, it looks like Direwolf's going to drag me in. Just waiting on that. All right, and hello, Direwolf. Oh, Hatrick's gonna sit into. That's totally fine. So, Dire, I just wanted to talk to you a little bit as someone who's part of this top 12 team. Not gonna ask you anything about your plans going into Q tonight. We'll see if you guys decide to play, but that's not information that I really feel the need to put out there publicly. Um, what I really want to talk to you about is not just Op4's story, but your story in particular. You're someone who started the season with DSC. I believe at least played some games the first week there, and now had to, I believe it was a scheduling thing, work schedule changed or something, had to transition to Op 4. What has that been like moving to it, not just another team mid season, but another kind of contending team, or being able to really help? We'll talk about that as well, but help Op 4 kind of continue to be in contention. But what were some challenges with sort of moving teams mid season?
Yeah, so yeah, I ended up having to swap over from DSC over to Op 4. I was like I think a free agent for like maybe like a week or something like that, just to like
Mm-hmm.
see if anybody was interested. But all in all, like the guys' response over there to me being over there has been they've been taking up all the ideas that I've had and given all the builds and everything and just kind of really been running with it.
Mm-hmm.
Like so half those guys were part of the Wolf Inc. team I ran during BFM, the training team that was in Div B.
Yeah.
So a lot of those guys kind of know my mentality when it comes to playing the games, trying to do the best you very can, and that's all I've asked of them is just play their very best, and they're absolutely been rocking it. There's been a couple of nights where I haven't even been able to be there, and they've pulled out some really really impressive wins. So
Well, yeah, that's something I wanted to talk about. Follow up. The uh Wolf Inc. season. So now I was hoping to have an interview with Wayo once we weren't able to make the timing work. But what can you say about now? You're sort of been an outsider to Up Four until Battle for Midway, to my understanding. But what do you think you've seen from the roster in terms of they took that break after ISC. A lot of the guys chose to play with you, Dyer, and what ended up being a very successful, I believe, 4-1 Div B season. Um, like what have you seen from that? And do you think that was one of the keys to success this year to kind of for Op 4 to step back a little bit? They'd had a successful CS in my opinion. And then ISC was kind of a step back. They took a break. They said, "Hey, let's go other places. Let's see what we can learn, see what we can improve to get better, so that when we get back to CS, we can kind of get it together for one last ride." What has that process? I know you're someone who wasn't necessarily part of the Op 4 team that made that decision, but someone that helped contribute on the other side of a team that a lot of the Op 4 players went to play for. What was your experience with that?
um so here's actually the really funny story of how like basically Wolf Inc. came to be was so I was an admin for BFM. I really wasn't gonna play it. I was just gonna solely be an admin, kind of help where I could. And Bakey actually ended up coming up to me and asked me if I was running a team.
Mm-hmm.
I told him no, and then I ended up like the thought process of it basically ended up becoming Wolf Inc., where Call Me Gil from KDCM and You Dare Refuse My Patrol kind of helped me train those guys, make them better, which I think correlates to how well that some those pilots that were over there are playing right now, because they're like Skittles is playing lights out, Ghost is playing lights out, Char has been really really impressive. I think 3 even ran his own team for TOS, so it was really
Mm-hmm.
cool to see those guys how much knowledge and everything they were really able to soak up and that experience and take it and just go and continue to be better. Um, I can't really speak upon Op 4 as prior to me joining them or Wolf Inc. I really don't know the thought process or anything or what their decisions were. But from what it looks like, it was a good little mental break from each other,
Hmm.
and because they're killing it. Like I just have to show up and play a mech.
Yeah.
So
Well, Op4 has been a really impressive team this tournament. Not only in the sort of wins and department, but also in the just sort of do whatever it takes. Um, we'll see if they choose to play tonight. I believe though they are. Let me get this correct. I believe they're fifth in top. No, sixth now because PCS played. They are sixth in wins. So sitting at seventh place, they are sixth though overall in wins in the top 12. So, played a lot of games. Lost some games too. But going out
yeah,
and continuing to queue and do what it takes to not just win, but get elo. That's sort of we're talking about obviously wins and losses here. But really, the operative term is elo, and that's something that Op4 has had in spades. Now sitting at 1777. Um, Different year this year. 1777 last year. You're probably not in. I forget the cutoff, but I believe it was 1790s.
I think it was
Um,
closer to 18 because
it,
I played with Mecha George last CS, so I think we were sitting at close to 2K. So between like
Uh,
us and like 5J at the time.
just a quick correction. I believe Op4 is now seventh in wins because Sky Rangers took a win.
oh
So
has oh Sky Rangers is up to 51 wins. Correct. So they have
Mhm.
just passed Upwork. Thank you, Hat Trick, for that. Yeah, they got an extra win. My bad. But still, winning a lot of games was the point.
yeah, yeah.
Similar
Cool.
losses for Sky Rangers. Sky Rangers has a few more losses, one more win, sitting
Yeah,
but 30 elo or 25
I think
elo behind.
I
Um,
think we're actually like 1-1 with Astrot right now because I
mhm.
think we played him twice. So
Yeah, I mean, Astaroth's a team I haven't seen a lot of, to be honest. I have a lot of teams that I've been watching throughout this tournament. I mean, for those of you who don't know me, I am not just a player with Fjord, but I am an admin with FJRD. And when you have so many teams playing and they're streaming in Discord, you know, you can kind of bounce around and watch some different games. I don't think I've seen a Sky Ranger Jaegers game yet. Now, part of that's been I've been busy the last couple of weeks. I believe Focus had at least one game with them, maybe two, that I wasn't able to see. But um, yeah, I mean, I haven't seen a lot from Jaegers in person, but having scrimmed them, that's a strong team. That's a team I haven't talked a lot about, but there were definitely concerns, strong concerns, coming into this season about Sky Rangers in sort of the general community. But having scrimmed them in the preseason, I felt pretty good about their chances. And obviously, they were able to get the big win when it mattered most over, I believe it was Black Lantern Observation, in order to push themselves past Focus and Elo and they're into the 10 spot. So Edward Ash, a player for them that's been really good, and is a new player or a name change that I don't know about.
I believe he's a name change.
I don't know from who then, but
His name used to be Edward Ashikaga.
okay, well I still don't know who that is, but
Yeah.
I'm just saying that's a player for them that's come in and contributed in a big way. We've seen that with a couple teams. I believe Logic Prime for KDCM has been fairly solid for them as a sort of new addition. Every team's gonna have new additions. Even Vigilance. Hat Trick's a recent addition who we're talking with now, but the team has not existed for very long. So most of those guys are playing with each other. Maybe not for the first time, but
Yeah,
hasn't been long.
it's a core group of guys that have been, multiple world champions on that team that have
Well,
played
the
either
EMP
against
guys.
each. Yeah, well, and there's an Eon guy, and there's some former SJR guys and CSJ guys that played back in the day that they kind of know each other from playing each other so often, and so it kind of just they grouped together, kind of core 6 or 7 of them, and then just started recruiting from there, and yeah, it's gone pretty well.
Well, we do have a stat update. PCS has just lost to 5th Jaguar Dragoons. So 5J had been sitting pat at 15 or 1975 for hours, and they've now hopped in, got a game against Potato Carry Society. So that has really two impacts. One, Potato Carry falls behind opposing force. Not a big deal. It moves opposing force into the winners bracket, as the ELO stands now, if Potato Carry was to call it. But it does put opposing force in danger were they to lose, or Potato Carry Society in danger were they to lose. As I've also got an update from FJRD Focus, they're able to win, hop up to 1752 to tie with Sky Ranger Jaegers. We saw this last year. Okay, GNX tied with Sky Ranger Jaegers for last place last year, and they end up in sort of a playoff best of maybe 2 or 3. It might have been best of 1. I want to say it was best of 3 game in order to determine who gets into the top 12. So we do have a tie on the leaderboard now. I'm not sure if Ray or Jaegers can get on and continue to play. I'm not sure if Focus chooses to continue to play if they feel like they have a tie. This leaderboard is not official, to be clear. And when I say that, I mean the tiebreakers here. It says Focus is above. In game, it may say something different if the rosters were to end tied, but I believe we would still go into a playoff if it was if what was on the line was whether or not you'd make it. If it was seeding, they might just go with whatever was in game. We don't know the ruling that the admins would have on that, so important tie there. The other thing to talk about is Black Lantern Observation Battalion. They have got a game against Eisengrim. So
Ooh.
Eisengrim sat Thursday, okay? We didn't know if they were going to play today. They're that wild card I was talking about earlier. They're the only team that's somewhat in contention that we cannot track the ELO live. Now, we'll see what Observation Battalion does. If they beat them, we can, or lose to them, we can infer the ELO from Eisengrim based on the plus minus. So that's definitely something that we can do for Eisen. If Black Lantern can win, though, they've crawled up to 16 or 1730. A Black Lantern win maybe pushes them past ELO. Depending, probably not. Probably not. I think it's 15 ELO between them and ELO. So unless Eisen has climbed up to 1730, unbeknownst to us, they would need at least one more win, but it'll get them really close. And it's been talked about all night. ELO might not be able to play anymore. And so if they can pass ELO, then all they have to do is not lose, and ELO is out. Now, 228, doesn't mean Black Lantern's safe. 228 Reaper is still sitting, waiting in the wings to potentially play. But we're in for a photo finish, I think, tonight. I mean, we don't know if ELO can play. People talk about, oh, EU players. We saw Casterian guards get on at 4 a.m. last year. 4 a.m. Eastern time, in order to snake seeding. So I'm not ruling out that the EU players could get on before Q ends, if the North American players were willing to stay up. So I know that's a bit of an aside to the interview that we were doing, but yeah, I completely lost where I was with that. But how are you feeling about Op 4? Don't have to tell me if you're gonna play or not, but you feeling good? Feeling good about your chances?
We're feeling great right now. There's like we've been sitting and watching and eating popcorn this entire day. Just kind of been laughing, watching the ELO transfer and everything. It's been a great time.
Hey, I know that game. Last year Fjord sat the entire final weekend. This year I'm not playing, so I've been sitting watching the ELO swap for the last 4 weeks to one extent or another. Some huge games today were really fun. I mean, Sky Ranger Jaegers losing to Discord Dragoneer. Able to get the ELO back from Discord Dragoneer, though. By playing them again, we'll get a lot of it back. We've seen some unexpected results. Definitely with ELO. ELO seemed to be drawing dead for a time, and then was able to beat Potato Carry Society.
Hey, Raven, big leaderboard update.
Oh, what happened?
Blob is at 1744.
Yeah.
All right, you know that 5J is at 1987 currently, so they went up.
Yeah,
And
5J
Yep.
wins again. So as for the leaderboard update on
Yeah,
Blob, I had said I wasn't going to announce Blob's scores until they
Okay.
finish their game. But yeah,
I
Blob
missed that.
has beaten Eisen. For those of you, spoiler alert. Blob has beaten Eisen, but
yeah,
um, the
it's really not hard to check the scores for the top 12 guys right now because
well, it's we've been updating this leaderboard that you're seeing on stream. So like it's already updated that Blanner has been 1744. I just didn't want to announce it audibly until in case anybody was listening to the stream while watching Ashes.
If I
Um
could say a couple thoughts about Op 4 while we're on that topic.
yeah.
I have been very impressed by you guys, Direwolf. And I know some guys on their team, like 3. I've known him for probably 9 years now. He's one of my first friends on this game, so it's nice to see, a team with an old friend on there doing well and climbing back after kind of a poor performance in a previous player run tournament and up into the top 12 is pretty impressive. And yeah, definitely a team to watch out for.
I mean, I don't want to bash Op 4, but yeah, as you said, last we saw, now, not exactly the same roster. Testiclops was another guy I was hoping to talk to tonight. I did not play ISC with them, if I remember. Not a couple of their Testiclops and then Dyer obviously playing on the team now, but had a really rough outing in maybe Division E last ISC, last time we actually saw Op 4 named Op 4 play. That's not necessarily indicative of the level of team that they can be. Op4 has always done a little bit better in queue than they have done in player run leagues, and that's true for a lot of teams. Like that's not like making something up. Like if you look at what Fjord has done, we haven't. I mean, we didn't even place top 3. I think in any of the player run leagues we played. We only played 2, but we maybe had a 3rd place finish in 2023, like 1. But then you look now, invitationals, we got in this year, but 3 since the last time we placed, I think, since the last time we won a division, certainly we've had 3 top 12 finishes, and since the last time we were really even close, we've had 2. So there's certainly teams that perform better in Q and in CS. Some of that's effort, but some of that's also the format's very different. You play 5 maps, really 3 maps if you want to, for an entire season rather than having to install new strategies every week. But Op4 definitely has had a strong turnaround since the beginning of this year, which has been really
Yep,
fun to see.
definitely.
Well, we have another big update. Potato Carry Society has come up and just took 20 elo, looks like.
Yeah.
They took it from KDCM.
Yeah, gotta be, right? KDCM?
Yep.
Yes,
Yeah.
20 elo off of KDCM. So, but that definitely changes the math for Potato, as they now no longer really have to worry about whether or not they're behind Op 4. Now almost 20 elo ahead.
But
The
what that
question,
means is 1FR is up to 4th place and KDCM's down to 5th place. So if results were to stand, Vile would
true.
be playing 1FR.
Yes, that does change things a lot. That changes the matchup for Vile to 1FR and
Yep.
KDCM to Fjord Visigoths as it stands now, if KDCM were to end the night at this yellow. And I will say, and take this, I'm not trying to insinuate anything about KDCM in particular or any of that. But if they wanted the matchup against Fjord rather than, say, Vile, which I think would be totally understandable, maybe you lose in that spot, right? Maybe you do, and I'm not saying that was purposeful. I hate to question the effort of any team ever, especially when I think highly of Potato Carrier Society, and I think that they could beat KDCM on any given Saturday. But that is something we may see tonight for the viewers. Is there is gonna be possibly some jockeying for position, even if that means jockeying for position downwards. When you look at potentially seeding matchups, especially now that it's pretty much going to be Mantra, Fjord, Vile, 1, 2, 3. Unless 5J does something really fluky, they're still quite significantly behind. So, yeah. Still no update from Crossfire. certainly odd. Spooky, even.
What
Still
was
have
Crossfire at before? 38?
1728.
Oh, they're at 38 now.
Oh, they are. Ooh, sneaky. They got 10.
Yeah.
So
Yep. So
I
that
just misread that. That puts them above Reapers. It means they're still playing, which gives them the biggest thing was that they were not playing.
yeah.
And so
And I
that
think if
gives.
sorry, go
Mhm.
ahead.
No, you can go ahead.
I was saying in that case, if I'm Elo, I'm getting pretty worried in this situation because we saw it happen in the previous 2 years of Clutch, where they kind of called it a night a bit too early, and the NA teams got on and kind of farmed Elo, knocked him down, forced him to get back on, and by then it was too late. So if I'm them, I'm rallying the crew, getting them on and starting to grind, and it's kind of at that point, if you lose, you kind of just like you call it then and you recognize that you tried, but you can gain a lot of elo from these teams if they slip up or whatnot and push yourself into a pretty high seed. So that's what I would be doing if I were them. But we'll see what happens.
We'll see what unfolds with Elo. I know as a guy, you're from a Clutch guy, I'm sure you're really pulling for them. I will say they entered the day in 12th place. They entered last year's queue in 12th place. They entered the year before I'm saying the final day. They entered the final day at 12th. They entered the final day today at 12th. They entered the final day 2 years ago at 12th, and that's counting invitational teams. I'm just saying on the outside, not on the outside looking, but on the inside, but the final seed. And the last 2 years, it has not worked out. And they battled today. They lost a lot of elo. They battled back up to gain some elo and keep themselves in it. But you're looking at Black Lantern and they're 1 elo behind. You're looking at Crossfire, they're 7 elo behind. You're looking at Reapers, they're 12 elo behind. And suddenly you go from 12 to 15th. Right. That's really, to be clear, I'm updating this not because we know where it is, but I know they lost 14, Isengrim did. Could be that they gained more than that, like they had games before Black Lantern and are actually higher. We simply don't know. But I am gonna update Isengrim's elo to at least show that they did lose that one, and so for all we know, that's where they're at. Yeah, it's interesting. The mental aspect is certainly something that even if they were to play, you would question. Sorry. Um, that's something that would be a concern, as it was even the last 2 years. So, we'll see if Elo can get on and rally, but really definitely in trouble. And with those three teams sitting there, Blanner, Crossfire, and Reapers, that puts Elo in trouble. That puts Sky Rangers in trouble. That puts Focus in trouble, right? The
Yep.
chance that Blanner, Crossfire, and 228 could all hop in and take those last three spots, all of those teams are in trouble. So we'll see what they choose to do. Focus did play recently enough for me to think that they could continue to play. But we'll see. Reaper's still not playing. So
I'm curious to see if Reapers gets on. I would like to think they will because they skipped out on Thursday.
I
And
don't
I think
believe
it's
my sources tell me that skipping out on Thursday was not intentional. You put
okay.
a grain of salt on that.
Yeah,
Anytime you
it was
hear
just
somebody chatting about other teams or even their own team, they're putting that information out for a reason, potentially, or at least they could be putting that information out for a reason. But it's I don't think that was intentional.
it was the same for Potato Carry. I have a lot of connections into that team as well, so they had to miss Thursday because of scheduling and stuff. People couldn't show up, so they kind of went full out today and are trying to get as many elo points as possible. Which it's been a lot of up and down for them. I think they actually have lost more than they've gained since the start. But I think if they just keep scalping teams such as KDCM, they can find themselves in a good spot at the end.
All right. Well, we have got big news. Ash, Black Lantern Observation Battalion. Just call me Ash's stream. 5th Jaguar Dragoons. Okay, they're sending
Okay.
one elo out of the money here, and they draw the hardest possible team that they could play. Two things are true here. Ash's team not supposed to win this one, but if they can, that would not just push them past Elo and Focus and Sraf. That could push them towards opposing force. Not quite. How many Elo? But they were 33 behind, but they could gain close to 30, 25 maybe. I know they're high up, so you think, okay, it can't be that big of a difference. It's like a 200 Elo gap. It's like the Elo difference is as if Black Lantern Observation Battalion was playing someone in the 1540s. So it's actually like 250 Elo gap.
I actually think if Black Lantern loses this, it won't be as catastrophic as it would be for 5J losing. Of course, like Black Lantern could get a massive amount of elo from this just because of the elo gap that you were just mentioning.
This is good for Black Lantern. If they lose, it's like 5, right? Like max they lose 5. Now the reason that's not ideal is they could have got a cheap win and been in, and now you end up having to play a team that it's going to be really hard to win against. But I think this is a great opportunity. I'm not going to announce the result of that game until it shows live. So we'll see what Black Lantern ends up doing. But there is one other person that has update access to the leaderboard, and I haven't told them not to be updating it. So if you're watching visually, you'll know before the stream ends or before the game ends. You'll know 10 minutes before Ash's game with 5J ends whether or not they win. Because I'm guessing the scoreboard will be updated as soon as it ends. But if you're wanting to live in suspense, go ahead, either turn the stream off, don't watch the visuals. We're not going to talk audibly. I'll ask Dyer and Hat Trick not to say anything audibly until Ash's stream shows a final page. But that's really the big game going on right now.
I will also say there's a lot of teams queuing right now. I think at one point it got to 10 plus already again, which has been like really great to see. It's nice to see that people really again enjoy the comp queue format. I think I'll have to agree with Hat here. I definitely think it's probably the best mode in the. It's not probably. It is the best mode in the game. I wish we could get more of it. It's kind of more that considered that ranked play, quote unquote. You've seen a lot of other different games and everything, but I also know we had like the 8v8s in QP not too terribly long ago as a test. I just think overall the 8v8 format is the better way to have the game played. But it's again, it's nice to see just everyone really enjoying the mode.
One thing I will say that I find pretty interesting is 1FR opting to sit today out completely. They do not get on. Which
they lost Elo.
No, they got on earlier. They just got on before Q reset.
Oh, did they get on? Okay.
They got on and they played a couple games.
Oh, they played 5J, didn't they? I think I heard about that.
Mm-hmm.
At the very start in the morning. Yeah. Okay.
Which I think again is really interesting because I know there were some teams that are actively trying to hunt them and trying to get their elo, kind of knock them down a little bit. But
they lost
a good job.
They lost.
We were trying to. Vile was trying to play them just to get a sense of get a feel of how they play, but we could just never get matched with them.
They were on, I believe, around noon Eastern.
Yeah, they get on. That's the thing. They get on a lot earlier than most teams do, so it's kind of hard to get a grasp of how they play. Because most of the teams that we're familiar with are all NA teams or European teams that get on very late. But yeah. So then I find it interesting that they aren't getting on later to maybe get a bigger elo gap on the teams below them, which they look fine because I think they have about a 50-point gap on the team below them. But if they're pushing for a 20-point gap on KDCM now. But they could be pushing for a higher seed possibly if they just went all out. But it's looking like the top 3 in queue is locked at Vile, 5J, and DSC in whichever order it ends in.
Yeah, which is why this 5J game, I mean, it's not a big deal if they lose. It just means that they're going to be third, and that changes your matchup week 1 I think you'd rather have the higher seed. I'd have to look at the exact matchup. 4 seed gets. Oh no, 4 seed gets 5 seed week 1. So it doesn't matter if you're 4 or 5, or if you're 2 or 3. You play the 2 seed. The 2 seed plays the 3 seed either way.
Yeah,
That's a really big deal. I don't
We're gonna
think
see
I want
5J v DSC.
I don't think I want to be a 2 or 3 seed. I mean, I know that there's implications after the first round, but talk about a tough draw. I know it's not much easier to be 6 and have to play Vile, I guess, but 7 and 8. Part of that's the Invitationals format this year, and
and
Fidelis dropping out.
that's a game I'm looking forward to. The 4 and 5 seeds.
Oh, I mean that's the game of the
Yeah,
that's the game of the week. I hope to be on the cast of that game if I can be. Um, we'll see who gets selected and when Fjord's playing and all of that. And it's not up to me, but I'm looking forward to whoever I get to cast first weekend. But 5J versus a DSC, that's not an elimination game, but that's a big deal to lose in the first round of the winners bracket, and then it's elimination games from there on
I
out.
think the biggest thing out of that comes out of that game is it shows pretty much who is the team to be looking out for. Because like the winner of that, it's like a statement win. Like it shows other people, what they can do. Not that they don't know what they can do, but
Yeah.
like yeah,
It really is a statement win. And I don't dislike 5J in that spot. I know they might be the higher seed. I don't think they'll have the expectations. To necessarily. I don't want to open that in this window.
what does the higher seed get? Does it get like a choice over what side they want on a map, or what is the advantage for it?
Yeah,
I think
they might.
late. So I think like I know one of the benefits off the top of my head is
More servers, more of a server. But...
is that like if you say you get knocked out and everything, you're not gonna get the lowest seed automatically. If you get like the highest possible seed, I think we saw it last year. I forgot who it happened with, but another thing to really think about this game is this is essentially a 5J grudge match against the EQ pilots that are on DSC.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
I'm not totally sure on the format. I know some of the games will be best of 7. Which games are that? Which games are best of 7?
The later rounds for sure. Like the finals, of course, are best of 7.
Mm-hmm.
I believe, is it from the grand finals onwards, or do you know, Direwolf?
I'm looking right now. I can give you an answer.
What I really do want to talk about is what do you get if you win the 4-5 game? What's the matchup after that? And it's going to be Mantra versus right now PCS. Winner plays 5J versus DSC.
Here we go. So best of 5 is gonna be winner round 1 through 2, and losers bracket 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Mm-hmm.
Best of 7 is gonna be winners bracket round 3, losers bracket round 5, and grand finals round 1 and 2.
Okay.
And you were asking, so the winner of 4 and 5 will play the winner of 1 and 8. So
1
that
and
will
8.
be Mantra against whoever comes in seed 8 will play 4 and 5.
PCS up for. We'll see if KDCM PCS swap places, but
never say never on the 8 seed.
no,
But
I'm
Revan,
not.
what that means is if Vile, we're going off if this happens, because of course 5J or if DSC they get back on, 5J has the possibility of overtaking Vile. If Vile comes in at seed 3 and you win after already wins your match against whoever you end up playing, we'll play each other. If we of course win our first round.
You wanna know something? We've known that all along. I've been really paying attention to the 1 seed race. And I think the 1 seed, obviously 7 right now, it matters too, really, but 7 seed's hard to predict who is gonna end up 7. But the 1 seed race is definitely something I've been following closely, and if we can get past the first round, what's really crazy about with the losers starting the losers bracket, you get past the first round, you're 1 game away from the winners bracket final. Which I know that's not the grand finals. Obviously, you still have, if you want to win the whole thing, you got to win the losers bracket final and potentially a second grand final if you can get through the winners bracket final. But Winners bracket. If you can get to winners bracket final, I believe that guarantees you top 4. At least.
Yep.
Even if you lose and then lose in the lose bracket, you're top 4. So, you're 2 wins away, 1 win away from top 6, I believe, in the winners bracket. I believe 6 teams will be eliminated before you have the chance to play an elimination match, if my math is correct. So, those winners bracket games are really meaningful. It looks like we are gonna see. Yeah, Ash's team is gonna lose this one. Those of you who watching, you've known that for a minute.
Yep. And
But
minor update: PCS gained 1 elo off of a team. Just a small little boost.
just a small boost. It shows they're still active though, which
Yeah, it does. More wins on the board.
is important when you're talking about the potential 8-7 race. That they're not calling it. We got past up 4. We had a little bit of a scare where we were below them. The mentality of when to call it, something that will play a big factor tonight. Potentially Focus having called it. I know. I'm not basing that off of info I'm just saying I haven't seen them play in a while. Sky Rangers seems to. They felt that they were safe enough to, I believe, call it at 1752. So maybe it doesn't end up being the case. And you'd hate to see Sky Rangers and Clutch miss out another year in a row on the final kind of late window, late night. Would hate to see that happen, but we'll see how it plays out. For right now, Black Lantern Observation's gonna be going into another game, I'm sure. They're 10 minutes ahead, so they could already be near the finish line of another game. On that stream, their game just wrapped up. I'm not seeing. Not seeing Stimrog's training, so I don't think DSC's playing.
Probably
I don't know.
Simrog is still awake.
He may have left his computer on.
Yeah, that's true.
Stim is not on.
Oh, maybe your friends list hasn't updated.
He removed you. No, I'm just kidding. You're right. Stim has logged off. I just haven't updated my friends list in forever.
I'm just saying, love the DSC guys. They're my pick to win it all. I know how competitive they are over there. If you don't have any further questions for me, I do have to get back.
Oh, sorry, man.
No worries.
Really gonna say that my pick to win it all in front of a Vile player? Bold.
Oh yeah, naturally, it's fine.
Hey, it is what it is.
So.
I think I don't know. I think it's hard to pick against Vile. Nothing against the DSC guys. Nothing against the DSC guys, but he's looking at okay, I don't know. I don't know what you're looking at, to be honest.
I'm just looking forward to if we end up playing DSC in the
yeah. I'm looking forward to that too. I'm just saying I don't know the logic of
final. It's gonna be a great.
We've already warmed up quite a bit against each other in queue, so we
yeah.
know
When
how
you've
we
seen
play.
each other 20 times in queue, you've had a great chance to feel each other out.
But anyways, all right. I'm out here. Good luck with the rest of it. I'll be kind of keeping the tabs. If you need anything, just ping me. I have access to just about everything. So.
See you later.
Okay. Give me once. Give me 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, Gatto. How you feeling? Drag Gatto too. How you feeling, Gatto? No, he's on mute. How you feeling?
Could be better, could be worse.
Could be better, could be worse. I do have an update from the Ash stream for those of you looking to maybe go check that out. they just got a game with KDCM27. So KDCM27 came out, had a rough loss to who was it? PCS to start. We're not going to announce any results from Black Lantern Observation Battalion games verbally, but I will say that game that's just starting has already gone final. So if you want to go check that out and live in suspense, live in 10 minutes in the past for a little bit, feel free. But for right now, we are gonna wait to talk about that one. Definitely an important game with where Blanner's at, potentially chasing down top 12. But KDCM, they got something to play for. They gotta hang on to the 7 seed. They could get it back into the 6 seed if they want it. But yeah, we'll see. Now it's a waiting game. Ooh. And there it is, folks. Clan Crossfire crosses the threshold to jump
Yes, they do.
Elo. Which, for those of you looking at the leaderboard right now, you may not realize you may think that's not as big of a deal. But it does squarely put Elo out. They'll have to hop on, or they'll have to hope teams in front of them lose, which could happen.
I think that's possible, but I think it's more likely that they need to hop on. Because I think once a team kind of like passes them and is going to kind of be confident that they can hold a spot, they're going to get off, which takes another team out of the running of dropping points. So I will see with the result of Ash's match what happens, which well actually is updated now, so we know the result of that.
We do know the result of that, but we will not talk about it until for another 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything.
Quick match.
But yeah. But after the result of when we start talking about that, whether it's a win or a loss, we're gonna see if they decide to keep going or if they get off. But yeah, back to what I was saying. I think Elo. I really think they need to get on if they have any chance. Because this is just gonna be a clutch three-peat of the exact same thing happening 3 years in a row. It's a hat trick, I guess, if you will.
I will say, to our viewers back home, what he's talking about is that Clutch has started the final day in 12th, or the last place needed to qualify, and has missed out 2 times in a row. This would be the 3rd time in a row if it were to happen today, as they started today. Just like I think 2 elo ahead of Sky Range or something. It was close, but they were in the 12th spot. My heart goes out to the Clutch guys, because it's hard to contextualize the amount of ridicule that you face when your name is Clutch and you continuously get right to the end and then aren't able to get across the finish line. For that to happen again, now this time they're going by Elo. They've at least changed the name a little bit. You know, hoping to break the curse, I guess, but still, that's what everybody is going to see them as is Clutch, especially still in game, and you know they're going to hear about that one if they're not able to rally here. All right, well, we are waiting on a few results here. I think this is going to be a good time for me to roll an interview that I did with actually, I'm supposed to be talking to, I think, Heaven Warrior in a few minutes. We're gonna do the Heaven Warrior interview first, and I'm gonna save the CTFR interview for later in the night. But I do have a pre-recorded interview with SHD2. So you know we can roll that through later in the night. Another update: PCS just lost. It looks like 5J.
2001 now. Yep, they're the second team to cross 2K. Congrats to them.
Yep. Second team to cross 2K. They want the 1 seed. They definitely want the 1 seed, and the 1 seed has a lot of advantages. Well, it's really the 3 seed. 3 seed has a lot of advantages this year, especially with 1st French Regiment sitting in 6th. I don't want to disparage anybody. I have a lot of respect for what First French has done and the team that they are. I mean, I've scrimmed them. I think highly of them. But the European queue, is infamously been soft the last couple of years, especially with Mantra qualifying for top 12. So at least I'm sure that there is a narrative out there that the elos for the European teams are a little bit inflated, and that if you're getting French at 6, there may be more like 8. Or I'm not saying that's my opinion. I don't really feel that way necessarily. I mean, I have a lot of respect for KDCM and PCS, but First French has also been really impressive. I'm just saying, you got to get in the mindset of some of these top teams. These guys are quick to say whoever and whoever, whomever is bad, whomever and whoever, I don't know the phrase, but is actually worse than their elo would indicate. So that's definitely something in play in the minds of a team like 5J. I would think is who's the 6th seed. Do we think that they're worse than potentially the 7 or 8 seed? Now, to be fair, the 1 and 2 seeds can never play, or the 3 seed, you're not fighting to play 7 or 8. But, I digress. There's a chance, I'm sure I can't speak for Hat Trick. There's at least a narrative that there's a strong chance the 7 or 8 seed could knock off the 1 or the 2 seed, and then you'd have to face them second round. So I think 5J probably just doing whatever they can to avoid DSC round 1 would be my bet. Probably more short-term thinking than I'm giving them credit for, but I mean, the difference between First French and DSC is 100 elo for a reason, and it's probably a lot bigger than that in terms of skill. So, and that's nothing against First French, but I think there's been a clear 1, 2, 3 Vile, 5th Darksea Corsairs, and that's really has played out in the queue. Well, looks like still going on Bog. We're still rolling on Ash's stream. I have it on my phone so that I can monitor things. Okay. Well, here's a little nugget. Is Gatto in here? You're not going to want to hear this,
Yes.
but Focus has played again and is up to 1758.
Oh. I did not want to hear that again.
So that,
So that means
no
It's
ties.
kind of hard to see the play. Yeah.
No ties.
So where does that push SROT down to? 12th
12th.
or 13th?
12th.
12th.
Okay.
Still 12th. And
So basically, if CXF can
win a game,
we know they're active. So if they can pass us, then we'll have to play again.
we'll see if that happens. Still on Reaper watch. It would be kind of crazy.
They need to get on soon, because if they wait too long, a lot of the teams are going to be hopping out, and they're not going to be getting a lot of matches going.
Yeah, there might not be an op for KDCM2 willing to stay up till 4 a.m. this year.
Yeah.
Especially with op 4 not wanting to play, presumably, with the elo that they're at. Tight match. Tight match between KDCM and Black. Oh, wait a minute. Why am I watching Temporary Access's stream?
Ash probably rated.
Ash, yeah, rated. He ended his stream.
Ooh.
Yeah. They're still playing. They're still playing, but Ash just stopped streaming.
That makes a lot of sense. Are they still playing? I don't know.
I mean, there is the delay.
Are we allowed to start talking about the result? Is that match over?
Yeah, I think it's over.
Okay.
I think we can at least say if Ash's stream has ended and swapped me over to temporary access while I wasn't paying attention, I'm guessing the match ended. So Black Lantern beats KDCM.
Yes, and that is a huge loss. If you look at KDCM down to the 7th seed, I think that's where they were before. But Potato Carry, if they can get some big wins against 5J or even against the KDCM, Potato Carry could take that 7 seed and push KDCM down to the 8 seed. Even Op 4, if they have a good night, they could push them down. So,
to be fair, the 7 versus 8 seed thing, not a big deal. I think. I mean, it's sort of pick your poison. Do you want Fjord? Do you want Mantra round 1? Now, the second week implications you'd rather be 8, in my opinion, or you'd rather be 7 for the second week because 7 seed. I mean, 7 seed gets vile if you win week 1. 8 seed gets winner of DSC 5J, so you'd probably rather be 8. I mean, it's pick your poison. Do you want the one that you know is just come out of a war between 5th Jag and DSC, like whichever one proves that they're better than the other one in a best of 5 scenario? Or would you rather play Vigilance, who's proved that they're better in a Q scenario? That's kind of splitting hairs. Like, I really feel like 7 and 8 are pretty equivalent. The biggest difference is 8 versus 9, because that doesn't give you that crack at the winner's bracket, especially with Mantra being a 1 seed that I think Mantra's good. They're a good team, but in any other year they would not be the 1 seed,
I'll
if
tell
not
you
for all
what,
the opt-outs. So
I'm secretly hoping for a Mantra 1FR series to see who the best EU
I
team is.
would love a Mantra versus 1FR series. Last time we saw that, 1FR won, but that's TOS, that's a different format. I can give my opinion. I think I won't. On who I think would win that. I'm not necessarily looking to project for, but if it were to happen, yeah, I think it would be very interesting. So the other thing is 8, 9. 9 seed's not bad here. 9 seed has some advantages that 8 seed doesn't. 8 seed has to go play Mantra. Okay? You get a great opportunity to obviously beat Mantra in advance. But what 9 seed gets to do, you get to play the loser, right? So if it were any other 1 seed, 9 seed I think is better than 8 seed, to be honest. Because 9 seed gets the extra bye week, right? They don't have to play, and they get to watch, they get the film to get everybody around the table, sit down and watch the 8 seed play the 1 seed, and hopefully you would think, in a usual year, they'd play the 8 seed. So coming into the tournament, when we thought the 1 seed was going to be Fidelis, really, we felt, at least internally, that the 9 seed, when you're talking about focus, battling for these seeds, if they were in position to get 9 seed, that would necessarily be better than 8. That would probably be better than 8, because then, rather than losing round 1 in the winner's bracket and having to then go on a 1 week, you have half as much preparation time for the 9 seed, you could just go ahead and, you'd have the film for the whatever seed. Like, there's some conversations to be had with the value of 8 versus 9 versus 7. With Mantra and Fjord necessarily, or not necessarily being the strongest teams, we see out here, and they're sitting at 1 and 2, you really do want to be in that winners bracket, because I think Potato Carry, KDCM, even, I don't know how Op4 is feeling. I don't know if Op4 really would feel like they have a realistic chance. They've had a strong tournament. They've had some struggles. 0-2 against Fjord Focus. I don't know how good they would feel about necessarily going to the 7 seed and playing Fjord when you're losing to their B team. But I do think they would feel like, hey, they haven't seen Mantra. Go and see if you can get Mantra. So yeah, definitely some interesting conversations to be had. But right now, though, Black Lantern hasn't moved in a minute. Reapers hasn't played. Elo, we don't know. Jaegers, I think Gatto might still be in this chat.
Gatto's here, so yeah.
We're on standby.
Focus, not play. Well, they might be playing. Let me do a gander on the old friends list.
CXF has not moved from their 1747 yet, so
Yeah.
They're in
I'm
game.
Oh, they are in game. Okay.
Mhm.
it's a long one.
Any chance you know who they're playing?
Do not.
I might. I haven't been paying close attention to when the
Oh,
lobbies flip over.
I think I know who they're playing. They are either playing the KDCMB team, Ison, and you said Ash's. Ash's team is playing.
Ash's team is playing.
Yes, they are playing.
Yeah.
Chose to go off stream. 2D20s in lobby, but they're not playing.
The only thing, well, I have a lot of them on my friends list.
Do
Maybe
either of you have
play.
admin permissions to drag and drop into this channel?
No, I don't even have
I can drag people into this channel.
Okay, give me a
if you
second.
need me to.
I don't even have a role.
Okay. This is huge. This is really huge. You'll love this, Gatto.
Oh, I see
Uh-oh.
what happened.
What?
It Focus versus Crossfire.
Oh my god.
Okay, hey, is it okay to talk about Blob? Are we allowed to talk about Blob?
Yeah, we can talk. The stream's
Blob with
off.
a massive elo boost up to 1778.
Yeah, they beat KDCM again.
KDCM, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Indeed. Yep, KDCM out of the 1800s, which is crazy based on where they started. That is a minus 60
60 on
elo
the day.
in a couple matches. Yep.
What's the KDCM elo?
1799.
All right, you guys talk for a second. I gotta take a quick break.
Wow, KDCM
Man.
is this is
Keyword Focus versus CXF. Oh my god.
Who do you want to win
Um,
out of these two? Who would you prefer? I mean, one team's gonna
but
win.
well, it depends, right? Because if CXF wins, then um, like I don't know.
Was because it was almost indecipherable what you were saying.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hello,
Revan.
Revan.
Fjord Focus
CXF
just won.
lost.
Potato Carry and Fjord Focus just won.
Focus up to 1773.
Can you hear us?
Hello? I don't know.
CXF down to 1732.
32.
Yeah, they Focus is up to 1773.
Yeah. So I
Yeah.
had to hop over to the Discord and watch that real quick. So, uh, yeah.
And Potato Carry as well is up to 1794. They're only 5 off of KDCM now, which is
Okay.
very interesting.
This is very precarious for KDCM.
Yeah, this is
Because that's
not
if they
good.
lose that, that's 15. What is that? 84 that they're down to. If they play Potato and lose,
Yeah,
are they getting?
which
Did
that
they get caught by Blanner? Sky
Blanner is at
Rangers.
78.
Sky Rangers gets to breathe a sigh of relief that they've got a 20-point lead again. But
But it's only 20 points as well, depending on who you go up against. That's 1 to 3 games.
Okay.
So
I'm gonna have to take at least a probably 10-minute break. So we got either you guys can cover for me for a little bit, or I can roll the interview that I have with Shad.
I would
That's
roll
just-
the interview because it sounds like we might need to get prepped. So
Yeah. All right. Well, good seeing you, man.
Yep.
I'm gonna mute and deafen in here, and I'm just gonna roll this interview. It's still gonna be the scoreboard, and it should still update live if anything happens. But yeah. All right.
all right.
Hello, I'm sitting here with Shad SHD2, whatever you want to call him, the team leader from the First French Regiment. We excited about talking to you a little bit about the season, getting to know a little bit more about uh, how you feel like this season has gone. But it's nice to meet you, man. I don't think we've ever officially spoken.
Yep, it's maybe the first time I think we ever have met in scrims, but not being in the same Discord channel.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm really excited. I hope you are too. Really, the first question I really wanted to ask, and really the purpose of this interview is to give the viewers a chance to learn a little bit more about Regiment, learn more about your story, and sort of what to watch out for as we go forward, both today and then throughout top 12, if of course you do qualify, which I feel is very likely with where you're at. So my first question was sort of how was 1FR formed, or even played at CTFR until recently, but before that, I know you were part of a smaller unit, if I remember. So can you kind
Yes,
of walk me through that whole transition process from that to
sure.
CTFR and then of course now First French?
Yeah, sure. For many people who are not very familiar with our unit, they might think that 1FR is quite a new unit. But actually, we have went under quite a long process since 5 years. I've been leading the F-37 unit since
Pratter
probably
Knight. Yeah. That's what it's called.
yeah,
Pratter
yeah,
Knight 37. Sorry. Keep
correct.
going.
Since 2017, I guess. Well, maybe 18, maybe.
Mm.
Well, anyway, the thing was like it all started with a bunch of French and Belgian person gathering up, and we just decided to go for the championship.
Mm.
And yeah, it was quite fun, and this is how all started. And since then, I've started to gather people from all around Europe to make a team, and we had very good moments, some bad moments as well. And one day, about 2 years ago, we decided to go back to a French-speaking team only under the impulsion of Quebec people, and that was not a bad decision. I think
Mm.
it was the creation of the CTFR. It was not a bad decision in the way that I met new people from French-speaking area, people who was not used to do comp, such as Arzak, for example,
Mm.
who started comp with us. Sultan as well started comp with us in during that moment. But quickly, while we was able to train people and like discover games among French-speaking players, quickly we found very limited because the game is not extremely popular in French-speaking countries.
Mm.
It's mostly a US game. So after 1 year being full French, we went back to a mix of Europeans,
Mm.
and that's where you saw CTF going from Div C to Div B and Div B to Div A. And during the process of being Div A, we decided to quit kind of the CTFR.
Mm-hmm.
Because CTF was really not only a comp unit, and many of our players disliked that, so we decided to make the first French regiment. So in the law of BattleTech, the first French regiment is a unit that have been created under the Star League, and this is the successor of the Foreign Legion in France.
Mm.
I don't know if you ever heard of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So many people are concerned, like with our name. They're like, "Oh, do you make the calls in English or do you make it in French?" Don't worry, we make it in English. This is mostly a European team. I don't think we have people from other continents yet, but we are very open of having everyone in the first French regiment. It's not only for French people; it's for everyone. As long as you have a good competitive background, uh, you are welcome in the first French regiment.
Well, yeah, that's important to clarify because I thought that you guys were probably French speaking, based on the information that I had. Now I know that there may have been a period of time where maybe that was true from what you said, but um, yeah, CTFR this last year, and then first French regiment has been really a big story to watch. I think you started the season or started the year maybe Div C in ISC and one Div C.
I think even lower with CTFR, we went as low as Div E.
I'm saying this year, like ISC this year, I think y'all were Div C, and
Oh
then
yeah,
you
yeah.
won Div C. You played at Div B. Did you win Div B?
Yes, we did.
You won Div B and then played in Div A. So big jump up over the course of the year.
Yeah, it
Obviously,
was.
lots of new talent coming into CTFR this year. You mentioned
Mhm.
some guys like Sultan and Arzak, who have joined more recently, started playing comp. Indian, I know, I think had his first year with you guys this year. So, really been a fun to watch you guys continue to grow throughout this year. I remember, you back with Friday Night 37, and then obviously coming on with CTFR. This is your first, well, we're not gonna, let hatch or egg or counter eggs before they hatch. But if CTFR does make top 12 today, this would be your first time, correct? Or am I wrong on that?
Yes, for some players it will not be, such as Indian and Next Comp. I believe they ever did the top 12 with other teams.
Mm.
But yeah, for most of us, it's the first time in the top 12.
Well, that's really exciting. Obviously, I played on a team where it was all of our first time. Um, so Indian, great player. I had the pleasure of playing with him for a number of years. So yeah, but it's really exciting when a lot of guys haven't really been there before, especially with the run that you guys had, where it's not like, oh, we're sneaking in necessarily at the back end. You guys have paced the queue pretty solidly in that EU time zone, where really have looked to be the dominant force and the strongest force during those EU times, which has led to a lot of success for you guys. Um, yeah. So my next question would be, what were your goals coming into not just this CS, but this year, as we talked about, coming out of last um CS, going into ISC, you guys were in Div C. What were your goals kind of coming into the year? Did you expect to be here, or was this kind of
Well, we honestly we have small step-by-step goals. So we didn't. When I was in Div B, I was not thinking about Div A, and when I was in Div A, I was not thinking about the championship.
mm-hmm.
Of course, I managed the players to make sure that they stay in the team because I know that there are upcoming events and I want the team to stay together because I believe the synergy is one of the strongest force in one team. But in Div C, we just focused on being first. I think it was the same on Div B, but starting from Div A, of course, we didn't expect to be first with DSC. But when we went in Div A, there was people being like, "Yeah, I'm not sure CTFR belong in Div A. Like they just they will just end up last and something." So it was like, let's show them, let's show them. And we really did our best on every match. We did train hard every week. And yeah, so we got good results. I think we was in the middle of Div A for the
Mm-hmm.
first time being there.
I believe
So
four out of six, I believe, if I remember, 3 or 4,
yeah,
in the
4 out
middle.
of 6. Yeah. I think who was behind us? It was Mantra and 228. No,
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
Mantra and 228R.
Yeah. So yeah, that was the goal on Div A. It was to make CTFR a force that people have to count with. I guess you say that in English.
Reckon with, yeah. Forced to be
Um,
reckoned with.
yeah, and we knew that hopefully this will be useful to keep the team together for the CS and to help with recruitment. I'm not sure that did so much, but we kept the core players, and that was good. For CS, the goal is to be in top 6. We really want to be in top 6 for CS. We think we have capabilities to do so. The main team, there is some teams we don't think we can handle them, such as DSC, of course. Vile as well. But we will do our best because we know, like, if they do any mistake, we will take it.
Yeah.
So yeah, the real opponents, the real match that you should look at, because this will be like the key moments for us. It will probably be against teams like Mantra. I think Mantra have a very high level as well. They are very similar with our team. We found ourselves always quite surprised with the strats they pull out. So yeah, that's the match I'm waiting for.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of exciting matchups. Would love to see Mantra versus 1FR again. We saw that, I believe, the last weekend of TOS, obviously very different format, but that was always an exciting matchup to see. Two teams. I don't know how much you guys scrim them, but I assume pretty frequently with you guys being sort
Yeah,
of the best of the European time zone at the moment.
that's our mainstream partners, in fact.
Yeah. And so there's a respect there. I'm sure there's a respect there, but I'm sure there's also at least a little bit of a rivalry. That's definitely something I'd love to see unfold in Q. We won't know until later tonight what the bracket's gonna be. But even then, uh, things happen. It matters who wins, who loses, and all of that. So hopefully we will see that matchup happen in top 12. Is there anything else you were really looking forward to potentially in top 12 in your first time?
Not really. Honestly, I'm very very happy to be here. To be surrounded with players that give their best,
Mm-hmm.
and like some of us, as we told before, we started together like in DC or even below. And we all grew up together. And now we feel like we have never been as good as we are now,
Mm-hmm.
and we wish to improve even more. That's what power us. In fact, like every time we try to improve from the last week, from the last match. That's what we are looking for. We are not especially looking for a specific position. Like sometimes we give us more goals, of course,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, we are just never satisfied with the score we do. We always want to do better. Like in the queue, when we meet teams that are not big threats to our team, um, we set goals like doing 8-0, doing minimal damage in the game. Like always focusing the same component, always making placement that is perfect. Like we do not want to do any mistake. We are like, okay, if anyone do anything, we're like, yeah, you guys was there. If it was a bigger team, you will die there. Stuff like that. Um, yeah, so every match is an opportunity to improve for us.
That's a great mindset. So yeah, I mean it's really exciting to see what you guys are gonna do. Obviously later today, but going into top 12 for me personally, and for those that have followed your story somewhat, like I've been familiar with you since even the days of Friday Night 37. It's really exciting for some of us to get a chance to see how far you guys have come, and even I'm not saying that as someone who has been there that long either. When you were with Friday Night 37, I was also slugging it out in some of those lower divisions. So, but yeah, it's just exciting to see a team that's been dominant in the European time zone is mostly new guys. If anything, the European side of things has really been the most stagnant. We've seen the least sort of new blood
Hmm.
coming in. North American side, there's always at least one team that's maybe not totally new guys, but mostly new guys. You look at um, KDCM2 last year, Fjord the year or before. There's always one team that's able to make a run, but in the European time zone, yeah, sometimes the names change, but there hasn't been a lot of new faces. So it's really exciting to see a team like 1FR that is primarily new faces. Maybe to mention a couple guys that maybe had been here in previous tournaments, but either way, uh, I think it's really awesome. I think you guys' story is really awesome, and excited to share it with the viewers. So I'm gonna let you go. I know you got games to get to in the near future, and I wish you luck with all of that the rest of today.
Yep. Thank you very much.
All right, have a great day, man. All right, well, sorry for the bit of a break of coverage. We've had a lot happen. Crossfire lost. Reapers got on and won. I think over Crossfire, but it's hard to tell. Jaeger's still not on, but PCS lost to, I think, KDCM. Focus won 2 games, all the way up to 8. So Fjord Focus now sitting at 8. Only 8 elo above 11th. But up at 8, 8, 9, 10, 11, all tightly packed. So yeah, we are rolling on here in another really interesting night of competition. So Op4 is gonna have to fight, as Dub says. Op4 is gonna have to fight. And sorry for the confusion on the leaderboard graphic. We had 2 people editing it at the same time, and so the edits take a second to process, and when we edit them at the same time, it would double the elo gain or double the elo loss from the last entry. So there was a little bit of confusion, but this is the updated leaderboard. Now, we gotta check in with a couple teams. 2D, 2D, we gotta check in on 2D20. So, haven't checked them in a minute, but 1680, so they're really probably fairly squarely out of this at this point. I don't see a run coming. Still at 1680. The unknown is Eisen. Don't know about them. But see, let's check it on 5J. I didn't check on them. All the way up to 2005. So they've gained a little bit. But yeah, definitely missed a lot of action. Don't know the exact matchups. Fjord able to get a significant amount of elo though. Fjord Focus was. Yeah. Reapers though. Don't fear the Reaper. Sky Rangers and Reapers 3 elo apart, battling it out for what amounts to the last placement. You have Op4, PCS, Blanner, and Focus. All right there. All right there. So, we'll see if any other guests want to join me. Waiting for waiting for PCS to call it for me to get my last interview of the night. But yeah, we might check in with a Focus's team leader. I had not planned on doing that. I feel like I have a good understanding of that team and where they are at. But yeah, we'll see. There's no one to ask me questions about it, so um, I may talk about it a little bit. It looks like Focus. We saw their win over Crossfire earlier. They had a win against 2D20 was the big one, and then probably a mid tier rewards team. So, let's just take a quick cursory look to see who's in lobby. It looks like Focus is not, but it looks like potentially Crossfire and Eisen are going at it. So, Srot getting formed up. They're looking to get their hat back in the ring. Um, um, KDCM's still playing. Don't know what PCS is doing, but I assume they're still playing because Heaven Warrior hasn't said, "Hey, time to do that interview." So, we'll see 5J maybe still playing. A lot of teams in Q. Q's not going away yet. As we sit here at 11 o'clock, there was 5 hours left for stuff to change. Now, we'll see how long that actually there's meaningful results, right? There's always that, oh, there's 5 hours left, there's whatever, but we don't know how long there'll continue to be meaningful results. Here's what I will say. Op4 has shown willingness to go to 4 a.m. I expect 2D20 to show willingness. Not 2D20. I expect 228 to show willingness to go to 4 a.m. I expect Crossfire to show willingness to go 4 a.m. If they need to. And right now, you look at a team like Potato Carry Society, and you just shake your head and you say, you at one point today, you were over 1870. Now, you're a couple of teams winning a couple of games away from being out of this. And that is a sickening thought if you're in that locker room or one of the guys that's really pulling for them. There's we've already seen Elo. Sorry, I'm gonna adjust the leaderboard on stream to actually show the contenders. My bad. You've already seen Elo just come up short, and maybe they can get on. Maybe 228 with another win. Not as much Elo. Mid-tier rewards team is the phrase you'll probably hear me saying a lot tonight. But that pushes them past Jaegers. So 228 battles back in. Now, huge gap between 10, 12, and 11. 20 Elo. But with Jaegers playing, do these teams swap Elo / have to continue to play, continue to grind up, and then you start feeling pressured if you're up 4, or if you're Potato, or if you're Black Lantern? I think it's probably gonna be not a big deal for Focus to continue to play. Yes, they have a 7 Elo lead, not a lot, but I don't expect to continue to see games from every single team. I don't expect to see more games from Black Lantern. I don't know. I don't have any of them on my friends. I don't know what they're doing or where they're at. But that would surprise me, because I don't think they've played in a minute. If I could be wrong on that. Op4, hey, they're getting ready. Well, it looks like they're getting ready. Yuntao's still dropping with 2D20, and they could be dropping for much of the night. Did CXF get out? No. Black Lantern hasn't moved. Rangers hasn't played yet. PCS, they do anything? KDCM, they do anything? No. Okay. Well, it looks like CXF is in game. Looks like maybe Aces Wild's in game. DPS maybe. 228 in game. KDCM in game. Although 228 just got out of game, it's probably that they haven't unlobbied yet from the rewards or the victory screen. Although I might have just missed them, winning that game a couple minutes ago. You never know. Is Srot deployed? Srot's deployed, it looks like. Could be warming up. So, just because I see them as deployed doesn't mean that doesn't mean anything. By the way, if anybody in the chat wants to hop in and chat, so to speak, and talk, it's just me right now. I had a couple guys in earlier. For those of you who've been watching the stream, you saw Hat Trick and Direwolf and Gatto stop by. I'll have some more people stopping in throughout the night. To McGraw's point, SRJ's in queue, 228's in queue, Focus has been in queue at times. I don't know if they've called it. Black Lantern's been in queue at times. I don't know if they've called it. PCS was in queue very recently. We'll see if they play another game. Eisen's in queue. 2G20's in queue. Black Lantern Observation Group could still be in queue. We haven't seen their elo move in a while, but they may have just said, hey, let's pause down, watch a little bit, and then get back going. I haven't checked in on to see if Ash started streaming again. I'm guessing that he's trying to go dark. If anything, but yeah, so he had ended his stream earlier, but continued to play. Sneaky, sneaky. But yeah, 228. Really the big movers in the last few minutes. Yeah, well, might not be Crossfire's night. They had the big rally. They got right on the doorstep. But unable to get over the threshold, and now they're back down to 1703 after another 13-point loss. And the only question is, who was that to? It was not to Focus. It was not to Op4. It was not to Sky Ranger Jaegers. It wasn't to Elo. Was it to 228? No. Survey says PCS. PCS gets another nice Elo chunk. They were sitting right on the edge. Well, guess what? Not on the edge anymore. 1793 catapults them back up to 8. And, yeah. Sorry you guys have to see me manually edit things. I could get someone to edit it. Actually, I might be able to open this up in another window where I stream one leaderboard and have a leaderboard that updates that is not streamed, potentially. Looks like maybe that's the case. I think this is a good cutoff, 7 through 15. But yeah, we'll see if maybe that allows me to edit some things behind the scenes. 5J sneaks up to 2013. They're trying to get to 2050. Still 37 elos short. But yeah, okay, it looks like probably... Now, I just gotta keep them straight, but... Probably, I can now edit it without you having to see the pop-ups. I'm using this program or whatever, this website for the first time tonight, so I don't know all the intricacies. Eisengrim's listed at 1666. I think they're higher than that. We can't track them, so I'm not going to ask them what their elo's at, but yeah, we don't know. We really don't know. So DSC has not played. CXF just recently lost. Reapers is sitting pat. Jaegers, I think, is either in game or getting warmed up. We'll see when they unlobby if which of the case that is. Blob hasn't moved. If you're up 4, though, you're sitting 1 behind Blob. Why is the Blob logo wrong? Oh, shoot. You're right. I got the Blob logo from Ash the other day. I meant to change it. Let me quickly do that. I just set it as like a default thing while I was doing stuff. Give me 1 second. We're at Black Lantern Observation. That is really my bad, guys. I am sorry. I had this logo since yesterday and did not properly do the things that I need to do to get it uploaded for today. I meant to. It should be live now as a blob fish. So that's that's where we're at right now. Blob stopped playing 15 minutes ago, says temporary access. So Blob's not playing. So we'll see what comes of that. If they feel comfortable, they're in a position where I feel like they probably can. We'll see if Focus steps into traffic here, potentially drops down. We'll see if or drops down behind them. We'll see if or even can win a game and get ahead of them. We'll see if Jaegers can win a game to get ahead of them. Elo hasn't played. CXF still behind. All right, I'm getting DMs. Okay, I don't have the right permission, but here we go. Sorry, guys, I forgot I was in a channel you guys couldn't get into, but I'm here with Iron Wolfpack and Dubious Squirrel. So, two very different guys, but, Dubs, which team were you on this year?
First French regiment.
That's what I thought. So, we rolled an interview with, SHD2 earlier, talking a bit about First French. Did you join, like, right before the season, though? Like, close? You're a newcomer to First French, are you not?
I played with them before quite a while ago
Okay.
under a different, under their previous name, and I joined very recently. I was a late pickup for them. I think I've earned a place in their team.
Mm-hmm.
They're a pretty solid team. I think we are doing well. It's been a tough tournament. I was listening to what you were saying earlier about the EU time zone being slightly softer than the.
You disagree?
I don't entirely, but I think First French Regiment are a really solid team, and we're going to see us doing well.
Oh yeah, I mean, First French, having scrimmed them, I really have a lot of respect for them. I talked about the EUQ being a little bit softer, but you guys were 57-6 or 58-6 for a reason.
Yeah.
I didn't want to get into the mantra of First French debate. That's definitely one that can be had if you guys meet in top 12. But First French, I think definitely had an opportunity to qualify through invitationals. Didn't opt to take it. Goes through Q. And is really just dominant throughout. It's hard to judge. First French, solidly right now, solidly locked in at the 5 seed, I believe. Oh, no, sorry, the 4 seed, which is 6th overall. Yeah, I mean, you guys have been very solid. And you lost some Elo today. I think you guys were up to 1880, but I don't know who you played, but you had some challenges. It wasn't all sunshine and rainbows, but you guys did. I mean, I wanted to talk to SHD2 for a reason, and it's not just did I love what I was seeing on the field, but the story of 1FR I think is really interesting when you talk about their journey from Fratter 37 to CTFR to 1FR. And to be clear to the viewers, those of you who don't know, CTFR and 1FR are different teams. Those are different units in game. They're distinct. So a lot of guys, yes, 1FR is a continue or a branch off of CTFR, and SHD2 still runs both those. But and he talked about that in his interview earlier. But yeah, those are different teams, and the 1FR guys really seen them come onto the seed in a big way this last year. Obviously, Fratter Knight was a solid team.
We have a score update if you want.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I know I'm rambling.
Srot loses.
Ooh, Srot loses.
I'm trying to figure out to who.
16. They lose 6. That's an important number.
The potato carry. It looks like it's potato. Or no, 16. No. So they lost somebody below them.
They lost to somebody below them, which can only leave a couple of teams.
Is it CXF? No, they'd be too low.
It was not CXF. CXF just lost again. It was not. Oh, it was 228. Maybe they lost. Maybe I had their score wrong.
Yeah, 228's up to 1773 now.
Yeah, so 228 Reapers comes in and reaps up to 1773. Now, I am going to shoot a quick message to Gatto.
Confirm that result.
confirm that result. Okay. So I guess that we had the ELO wrong, and they did not lose. In fact, 16. It had to have been 14, and then maybe or they lost previously to
PCS.
Hmm?
PCS. It seems what I'm seeing is PCS and 228 both won matches. I think one beat CXF and one
the
beat
answer.
Strat.
I know
I'm
the
not. You know the answer. What's the answer?
Yeah,
Bio?
PCS beat CXF, 228 beat SROT.
Okay.
Okay.
So there's our answer. That pushes PCS out of the real danger zone.
Where are they sitting? Where are they sitting?
Where's who sitting?
PCS. They're at
There's
1803. I
1803.
think that should be safe. I would guess that should be safe. If I were them,
Well,
I would
they've-
strongly consider watching Q and not playing right now.
They, should be safe and is safe is two very different discussions. Because, well, I'll just say PCS has had a lot of opportunities where they've been in a position where they should have been safe and chose to play anyway.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is with how the night's gone. Personally, if it was my team, and I'm not saying again, Heaven Warrior knows what he's doing, but if it was my team, I would say, hey guys, let's see how this thing shakes out for the next hour and a half before we decide to play again, because maybe they're in a positive trajectory and maybe the team's feeling good and you want to get another couple matches, but they've been really up and down. They've gained a ton early and lost a ton. They lost almost over 100 elo today in one go of it. So if it were me, I would strongly consider calling off the dogs until it looks a little bit dicey at least. Now maybe they keep going, but you gotta think, where are they at? 9th right now? 8th?
Who? PCS?
Yeah, on the
PCS
top 12.
Is 8 and solidly so.
Yeah, so to me, I'm thinking we're in 8th. We're in. We get a first round matchup against Mantra, which is a good team, but a team that, with how well PCS has played at times, if they play really well, they can compete with. So I'd be thinking, again, it's them. They do what they got to do. But I'd start to think, okay, well, we're secure. We don't want to go out and lose back-to-back matches to somebody below us, like SRJ or even Op4 or a team like that, because that could doom you, losing 2 matches. And then you have to start playing, and if that negative trend continues, then you just lose and are out.
Well,
that would be my consideration.
Here's the other considerations. KDCM down to 1807. So
yeah.
Okay, Lush is saying he's going to turn an ad break on in about 3.5 minutes. Sounds good. But yeah, that's the other consideration. Is now KDCMs look shaky. You've beat them. Can you match against KDCM and solidify yourself in 7th? Because then if you KDCM and they lose that game, they know KDCM is going to start to have to take a step back and say, the whole pack is right behind us. Will KDCM continue to play if they get down into the 1790s?
Both of those teams are safe, but personally, I think the way that this night's shaking out, I think that some of the rewards teams are going to start to fall by the wayside, and it's going to get later and later, and there's going to be less and less teams, and so you're going to have a certain number of spots, and a certain number of teams playing for them, and there's not going to be enough elo to take it all. So for both of those teams, I would be considerate of. It's been a little bit of a rough night at times. Do we really want to risk a loss? Because a win, you can play for seeding with a win, but you lose and immediately you're in danger.
Yeah.
Because once you lose, you're 1 loss away from just being out of it and needing to play to catch up. And if you get on tilt, something goes wrong, a disconnect in the middle of the match, a mistake because somebody is getting too aggressive or not playing aggressive enough, they're trying not to lose. Then you're in a spot where you're like, oh no, we might be in a spot where we could miss. Now, I'm sure KDCM's not worried about that at all, with how experienced that roster is, how much they know that they're doing. But for a newcomer like PCS, I would be, because if you're in pressure matches where it's 1 a.m. Eastern, a lot of those guys are Eastern time guys, I believe. Now, maybe some of them are Pacific, but if you're in a situation like that and you're like, it's 1 a.m. and we're having to play matches, and if we lose, we're out, I don't like that, personally. I don't like the idea of, we're tired, it's been a long day. PCS has been playing for the better part of what, Rabbit? They've been playing since what, 4 p.m. Eastern?
Yeah.
They've been playing for like 7 hours. they've taken maybe 1 or 2 breaks, but it's been like 7 hours mostly just go. So it's like they've got to be getting tired. You got to think that the endurance has to become a factor.
Well, a couple
Absolutely.
things to really consider though. 2D20. I mean, I don't think they're really in play here, sitting at 1692, but their elo is certainly in play. Everybody in that top 12 is really looking to match with 2D20, maybe even looking to match with CXF at this point, because those are high elo games. Those can get you a big jump up, and that's really what we've seen a lot tonight. Is not these little incremental jumps; it's these big wins. Focus with a big win over Crossfire and another win over 2D20 to catapult them from like kind of a dangerous zone at 1752 all the way up to like 1785.
It's a temporary safety. I don't think that safety is going to last, but it's temporary.
It's temporary. Well, when you talk about when you talk about safety, Isengrim, okay, nobody knows for sure what Isengrim's elo is unless we see a confirmed result. We can like extrapolate. With
same thing with KDCM 2, but same thing with KDCM 2, by the way.
True, that's very true. KDCM 2 definitely a team that could be in play.
They're going to play until the bell. Like that KDCM 2 team's going to. They made it last year, so they've got to have some belief that they can do it. They made it on the last match of last year, so they're not going to give up. I doubt they'll have any quit in them now, unless they just start getting shellacked. But with KDCM out there, they can kind of run interference for them. So they can help take some of the harder games, make sure KDCM 2 gets some easier games. I'm not saying they are doing that, but they could. I don't know what their strategy for the final night is. But with that, it's like, you got to think we've got a shot, right? That's. I think that KDCM 2 has to think they are in good position to be able to try to make a late push.
I'm sure Gatto is bemoaning the fact that 1752 was not enough. I know they definitely felt safe when they hit 1752. If I'm Black Lantern observation, do I feel like 1778 is enough?
So that team, it's also a question of whether that team is actually how committed they are to making the run. Now they're gonna probably need to get on and play again, I would guess, if they're gonna get in. Now they should have that capability.
Pump the brakes on that. Their elo's probably not gonna get on. So at 1778,
Elo's gonna be on it.
You need 228 to pass you, and you would need Sky Rangers to pull off a 40 elo night to pass you. Or
okay,
you need elo
I'm getting
30.
I'm getting word, but they are Focus is playing 5 JDX, so they could be in a perilous situation here.
Well, that is certainly an interesting. I'm surprised that
wouldn't
Focus
be.
is still queuing. I thought they were done.
They probably thought they had a safe window, would be my guess. And 5 JDX is obviously ghosting right now. If they pulled off an improbable win, it would be a guaranteed in. So, I think then they're good. And if they lose, they can't be losing too much. They'd probably fall behind off 4 and Lanner. But it's not too little. It's not like they can't recover it. So we'll just see how it works out. We'll see. That's going to be a result to watch. I would say. I don't think Focus is a better team, obviously, but I think that they could.
The elo loss from a 1880, what would it 18 or 1780 versus 2000 plus. It's over 200. I don't know the exact number, but it's probably only a 3 or 4 point risk for potentially a 26 point gain. What's 5J's endurance like? You never know. Or what's their mindset sitting all the way up at 2017? They've been very strong tonight, no mistakes. I don't expect them to lose, but it could be a game-changing result on either direction. If that 3 or 4 elo could cost you very well, not just placement, but placement into top 12. So,
yeah, I think that playing for seeding really should be out of the question for most teams right now. I do think you need to update the scoreboard, Revan, to 1803 for PCS because you've reported the result, but
they're at 1803.
Okay, maybe I'm just looking at the wrong thing. I feel like my stream's behind. Yeah, my stream's behind. So
how far behind, brother?
I had accidentally paused it. I guess quite a while ago.
That makes sense.
Okay, so let's look at some of the results here. 228 Reapers is at 1773. They haven't moved. Jaegers is still 1736, so they're waiting. Elo has not gotten back on yet. Op 4 still isn't playing. Pretty static. Let's check in with CXF. CXF is still at 1707, 1701.
What?
Yeah, I said it's pretty static. CXF has not moved. They're still at 1701. So it's
they're back to 1701. They just gained 10 elo. They had fallen to 1691. So if they're at 1701, that's a plus 10. But I don't have. I can't find a CXF game for some reason to look at. There it is. Yep, 1701 for Clan Crossfire. So they're able to climb back.
Focus did lose to 5JDX, and it appears that they are down 7 elo.
That sounds high. That's wrong. So 7 elo for a 200 elo gap is
pretty crazy. Yeah, pretty crazy.
That could be the really difference because that ties them with Black Lantern.
Yeah. So they're gonna probably they are gonna have to play. They still don't need to be. They can still be picky, with what spots they choose. But yeah, that does make a difference there. Again, in terms of placement and elo, it is important. I don't know if that was a worthy risk. They must have thought that they had a shot, right, to get a team that wasn't 5GDX, but they got 5GDX. It is what it is. Now they just got to figure out if bouncing back is a possibility or what their plan is going forward. 1610. 1601. I mean,
yeah, that's
17.
My bad. The streams are behind. I already fixed it.
Okay, cool. Sorry, I'm just using that to monitor the scoreboard.
Yeah, my bad, brother.
All right, so they don't actually lose any placement. Focus doesn't, but they do. That pack is so tight. 12 through 9 is so tight right now. 1773, 1777, 1778, and 1778. You got 3 teams within 1 point, and yeah, sure, 13th place is still 30 elo behind most of those teams, but all 4 of those teams are within 5 points of each other. So you got to see what's going on. You got to start to wonder what's going on with that. But
yeah, I mean, if anybody can distance themselves, they'll be safe. Like Focus was with the even 8-point elo lead had much greater safety. Now, of course, no longer afforded that. I do think Reapers is in game.
Yeah, I wonder who they're playing.
KDCM, I think.
That's a dangerous game. I mean, that's a game-changing game. If Reapers wins,
potentially game-changing.
Well, if Reapers loses, then they're going to probably drop a good bit. If they win,
they've got the safety that they need. And then the pressure goes back onto a team like Focus to at least make sure that they... It seems like Blano probably won't play it. I mean, you never know, but they could get on.
Strott's got to be feeling the pressure, too.
Especially when you call it a night, everybody goes home, you think you're safe. Well, now we got to get everybody back on, and hey, maybe we can't get everybody back on. I don't know the situation with.
They got a game they lost. Strott needs to try to find games. Like, if Op 4 is going to need to get on, probably. I doubt that they're going to... And they're a late queue team, so I'd expect them to be getting on soon, and we'll start to see their elo move. But they're probably going to need to get on. Strott's going to need to find some games against a team like Op 4, against a team like Focus, against a team like 228H, and they're going to need to figure out a way to win those games. Like, that's just what they're going to need to do. They're not... It's good... They're at a significant disadvantage to the point where I don't think that they can get in over anything but the corpses of other teams in front of them. I don't think that they're going to be able to dink and dunk their way up. So we'll see.
We've got a hot stat alert: 228 Reapers wins or KDCM up to 1791.
That is a big win for 228. Nice. It's a big win for 228, and that is a crushing defeat for KDCM. Now they've got to start worrying, because now they're right in the mix. one more loss, and things are going to look bad.
Mm-hmm.
So they need to figure out what's going on with KDCM. What's going on with them? Because they were at 1850 at the beginning of the day. They're down 70 today.
1860. They're down, 70.
So I don't know what they're doing, but it's whatever it is. I don't think it's working. That's tricky. That's precarious, to say the least. Now I'm sure they'll battle back and find a way and make it in. But now the difference here for KDCM now is they have to worry about seeding, because I'm sure KDCM wants to play, doesn't want to start in the losers bracket.
Yeah.
That's a big disadvantage years in the past haven't had. Now maybe KDCM thinks they're 9 and 228 Reapers is 8, so maybe they think, in a previous years, worst case, we have to play 228 Reapers to get into the next bracket and not go to the losers bracket. But now, if you are 9 through 12, you start out in the losers bracket.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how many teams are out there that can beat KDCM, but they definitely can't drop a game to Strat. They definitely can't drop a game to, you don't want to lose again to 228. You don't want to lose again to PCS. You got to be pretty careful here, I think, if you're KDCM.
You really can't, to be honest, you really can't lose to anybody at this point. I mean, think about it. A loss to a 228 again, that drops them 15 points. Then you're in what? They're at 1789, 1774. They're out, or they're 12. With a loss to 228, or a loss to Op4 or Focus. PCS, maybe the ELO's with the ELO difference, but the ELO difference is so slight. A loss to PCS, I think, also kicks them to 12. So, yeah, KDCM really precarious. We'll see if Rangers can rally, but
they need to find a win here. They need to find a win. KDCM they're a top. They should have finished 4th in this queue, 5th in the, 5th, 4th, 5th in this queue minimum. Like that, they need to find a way to get back up, get safe, get to date, make sure they're playing day 1. They're only a few points off. Like, this is a crazy spread too.
Mm-hmm.
The difference between 12 and 7 is like the same difference between 12 and 13. So even the seeding at the top and the shuffling is,
really
it's something.
in play. I mean, yeah. There's 10 different ways that the seeding can work out, basically. So,
nothing is solid.
CXF versus BCMC is apparently what we're seeing right now. I'm taking the chatter's word for that. But yeah,
BCMC I think is fairly low, so I'm assuming that'll be again. CXF has a monster hole to dig out of, so they need to get to work.
Yes.
Who's in lobby right now?
Gatto. I think. I believe
Jaegers is out playing. Let's go. Okay.
I believe Jaegers is playing. 2D20 is playing. CXF is playing. Yeah.
I don't see Gatto playing right now. Did he? Oh no, I'm on my unit list. I'm dumb. Yeah, Gatto's deployed.
Eisen may have called it. It's impossible to know where their ELO is, but I believe the crown's been passed at least once, and they haven't played since.
If they're calling this early, then they've got to have been taking some L's. I don't think that they, if they're in it, then I think they'd be around. Well, no, Jarldane's still in charge. I'm seeing.
Okay.
But the Darkstrand's in a different. Well, Darkstrand's in a different group, and Deathlord's not. And Deathlord's not in a group. So yeah. DPS is still out and about. Yeah, you got to think that Srot's playing somebody like 2D20 right now. It's probably who they're playing. Unless they're playing 5JDX. It's also possible.
A lot of things are technically possible.
Bowser's in lobby. Vile's active again.
Possibly. You never know. If that's just... I mean, I think Bowser's been in and out for much of the night. I think he's just playing. One player does not equal a team, but PCS has been sitting stagnant. Op4 yet to make any moves.
But Op4 will be getting on, but I doubt. I think Op4 is going to use their one thing Op4 is going to have is they're going to be fresh. That could work against them. because they may come into a bunch of teams that have been playing all night.
Yeah, 5J
But they
still
should be-
about.
They should be fresh.
hmm
Being
Yeah.
fresh doesn't really necessarily count in your favor. It's about consistency.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Like,
saying. Yeah, it could be nice because maybe they're fresh and they catch PCS, who's been playing for 7 hours, or maybe it helps them, or maybe they come in and they're cold, and they're playing against a team that's hungry and needs it, and they don't, and they make mistakes early. So being fresh may be an advantage, it may be a disadvantage.
Okay. Wow. That just happened.
What happened?
Who lost? What?
Skyranger
Skyranger
got-
Jaegers just got.
They got
they got
14.
14. I thought they got 16. 14.
Who'd they get that off of?
Yeah, that's
2D
a good question.
2D20?
Survey says 2D20. So 2D20 again. I keep saying 2D20 might not be in play, but their elo certainly is. And
That puts Strop back at 13, so they're gonna start to make that climb. They've still got to secure a couple of wins to hop into where they're trying to hop into, but
yeah, still about over 25
Dude.
points behind, but back sort of equal to where they were before when they hopped back on. Now just down 2 elo, but Focus, Op4. Those are the hot seaters.
and Blob obviously at
Obviously
1778.
Blob, but Blob will take a tie with Focus, right?
Of course, yeah.
So Blob will take a tie. So Focus doesn't want to tie with Blob if that's the tie is them both being out. So if Op4 and Jaegers would have passed, Focus would need to play. Okay. Well, they just got out of game with Yuntao, so they are both out. We will look to see if got so many guys on my friends list. It's hard to sort which is which. Crossfire's still deployed. They're in game. Gyatso's on 5J, right?
Yeah, Mike Yachts is on 5J.
They're
You have him on
in
your
game.
list?
Reaper's in game too.
Okay. Who's 5JDX playing? Maybe they're playing Reapers right now? That makes sense.
Yeah, that would make sense. That's a tricky spot for Reapers. Alright, well, on other news, KDCM hasn't played in a second.
Yeah, I bet they're taking a long, hard look at what they want to do.
Yep. Certainly a lot of soul searching at this time of night for all these teams about what they need to do and want to do.
absolutely. It was interesting what you were saying earlier, Evan, about one player not being the entire team. You've got to keep some kind of focus and consistency across your entire team, regardless of what time zone you come from and what you're playing for right now. We're really getting into the stage where it's which team wants it the most and how they can maintain focus across their entire team. This is really nitty-gritty stuff.
It really is. It really is. Every single team that's still in queue could be in or could be out. With the exception of obviously 2D20.
I mean, they could be, but I think
not
it's
2D20. I mean, with the exception of 5GDX. But every single team in this sort of group that we're looking at, if they play and lose, they could be out.
There aren't many points in between them. Like
228H
nothing at all.
228H takes a loss to 5JDX.
228H?
Sorry, R. 228R. No.
Yeah.
228R takes a loss. They're now also in that 1780 bracket.
Yeah, 228R.
They're on 1784.
Down to 1784. Okay.
So again, we've got even PCS has got to be feeling good about how this is working out, even though it's still points. It's You got 5GDX is around bullying people.
And hey, we haven't been really focusing on it. 5JDX 16 elo points out of first place.
Yeah, they're gonna play. They're gonna try to get first. They want that first place spot,
Yep, that's
which
why
would
they
be
came
very
back.
interesting if they can steal it. And it's Vile versus DSC round one. One of those teams is gonna end up in the losers bracket, and that would be game changing for the tournament because both of those teams can't win if they play round one. If it's 4 versus 5, and 5GDX is in third, then that'd be big.
Can we see the top 6 for a minute?
Yeah, sorry. I've been keeping it sort of on this screen. But we'll take a look to talk about the top 6. Now, the two teams at the top highlighted in gold will be, of course, the invitational teams. I just had to enter their elos so they show up on the scoreboard. So I just put them with a lot. But it's Vile, it's Fifth Jag, and then it's DSC at 1, 2, 3. One spot, that's where you, or the 3 spot, that's where you want to be. First French, okay? First French, definitely have a lot of respect for that team. Really think that they are a good team, but there's a big gap between DSC and First French for a reason. So if you can get First French rather than having to first round matchup against DSC, that's really ideal. But the bigger thing is if you can win first round, you don't have to meet the winner of DSC versus 5JDX until the winner's bracket final if you were to make it that far. So, definitely you can get yourself onto the quote unquote weaker side. If you play by the pretty well established, I don't think many people are arguing that Vigilance, Fifth Jag, and DSC are a notch above the pack, not just in Q, but probably counting the Invitationals teams as well. You kind of want to be on the side that only has one of those teams. And if that's the one of the teams is where you don't have the other two teams in there and can get to a winner's bracket final where, you can play the winner of the other one and feel good about that. But that seeding, really important. 7, 8 seeding, really important. I think it's pretty much definitely first French and 6. I don't think they're going to play. I don't think they could get anywhere if they did. And I don't think that they can. I don't think PCS or KDCM has the fight to get where they need to be to pass. I may have spoke too soon. PCS
What happened?
18-14.
Who they snag a win on? They snagged 13?
No, 11.
11. Okay, so that's probably 2D. Who they play?
2D20.
Ask Kevin Warrior who they.
Survey says CXF.
Okay. So we've got a lobby from 228H and a lobby from KDCM. So maybe they're playing each other again. We should keep an eye on that.
Ladies and gentlemen,
What?
Vile just won a game for 1 elo.
So yeah, Vile's out. They're not going to go quietly into the night like we're talking about right now. They don't want 5GDX jumping them because, again, most people going into this tournament, as good as 5JDX is, and they did pick up a few humongous additions after the Invitationals, they did lose an Invitationals. So a lot of people are going to say that DSC and Vile are probably, both 1A, 1B with, 5JDX as a very strong team and probably the third best team in the tournament. But people are going to say, Vile, DSC are the two favorites, I think, to finish those are the teams that everyone would be a little bit surprised if we didn't see those two teams facing off in the finals. So with that, them playing each other round one would be big because it does mean that one of them is going to have a much more treacherous road to qualify. Because sure, they probably can clean up losers bracket teams, but still, there's a chance if you catch the wrong team on the wrong day, especially late in that bracket, that you can get out before you get to top 3, top 2. It's a long climb from the losers bracket all the way up when it's 2 wins from the winners. Like with the way it is, with the bottom 4 of the top 12 teams going straight to the losers bracket, it's 2 wins to win money. You just need 2 wins. So with that, you want to for one be in the winners bracket because then you only need 2 wins, while you probably need 3 or maybe even 4 in the losers bracket to do so. And yeah, so like that's what you want to be able to do that. So being able to stay in that bracket for both Vile and DSC, I think will be big if they don't are not able to face each other. I don't know if DSC gets on tonight. I don't think that there's a huge
Chance of that.
chance. I don't know if there's a huge need. I doubt that they can, go plus 80 tonight, unless they just farm Vigilance and get like 4 wins off them in a row and then jump them. But even so, they'd also have to get a bunch of wins off of 5JDX as well. So they'd have to get some really big wins against Vile, and being in this position that they're in probably doesn't, change much.
I agree. I
Well-
think they hold.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think DSC holds. They're too far behind to probably realistically get in to the spot they would need to be. 2's just as good as 3, so why put the pressure on to get on late and do all that? But it seems like Op4 is waiting and seeing. Wait and see mode. The call is out. Can Jaegers answer? If they can answer, then Op4 and Focus have to start trying to play games.
I said earlier that Op4 should hold, but now they really have to fight, and so to Focus. They're so close to each other.
Well, we have got a big Q turn. I see 5J. I see CXF. I see Gatto. SROD. I see KDCM. And let me check. Not Abens. Oh, Abens. Not Vile. My bad, guys.
Well,
Not Vile. So I don't know what the priority was. It's hard to necessarily project the matchups. But what about 228R? What are they doing? 228R
they're in
game.
match.
In game. So basically, you've got a little window here.
Yeah, I bet this is probably this team in Q. My guess is this KDCM2. This one team we're seeing. They appear to be rolling out and about. There are a variety of other teams it could be.
Well, Yuntao is deployed.
I wonder who he's playing. I'm going to tune in on his stream real quick and see if it's caught up to who he's playing, who they're playing. They're playing on HPG, it looks like.
Well, give me that info when you have it.
Yeah, I'm just on an ad break. They're playing. Is it? They're playing SROT right now, and it's 3-3. But it looks like they're in maybe a losing effort.
Well,
maybe.
That would be the team we know.
Oh no! Uh oh. Okay, it's 5-4 in favor. It's 5-4 in favor of. This is gonna be interesting. Oh, they may have it.
How long do we have left? Is it like 4 hours now?
Okay, the problem is the fight. There's a fight going on right now. It's on caps. I think SROT's going to win this on caps, but it's going to be very close. Yeah, SROT's going to win this on caps. Almost assuredly. Because there's no one to grab Gamma. And they need 9 ticks. So yeah, they win. SROT wins on caps, but barely. Against Yuntao's team. That was extremely close to a devastating loss for SROT. They win. They're down on kills, but they win it on cap points. So you can chalk up another win for SROT. Let's see how much they get. I'm guessing 9. We'll see once it processes through. And again,
no, Yuntao stream's quite delayed. Iron. That
could have been the previous drop.
That
You're
was
right.
the previous drop. I did just hear though that Focus attempted to get in that queue window and pulled PCS. So we will have some movement there. PCS continues to play, and Focus now. This is a huge spot for them because that's pretty close in ELO. That's going to be a 14-point loss. Really puts them in a bad position if they lose that.
If they lose it, they're going to have to start playing. And they're going to have to get a win against SROT. They're going to have to get some wins against 2D20. They're probably going to have to get some wins against CXF. They're just going to need to start putting a couple of wins together. If they win, high leverage match. If they win, that's going to be interesting because they'll be, focus is going to go down significantly, and focus will be pretty high up there. So we'll see what the swing is, but I'm pulling for my boys. We'll see how it works out.
Yeah, KDCM I believe is probably the team that pulled 5J. Could be
That'll be a
huge result.
228R looks like they went down. They lost maybe. They're 1784. Is that where they were before? Yeah, they were at 1784. So no, they're still in game maybe.
1784. Yeah,
Yeah.
I believe that 228R is probably the one playing Vile. But I believe that 5J is got KDCM.
Those would be pretty. Again, Focus could lose this drop, and that would be devastating. But if KDCM and 228R also lose, then you're again still right in the field.
No, KDCM has quickly got a quick win over Overwatch's team.
Okay.
So KDCM pulls up 5.
Maybe 228R is playing 5GDX, which would be a tough spot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, PCS Focus has really run into traffic against PCS a lot today. This would be their third match against PCS. So Focus has had a good day, minus the 3 PC or 2 PCS matches. Sorry.
Yeah, we'll see what they can pull out on this one. But
we will see. You play. It's hard to beat a good team twice. Although in this game, you've seen their best. By the time you beat them once, you've seen their best stuff. Yeah, and it is really hard for a lot of teams to adjust on the fly. If you're up 4, you love the opportunity for
to get ahead of Focus. That's good for you.
You love the opportunity to get ahead of Focus without playing.
For a Srot, you're in the same situation.
Mm-hmm.
Srot, you want to see that a loss for Focus. A loss for Focus is very big.
A loss for Focus and a win for Srot could flip this immediately. From Srot having to come back from behind to Srot being actually ahead. So
I'm interested in seeing who Srot is playing right now. I couldn't tell you. So they're going to need to be resilient. Who's in game? I don't know who Srot's playing. Could be a lot of people, but that game's dragging on a little bit. It could be 2D20 again. They're still in game.
228R, I see in game. Yeah. 5J hasn't moved. Vile hasn't moved.
Op 4 grouping up? Do either of y'all have Op 4 on your friends list? I want to know if they're starting to get ready to go.
No.
Yeah, we're just in a holding pattern here. There's a lot of games going on, and this is going to be a very interesting match window to throw out there and see what happens.
Okay. Reapers. Who did they play? No. Reapers loses 21.
Oh! Oh, no.
So
2D20
says 2D20 maybe up to 1699.
Man, 2D20 is
their elo in a minute, but yeah, sounds
they're not fully out of it. They're not fully in it, but whether they're in it or out of it, they are taking skulls. And Crossfire has not moved in a hot minute, and they're at 1690. Man, it's getting late real soon for Crossfire. I'm not gonna lie.
The hour does grow late.
That would be tough if they miss. Then they'll have been, it'll be 2 years or 3 years, and only in once in 3 years. For a program like that, that's not something you expect to see.
No, it is not.
What do you do if you're a team like KDCM? I mean, do you sit for a while, or do you just keep machine gunning it? I mean, it's a risky move either way.
I think they got to keep playing. I think they got to. The thing is, if you're KDCM, you've got to believe you're better than almost every team out here. Now with Vile hopping in, that makes it a little bit different because Vile gets a win off you. You lose some elo, and you're right back in the thick of things. So if I'm KDCM, I'm probably holding. But if I'm KDCM, I'm probably trying to grab a game, get a win, and then holding for a bit.
Mhm.
You got to feel like if you play Focus or you play Op 4 or you play even SRAT that you can find a win. Like you got to think you can win that game.
Mhm.
So, but that's a big loss for 228R. That's a rough one. That's rough, buddy, as they like to say in the business. Which dropping 228R down means again, even if Focus loses, I don't know if they're going to be behind. I mean, they might be. 228R took lost a massive chunk. 1763.
Mhm. Well, Focus, they're at 1778, so they're up 15. So they would still be ahead because they're losing no more than 14.
No more than 14 or 15, maybe, or 14, 13, maybe minimum.
Mhm. So
But
they would
I'm
be
interested.
1 or 2 elo ahead. Really, the matches we're looking at is Focus here with a critical match, Jaeger's here with a critical match.
Yeah, this Jaeger's match is drawing on pretty long. You don't like to see that these teams, especially if they're playing a team that's maybe a little bit lower elo than them, like SRAT might be doing, because I didn't see a team.
Well, game, set, match, Vile beats 5JDX, and I think emphatically ends the chance for 5J.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough climb. 50 elo is probably not possible. Yeah, 50 elo is not going to be possible in this last night. Not with the way that they're farming. They'd have to be going till 2 a.m. And I don't know if they're going to have the chutzpah to do that. So that might be, maybe 5JDX calls it after this. Maybe they keep playing and just see what happens. But
Sorry about that. I forgot that the stream is from my computer for a second, and that if I go on mute and we'll go to a different channel, the audio doesn't continue from you guys.
yeah, give me 1 second. I'm just gonna go hop in and see how the Focus match is going. I'll be right back.
All right, it's in the middle, 0-0 on kills right now. So I just briefly wanted to check in, and I got my brief check-in. So we'll keep it here. Apologies to the viewers. I'm an idiot and forget how streaming works sometimes. I'm not used to it. So
Yeah, it looks like it probably will be a loss. Focus is up pretty large on caps, but they're down 0-2 on kills. So I didn't stick around to check and see, what's going on with that.
We'll see the leaderboard update shortly, and we'll know for sure.
That match should be over soon. Who knows? 0-2 on kills is bad, but for all you know, they've got a legged mech or whatever. But they were up pretty big on caps. Like they were up 200 or 300 points on caps. So that's obviously potentially convertible.
228 is looking to potentially convert.
SRAT won 13 elo. I don't know who they beat. Maybe CXF.
SRAT won. They beat.
Yeah, they beat
CXF. Okay,
13.
critical.
CXF's probably gotta think they're out of it now. Like that's.
Well, now its focus gonna drop down to that secondary pack.
3 teams competing for 2 spots.
Yeah. Yep.
They pull it back, but you'll have to see. We'll see what happens here. The longer that match goes on, the better chance they have. But if they're about to lose quickly, then they're going to be in trouble. Good win for SRAT though, and for CXF. Man, that's just tough. That's tough. That's tough for CXF.
Yeah.
Like you gotta feel like you're right. Like you were right. You had a shot. They were at one point like 10 elo back from top 12, and now
Last-
they're 70, 80.
They were, I think, 3 elo
They-
back from top 12. I want to say.
The problem is they can't like start taking some easier matches to try to like get themselves into it. It's just probably like I don't want to say it's over, but it's looking.
Focus loses. Okay, well, Focus loses down to 1764. So, Focus really regretting trying to get into that queue. They're 1 elo up on Reapers and Rangers.
And Jaeger. So now it's starting to look interesting. Now we got 2 spots at the bottom, both of which
1 elo.
are 3 people, 1 elo. Yeah, Focus loses. Look like they try to run too much cap and paid for it. So, happens. You got to do what you got to do. PCS is a good team, and PCS has got to feel pretty secure, probably with their seating and with everything. So,
Hey. It looks like potentially Op4 is playing. I just realized I
they
have
in
one
lobby.
well, I have one Op4 player in lobby. I have a Colby Gill in lobby too.
Good for them. It's about time.
Yeah, it's time for them to kick it into gear.
Mm,
If they're in lobby against KDCM,
that's
yes, next in lobby.
It's going to be a good fight.
It's a good fight.
That'll be a good fight, and that'll be a high leverage because their KDCM's close. So if KDCM loses, they're going to drop down, and if Op4 loses, they're going to get pushed back into that group of 4. With in the 60. They'll probably still be above Focus and Jaegers and 228, but they're going to be right there with them. So.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna leave.
Yeah, I'm
you
probably
guys...
gonna step away and leave you guys. Well, no, I'm gonna probably step away and I'll leave you to it. But
could you cover
yeah,
for like 10
definitely.
minutes?
Sure, I guess.
All right, I'll be back in 10.
All right, I guess me and Dubs are covering. So I guess our eyes are peeled right now on this Op4 matchup, as well as this matchup with Op4 and potentially Op4 KDCM, which would be very interesting to see what's going on there. SROT right back in the thick of things. Let's see what they're looking at.
8th through 13th place really has me fully invested, like completely riveted right now. It could be anyone's game.
It really could be. Blanner, again, is just the benefit of everyone losing. The top team, the teams above Blanner are winning. And again, what would be very interesting here is a KDCM win, because that's going to drop up for. It might drop them 4. It could very easily drop them 14 elo. And where does that put them if they drop 14? It's going to be 13 or 14 with how close the elos are. So they're going to be either at 1764 or 1763. And if they win, that gives them an emphatic win. That will then probably put KDCM right where they are in the 17. It'd probably be 13. I would guess they'd lose 13 if they lost and win. 27. Like if they win 17. What does that put KDCM at? That puts them
in a difficult position.
Exactly, 1777, and you're trying to stay alive, and you're just treading water. So if that game is happening right now, that game is not big. It's massive. It's a massive game. And the other thing we got to pay attention to is what are Vile and 5GDX doing? Revan's the only one who has eyes on 5GDX. Are 5GDX going to say? Are they saying, "Let's have this out. It's late. We're East Coast people, and it's midnight. We're done"? Or are they saying we got to keep going and see if we can get this down? Because if it just what the most fun solution it would be if Vile and what a good solution would be here, or a very fun solution is if Vile and 5GDX get off, and we get to see maybe a KDCM win. I think Op4 is a good team, but I think that KDCM, obviously, I feel like they're a bit above where their elo is in terms of skill level. And Op4, Focus, 228, and Sky Rangers are all playing for 3 spots, and they just get to have it out. That would be, or maybe they have 4 spots as well because Blanner's right there. So maybe they are all playing to try to get over Blanner. Like that's what you're trying to do. Is if we can get over Blanner, then we're in. If Blanner's not going to get back online, so that's what you got to be thinking. If you're these teams, is what like if especially if Op4 wins, that's an emphatic win, and you probably close the book. Like you probably say, we won. Let's get out of here because we are probably good. Because you're going to get 18. You're going to be at 1795. And you got to feel pretty safe this late to be there. But PCS has probably solidified their seeding with that win over Focus at 1828. They're going to probably be that 7th seed that'll be playing Fjord Visigoths round 1. But honestly, it's going to be like that 8 seed is wide open. Especially if KDCM loses. KDCM wins, then maybe not. But if KDCM loses, then that 8 seed is wide open.
I think 8 is still wide open. I think it could change very quickly.
KDCM wins, they're going to be about 1800, and then all of their competition is going to be 40 ELO back.
Yeah.
I don't think any of those teams are going to be playing for seeding. I think those teams are playing to get in. So I think a lot of those teams will call it if they get above Blob. I think that one thing we're going to see here, by the way, in the next hour or so, I think we're going to see ELO hop back in. I don't think ELO is going to go quietly into the night. They're mostly European players. I think some of them are going to wake up in the middle of the night and try to get this done. Now, Clutch trying to play late at, because they are Clutch. They tried to rebrand, but we still know there's like same old Clutch, all that. So Clutch playing late into the night to try to get in, it does not have a track record of success. Neither does Clutch getting off early and hoping to get in. That does not have a track record of success either. So you got to be in a spot that you're excited to see, like where you got to be excited to see, because this is going to be maybe 3-4 teams get in, and they're like 4 teams are vying for maybe 3 spots, and it seems like the separation is there. Gatto's in lobby. Who is he lobbied against? I'm checking. Not Focus. Focus is not lobbied. Neither is KDCM. Is it Yuntown? No, it's not. I don't have Captain Cat on my list, so I'm thinking it could be a CXF. Another CXF game. Which, again, CXF can play spoiler. They're still a good team, and they may not be able to battle back into it, but if SWAT takes a loss to CXF, that would be devastating. Yeah, I'm not sure what they're playing. I'm guessing CXF because if I can't see, well, now they're deployed, so if I can't
You've
see,
got to
I'm
have a
guessing.
little think about fatigue with these teams as well. I mean, they've been playing a good few hours now, and
Especially
mistakes do
PCS.
happen at this time.
Especially in PCS. If I'm PCS, I'm probably feeling pretty comfortable with my seeding. I doubt that I'm going to get jumped, and you're not probably going to be able to get above 1 FR. So I would suspect that PCS will be calling it soon, especially they've been playing for like 8 hours. So 228 could be playing SWAT right now, which would be... They're both appear to be lobbied. So if 228's playing SWAT, talk about a massive game. Like, massive game. That'd be huge. I'm waiting on this result from KDCM. I'm just going to go ahead and check down the board here. Vile still hasn't moved. 5J hasn't moved. DSC hasn't moved. KDCM is still in game. 1FR is not playing. PCS is 1828. They haven't moved. Neither is Op4. Focus still in lobby. Or not in lobby, still online. Elo hasn't moved. Srot J. Srot J may be playing CXF. That'd be a good play. I mean, you're flirting with disaster there, but hopefully not too much. Yeah, I'm interested to see. I'm interested to see if Focus tries to get a game here. They can't track 5JDX, so they could end up getting in a game with them. Or probably Bile. I don't know. I think both of those guys have cleared their friends lists. So, but I think all the other teams are out and about, so they may be trying to get a game. They are probably trying to cycle games now because they can't just probably afford to wait and sit on their hands.
No, they
So
can't. Focus have to play, and so do Op4. Soda Blanna.
Yeah. So interesting is it looks like CTFR is playing, or maybe not. No. Yeah, but they did not get a game. Focus didn't get a game there. Interesting. Yeah, the big boys are probably gonna. I would guess the big boys are gonna rack it up soon. So
I imagine, yeah.
if they are, then that's gonna leave it, for all these teams. If I was PCS, I would not play again. I don't. If they play again, I don't know what they're doing. Again, it could work out. You can win, but if you lose, I don't think there's anything to gain here. I don't think they're gonna jump one FR. I don't know why you would want to jump one FR. No offense, but I feel like if you're one FR, you have to play Dark Sea Corsairs or 5JDX. They have to play, Dark Sea Corsairs or 5JDX or something like that. So it's like, why would you wish that? Or you have to play Vile if you're 1FR. So why would you wish that on yourself when you can play?
No, one FR in a tricky situation, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm saying if I'm PCS, why would I be trying to get ahead of 1FR? There's no,
I agree. Yeah.
There's no benefit. So as long as you feel safe at your current seeding, I would just not play. If they feel like maybe KDCM can jump them, and so they want to get a little bit further, but I honestly think KDCM's in more danger of losing than they are of jumping. It's closer to a loss than they are, closer to falling out than they are jumping you. So I maybe would stay on, but I wouldn't be chasing games here. I'd be hesitant, personally. Now this may be nothing, but Elo may be looking to get on here. Weirdly. Duskwing was in a group, he's with them, and now he's not, so that tells me something may have changed. He was online in a group. Now he's just online. Okay, KDCM2 just got out of game, but I don't know against who. Guess they could have been playing Op4, but I think Op4 is playing KDCM1. Which is a massive, massive, massive game. Because this is the game that separates KDCM from probably being able to call it and be good, and from being in massive danger, disaster. If KDCM found a way to not be in the top 12, that would be, I think, viewed as the greatest collapse of all time. Now, I'm not thinking it's going to happen. I think that they'll secure this win and secure their spot. And even if they don't, I think they'll battle back in and be able to get in. But it's still... I'll put it like this. I'm not envious.
Who are they fighting right now?
I think they're fighting Op4.
Right.
So let's see. Is one of these two teams Focus? JZ just lobbied. So 228R just lobbied against somebody. Where they're in lobby. They lost. A lot. Who did 228R lose to? 228R just lost a ton of Elo. They lost 23?
Oof.
And Op4 loses too.
Oh,
to
that's
KDCM.
rough.
Okay, who did 228 lose to? Is 2D20 out here taking skulls? They're at 1699, maybe. Could that be who that loss was to? Was it to CXF? No, it wasn't to CXF. Who'd they lose to? That was 23. Ugh, that's a gut punch. And they just got right back into lobby. Who are they playing? Who's 228? 228 got right back into lobby, it looks like.
Yeah, you'd have to. Okay, so 228 really need to bring a couple of wins in for their team now.
Yeah.
Op4 are still with a good chance.
It looks like
Focus
okay,
are in
228.
danger.
Focus is in danger, but with that 228 loss, they got to feel a little bit better. KDCM winning is beneficial. Now they can have it out. Now they can feel like they maybe can have it out with Op4. Wait, did KCM... Give me a second. Did KCM beat Op4? What is their Elo? I thought there was 1809 before. Who'd they lose to? Up 4 lost. They lost. Wait a minute.
They lost to KDCM. I just updated their elo. Sorry, I didn't realize my microphone was muted.
Wait. Oh yeah, the ADCM was not at 1809. They were at something lower. I'm just mistaken. Yeah, 228R massive loss. 23 elo down. I wonder who that's to. Could that be to KDCM 2 maybe? I don't think so. I think they were out before. Who could they lose 23 elo to? I don't. Maybe 2D20, but I thought that 2D20 was still around. 1699. And we'll see. A win for Jaegers here would be huge. A loss would be hurtful. Jay, I guess, is going to be starting to have to make some decisions about what they're doing. Are they going to try to catch PCS or are they going to call off the dogs? Was that... Wait a minute. Could that 228 loss have been to CTFR's second team? Isn't Lieutenant Colonel... No, that's Colonel John Shepard. I thought, no, it's Reynard who's on that team. Who did they lose to? That's a brutal loss. Oh, did Jay lobby? Jay just lobbied. Who'd they lobby against?
Why just texted me to say Yuntao, but that doesn't really add up unless they had lost a couple games that we hadn't seen.
They must have lost a game that we hadn't seen.
For 23, they lost.
Oh.
What?
It looks like KDCM just queued against Op4 again. Op4 just got beat by them. Getting beat again could be devastating because another loss would bring you down to the 50s, and that's going to put you low. Yeah. I mean, again, right now you got to think Focus is in danger, but right now the best strategy is just not to play is working out for them. If they had employed that strategy when they were at 1785, they probably would have been in a great shape, just the way everything's working out.
Although part of them losing is the why that this is working out this way. 228R looks to be deployed.
Yeah, they're deployed against 2D20, I think, again. In a match that you have to win. You have to win. It's like, if you lose, it's like, that could be an early good night. You've got to win. If you just lost to him, you've got to win. 2D20's out here trying to play spoiler.
Yeah, and we'll see. Bowser just lobbied again though too, so could they have sucked up the KDCM lobby? Monk Gyatso is.
Hey, Buck, what's up, man?
Hey, I'd just like to provide some information. KDCMB got a huge upset win off of 228 Reapers.
That's what. See,
okay.
I told you it was KDCM and not 228.
Yeah.
Or not 2D20.
KDCMB is kind of on a hot streak right now. They've won 5 straight and they've shot up from. Hold on, let me look at the information. They shot up from 1648 to 1712 at this very moment.
Okay,
nice, right in the thick.
Well, we're gonna go 1712. We'll update that. That'll put them up to 15th. Crossfire and 2D20. Are they still playing? Yuntao looks deployed.
Yeah, 2D20's been playing. Op4 is still in there. KDCM A just got a win over Op4.
Are they playing them again? They're playing them again, right?
They're playing them again right now.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So Gunraptor said in comments, for only lost due to a disco. That's harsh.
Yeah, they did get a disco, which super sucked. I was watching the match, and that definitely affected Op4's placement in that match. So
that's tough. That's really
definitely
hard.
Tough way to go, because if KDCM had lost that, we could be talking about a very different queue here. PCS just loses, though.
Who'd they lose to? Crossfire?
Where was PCS? What was their elo at? Yeah, seems that way.
They lost 20, so Crossfire didn't go up.
Well, survey says...
No, they lost to SROT.
Ooh, you're right. SROT up to 1782. That's
big win for the Jaegers.
game changing for Surratt because they are now able to distance themselves past Blanner, and I feel like if you're Gatto, you feel good.
I feel like you got to take the foot off the gas now. You got to start waiting and seeing because I think that Blanner cutoff is going to be really where you're looking.
And
could be.
in case you guys don't know, the plan is KDCMB is going to be queuing, just like they did last year. It's going to be all night.
Oh yeah, that's what we
Yeah.
figured. If you could
Okay.
continue to give Revan updates, then so we can track that action.
If
I'll
you'll
definitely
DM me.
pop in here. I can either pop in here periodically, or I can DM. But I'll be popping back to KDCM. But
Thank
keep
you.
up the stream, guys.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Cool.
Thanks for popping in.
Pop in anytime.
No problem.
All right. Well, we are.
Okay, I said I was gonna take a step out. This has been some crazy action, so I need to freaking get some dinner. I haven't eaten yet, so I may be back around, but I may also go to bed. So and just like take a nap and come back later. So we'll see. But I'm gonna hop out, guys. Good. I'm excited to see how this turns out.
Well, it's me and Dubious, and we'll see if Gatto decides to swing back around.
Yeah, do hope so.
The KDCM PCS tie is interesting because that's 7-8. That's a 7-8 tie. I don't think it's on the leaderboard that you guys can see, but I'll scroll up. Awaiting results from the 2D20 or 228 game, the what's it called? KDCM versus Up4 game. CXF hasn't lobbied in a minute. I think 228R might be 2D20. Could be. A lot of teams still in wait and see mode.
What are the points looking like right now? I mean, what are realistic changes looking like?
228 in over Up 4 or Focus, or potentially Up 4 Focus and 228 in over Blanner. I think that's the only realistic changes we see. KDCM maybe late rally if they decide to play till 4 a.m. and nobody else decides to. KDCM had a heck of a run so far, but still 50 elo behind 12. So would need to basically do what they've done again in order to do it. But they're in lobby, so they've got a game. We'll see who, we'll see if anything comes of that. I'm not sure who they're playing. But yeah.
All right, I'm going to grab a drink. Looks like I'm pulling an all-nighter, so I'm going to need one. I'll be right back.
All right, sounds good. KDCMB matched into Potato Carry. So that's huge. For Potato Carry to get right from their last loss. Also, potentially, if they lose, continue this really run we've seen from KDCM. Well, we are gonna take a brief second to check for results. 228 wins. Okay, so 228 wins 14 elo. 14 elo off of 2D20. So that's gonna be what I say, 58. They're right back on the doorstep. And 228 Reapers. Yep. Nope. Someone's trying to update the leaderboard at the same time as me. Op 4, KDCM. That could be a critical match. CXF could be done. 5J could be done. I'm not sure if Bowser and Vile are quite done with their victory lap yet. Yeah, they just picked up 2 more. So, um, sort of waiting with bated breath, really. To see who gets a game here, and B, what comes of 228 Art just got another game. What comes of this really critical op 4 match. Yeah, it's tough to say. Tough to say. Sky Ranger Jaegers feeling really good. I'm expecting a call from Sky Ranger Jaegers. I mean that they'll call it a night. And have that be their final elo. I'm not basing that off of any inside information. I'm just saying that's what I would do, you know? that's kind of what I would do in their situation, and you know, we'll see. We'll see who gets this lobby. But could be Vile, so could be another Vile 5J match. You know, I think at this point, pretty much we know where those teams are going to finish. Vile cementing their claim to the first seed. But yeah, Vile clicks in. Not 5J doesn't. So well, Jay-Z and the 228R is lobbied. They just launched. PCS, we know, KDCM2 match, and we can't track KDCM2 tonight, so we'll take their word for it. They're out there at 17-12. They, you know, they've freely offered that information, so we'll take them at their word. But Sky Ranger Jaegers coming off the huge win. And I do have a Discord DM. Alright, well, we've got a little bit of an update for you. Sky Ranger Jaegers has submitted an alternative logo. It's almost identical, but you'll notice there's no text that says Sky Ranger Jaegers, so that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, I guess. So their leaderboard now gonna show. I'm not gonna show that. So still waiting for results from KDCM. And we got them. Another Op 4 loss. Well, boys. Hot seat stays hot. Op 4 now. 13th place. Ooh. Well, KDCM up to 1823. $17.50 to $17.04 on tickets is what I'm hearing. So that's wow. Wow. Yeah. Close game, but a gutsy win. Now pressure's on Op 4 to equalize. 228 Reapers. They now sit on the 10-point lead. They're in game. They can push themselves past Focus. With a win, depending on obviously who they're playing, which we don't know. But you gotta be careful. Loss here would be whew. Bad.
Okay, I'm back, and in British style, I am armed with a cup of tea. What have I missed?
So what you missed is KDCM beating Op 4 750 to 705 on tickets.
Wow.
Reapers in game. We're still waiting on results from KDCM 2 versus PCS.
Okay.
Yeah, someone's playing Bowser's squad. Like Vigilance isn't done. They're looking to make their presence felt. 5J
Yeah, no
seems
kidding.
like they're not maybe playing anymore. I haven't seen them play in a while, so could be just taking a brief break. But up 70 or down 77 points. I think they're probably just saying.
How much time do we have left on the timer now? I mean, how much time have these
3
guys
hours.
got to play with?
3 hours. And
3 hours.
KDCM 2 is committed to going for the full 3 hours, which the team that really leaves vulnerable is Black Lantern Observation, because we've seen Sky Rangers get past them. And if Sky Ranger calls it, that's cool for them. But I expect Op 4 Focus and Reapers to be willing to play as long as it takes. And Black Lantern Observation may not be able to get back on. Probably won't be able to get back on. And so if they should feel pretty comfortable with the lead that they have. But if Focus gets a win over or say a Op 4 or a 228, pushes past Black Widow, they'll call it. 228 does the same to Op 4, they'll call it, and then if Op 4 can climb past 1778, they can call it, and you know. Okay, Potato Carry with the win. They get 12 elo, so we can deduce that that's going to cost KDCM down to 1700. Even. But like a win over KDCM is like 15 euro right now. I mean, that's huge. Frankly, huge. It's not quite 7. It won't be 15. It'd be 14 or 13 or it'd be in the range, but
Significant, yeah, still pretty big.
Still really a lot to give. Keep checking elo just in case they choose to play, but Op 4 trailing. KDCM though, they have a chance to play still. CXF maybe still around. Op 4 now really. Can you get KDCM? Can you equalize that series, or at least get to 1-1 or 1-2? I mean, questions. Because if Op 4 Qs into KDCM again and loses, that's brutal. As a guy that really was pulling for Op 4 coming into the evening, I don't want to sound too biased, but I love the story there, and really they seem to have it on clamps earlier, and they got spooked, got queued into KDCM a couple times, and now it's, I won't say it's on life support. They still have plenty of time to equalize this, but yeah, it's tough way to.
It is tough. Regardless of where they end up tonight, I think they've made great progress over the last year. I said that earlier in the comments, and I stand by it.
Oh,
I
totally
hope.
true.
I think they've still got a chance, so I hope they do it.
Yeah, no, I mean totally a chance for that. Is the-
Keep grinding, guys. You can do it.
Okay. My stream was I hadn't updated in a second. 11, 12, 13. The critical rankings right now. Well, we'll see who queues in here, but likely Op4, likely KDCM. Yuntao still in game, but two other teams. KDCM 2 and PCS maybe?
Yeah.
Okay. Someone's dropping out. Methinks Op4. What Op4 does have on their side, though, is I think they queue into KDCM 2 before they queue into KDCM 1. I don't know if they know that, though. Well, no, 2D20 would probably queue into KDCM. Well, that's not 2D20, it's... PCS would be KDCM. Okay, well, CXF actually just lobbies. KDCM left holding the proverbial bag. But Op4 misses too. So that sends CXF, and I'm guessing, no, not KDCM 2. CXF and rewards team, perhaps, go to the mats. Yeah.
What kind of rewards team though? That could be as little as like 2 points.
Probably mid tier. I would think it would be a mid tier rewards team or top 25 team.
Okay, 5 or 6 points maybe.
Yeah. Just because you would think they would have pulled the KDCM team or whoever else was in queue if they were closer. You know that it's, well, no, it's probably the other team had queue priority, and so they got the lowest team. So it could be literally anybody. Paul Muad'Dib, I believe, was on that team, but he may be on CXF, and it could be a name change I don't recognize. Well,
Hello again, gentlemen.
hello.
So
Hello.
yeah, there is obviously still a bit of movement going on. It's kind of quieted down, but I have a feeling that it might pick up here in a hour or so. I think this is around the time where we're starting to get closer to, if I'm not mistaken, this is slowly getting into like oceanic time. So,
Yeah, well,
it's definitely a factor.
Reaper's up to 1771, another huge win against Salvage Crew.
Yeah, I know. As you may know, I've got 2D20 in my blood. They're the unit that I came from, and I really think that they can do it this year. But just as they are with KDCMB, they've both got big ladders to climb in these next 3 hours. So it's a little part of me is still, I believe in Uniontown, but we'll see what they'll be able to do against who's going to be around, because we can definitely confirm 228 CXF, 2D20 Potato Carry, both KDCMs, Op4. Pretty much most people ranging from the 7 to 16, 17 mark with a couple people not there, like Pure Focus. Haven't seen them. I think Ash's team Blanner is not there currently. They haven't been
No.
there for a little while. SRJ also not around. Haven't seen Elo either, so not sure if they're around either. Probably not. So yeah, it's a mix of top top 16, top 15 teams, rewards teams, and then who's going to be filling in that. So we'll see.
Well, Reaper's queues into what's either Vigilance, 2D20, or CXF. Still KDCM, Mexican Standoff, KDCM, and Op4 still sitting on their hands.
Oh, and
Oh, well, we don't know about
KDCM
PCS. We don't know where they are.
KDCMB just got matched into 2D20.
Okay. Well, we don't actually know if PCS is one of the teams in queue either. So, could be a 228 versus PCS game.
True.
I'll ask. I don't know if I've been really tracking PCS. No, we do have them updated.
Well, I'll dip off again. I'll be coming in here for some sporadic updates.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much for the information. I mean, it really does help to give us a better context when we can't track a KDCMB. Or
No
even
problem.
not necessarily, we're guessing about who's playing who in large part. And a lot of those guesses,
It's the fun of the night. It's probably the night that most MWO people, most comp level MWO people are excited about. So
yeah.
anything to help that out.
Well, PCS has queued into 228R. So 228R was able to get to 771, relative safety, above Focus, and significantly above Op4, but they want to get past Black Lantern, and they end up queuing into PCS. So a win solidifies them, you would think. And yeah, a win would be big.
All right then.
All right. Have a good
See
night.
ya.
I'll see you later. I never know what to say. Well, it looks like KDCM still fence sitting. Not sure what they want to do, sitting at 15-23. They are just 2 above PCS, so PCS and KDCM both incentive to continue to queue. Seems like Op4 has elected to talk about it after the back-to-back losses, so they don't need much. They need one solid win, and they're in. So
yeah, I feel like this could be a lull before the final storm. I mean, a lot of teams here are still very close, have a good chance of making it into the top 10.
really,
So I wouldn't be surprised if they're sitting back and having a team chat and what do we want to do? Are we really going to go for it?
If PCS and KDCM drop out, this is gonna become a madhouse because if or especially if Jaegers is fence sitting, if like a team like 228 were to beat PCS and then call it, well, is it just Focus and Op4 swapping spit? Is it are they trying to figure out who can they are we dodging each other to get KDCM? Like, oh, lobby from Op4. They decided to hop in. Seems like maybe a rewards team. Maybe a rewards team. So that would be a chance for them to get right without risking much.
Yeah, good lads. Pick up a few points while you can.
Yeah. So KDCM out and about, but missed a few queue windows. Are they done? Or are they waiting and seeing what PCS does? Probably the second. Waiting and seeing what PCS does. I would not blame them for doing that. Give me a second. Just put a little message out. Who knows who's right here? Bowser and Vile are deployed. Srot maybe, well, probably not looking to play. I mean, you would think. You would think they'll feel insecure.
Well, the comments has it it's
BCMC.
BCMC versus Op4.
I think Daidashi is on BCMC. Because he's had mentioned a couple times BCMC games, and I mean we have no way of seeing. I mean, maybe he just has a friend on BCMC. I don't know, but yeah, CXF backdropping apparently too. So wait a minute. Don't look now. I think Elo's gonna get back on. Possibly. Which would be huge.
Yeah, no kidding. I wasn't sure whether they were going to be back on tonight. Interesting if they are. Good.
Would definitely change the whole trajectory of what we're talking about now. Because we keep talking about 12, the 1 to 11, 12, 13 spot. Is 14 in play there too? Or is it 4 teams fighting for 2 spots? It's a lot different.
I don't see why not. Not an easy climb for sure. I mean, there are shit.
Well, Elo's only 20
30
behind.
points from them to 10th place. Doable.
Well, that also changes the calculus on the potential of Blando being the cutoff. Because if Elo gets back on, well, Blando could get pushed out, and you still have a bunch of teams fighting for the final spot.
True.
So that would really, really revolutionize what we're looking at here in this late window. Elo heard the chatter. Elo definitely heard the chatter. People talking about, oh, Elo missing. You know, they missed 2 years in a row on the final day. Are they gonna miss the 3rd year in a row on the final day? Maybe not. Maybe not. So
Gotta be in it to win it. Put your nose to the grindstone.
for sure. Definitely really got to got to be in it to win it. Do we know CXF just got out of game and won a little bit of Elo. Not off of any of the top teams, but well. I'll be right back.
Let's go.
Critical moment for Focus here, as Focus queues into a relatively low elo CXF. It's a matchup you probably like, considering you won that earlier. But yeah, do or die time. Do or die time for Focus potentially. And And KDCM, we haven't seen them in a second. But Focus probably feeling the pressure with some of maybe the rumors circulating about Elo. You never know. And I think we are waiting on results from an Op 4 match. And a
Yeah, we
2-2-8
are. You
Reapers
said they may be
match.
playing a rewards team. I'm really curious to see how that turns out.
I mean, I'm sure it'll win, but how much Elo will it be?
Yeah.
The other thing I think is we're waiting on 2-2-8 versus PCS. Long match. Don't love to hear people saying don't love to hear people saying that Op 4 is in panic mode. I don't think 5-Day is on Op 4, but I think he is crit, so I think he knows a lot of those guys. I'm not saying he has any inside information, but you hate to hear that. If he does know something, that's not a good sign for them.
Well, if they're listening, you can't afford to be in panic mode right now. You've got to be calm and cool and get your focus together.
KDCM loses to 2D20 Salvage Crew, so yeah, you cannot afford to be in panic mode. That is for sure. But a chance to maybe get an easy game and get right. Yeah, I know 5-Day is an Op 4. I think he was crit at least at one point. And Op 4, of course, and crit used to be the same unit. So I assume he is a friend to a lot of those guys and probably might know something we don't. But of course, that's always could just be a pure projection. Hard to know what people are doing and thinking. Well, it looks like KDCM2 is going to go ahead and lobby back up, but looks like KDCM1 still sitting on the sidelines. So, awaiting a couple key results here. Focus versus CXF, a huge result. That could be a 13-point result. And that pushes you right up to Blanner Observation or right below or right down to Op 4. And with an Op 4 win, maybe below Op 4. Do or die. I mean, a lot of people wanting to sit, but I think this is going to be settled on the field tonight. 2D20 against KDCM2 again.
Is there any movement in the top 6? I guess that's set in stone now.
Top 6. I think that's pretty much set in stone. It's about a 30 elo gap. With KDCM sitting on the sidelines. Okay. Well, sorry, Reapers. Reapers down to 1757. So, they're losing to PCS. Well, that might entice KDCM to continue to play. As PCS launches up to 1834. Could they catch 1FR? Or 1835, sorry. Could they catch 1FR? Maybe not. Maybe not. Well, we're still waiting for Op 4 results, I think. No, we're not. Op 4 up to 1850 or 1752. So Op 4 with a solid win over some kind of rewards team that doesn't move them up the boards, but every point matters here. And if Focus loses, that could move them into 12th place. We won't know until we see some results screens, but probably moves them into 12th. Yeah, it's sweaty. I'll tell you. I can tell you 5-Day. it's real sweaty right now. I'm sure in a lot of those rooms. I obviously have a vested interest in rooting for Focus, and even I'm sweating a little bit about that CXF result. So, Op4 and 228 fighting. Elo? Hey, it could be one or two guys getting on to play some quick play. That could be all that this is. But for now, everybody in queue has probably heard by now that there's a chance that Elo is getting back on to play games. And that's a scary thought. And I'm not saying they're scared of Elo. I don't think any of these top teams would be remiss to play Elo even. But yeah, it adds another variable. What's that supposed to mean, Gatto? Talk too much? Trying to fill airtime here, brother. Oh, shoot. You need me to turn on streamer mode so I don't get notifications. How do I do that? I turned it off earlier. I thought you were saying I was on streamer mode. I was like, what is that supposed to mean?
It could be me, maybe. Since
no,
settings.
It's definitely me. I don't have streamer mode on.
Is he? All right.
I turned it off earlier for some reason, and I shouldn't have done that. So, how do I turn it back on? I apologize to all of my all the viewers if you've been hearing these constant Discord pings.
If you go settings and it's down towards the
streamer
bottom,
mode.
it's called streamer mode.
Enable
Yeah.
streamer mode. Okay. Hopefully the Discord pings will be silenced from now on. Sorry, I don't stream much. For those of you who know me, I've streamed this game a little bit, and to be honest, I don't usually get Discord pings, so I'm not usually worried about whether or not I'm on streamer mode or not. What I do, however, is cover real life sports for the radio in real life, and I look forward to doing so. Calling some top play-by-play for some of these top 12 games. Well, KDCM still taking their time, sitting. Op4 sitting, Srot sitting, Elo sitting, Black Lantern sitting. I don't know if PCS is in game or not, but 228 seems to be obviously Crossfire Focus, a critical match right now. Really, really awaiting results from that game. And the 228R game. We're not sure who they're playing, but could be PCS again. Could be PCS again. So, yeah, tense game, or tense evening for a lot of teams. Tense. How you feeling, Dubs?
Kind of overtired, so I'm good for now. I'm probably going to pull like an all-dayer as well. I got roast dinner coming up later, so I'm looking forward to that. But right now, I'm really invested in this. I want to see who's going to climb into the finals. It's still pretty close, as far as I can tell. Not that much in it. I think there may be a flurry of activity in the last hour or so, so I'm going to stay up for that.
Yeah. Definitely some activity coming up, but Focus CXF is happening right now, and it looks like it's gonna be Focus, so we'll see. Alright, it looks like it's gonna be Focus 7-1 right now. Crossfire, man. Crossfire. Back-to-back losses to Focus. I mean, I haven't been back-to-back games, but Focus, 2 losses to Focus tonight. If Crossfire, another maybe probably missed opportunity to go top 12. You hate to see it in some ways, but also you bring it on yourself when you're losing to an FGRDB team multiple times on the final night and won countless other losses. Obviously hurts CXF,
After-
excellent program, had high expectations coming into this year. I mean, they've won Div B in TOS, and I know it's a different format, but even it seemed like they were in it till the end. Had a really rough day Thursday, were like 100 elo out of it, and were able to battle all the way back to like 3 elo out of it, and now, ugh. What that means for Focus? 1777. So, they probably need another one, but it doesn't have to be now. And what does that mean for Crossfire? 1674. Man.
Means you got to dig deep, that's for sure. Take a break, get a cup of tea like I did, come back fresh.
They've still got 3 hours. I mean,
Have a
Clan
little
Crossfire
talk.
has 3 hours. That's plenty of time to make a run. But right
It
now,
is.
they're 100 elo out of it, which is not at all where you expect. Like, I don't think anybody was expecting Crossfire to be in 17th. Now, there were a lot of conversations behind the scenes about the viability of a 228 Reapers and a Clan Crossfire top 12 trip. When you talk about the ability to play oceanic times, are those two going to cancel each other out? We didn't even really see that. Clan Cross, it hasn't been that Clan Crossfire has been being consistently beat by 228. It's to other teams. They just haven't been as good enough to win some of these critical games that they need to win. And it's not like those were close games. They lost 8-1 to Focus. So it looks like PCS is taking a break. So I've been hyping up the Heaven Warrior interview for the last 3 hours, 4 hours. We're talking about having a conversation with Heaven Warrior. Well, he's gonna join us finally, and gonna get a chance to talk to him about some comp stuff. So I'm gonna do a little quick interview while he takes a break. He did not say he's done for the night. But
Okay, we're gonna have to question him on that.
I'm not trying to give anybody any information that people don't want to know or that people wouldn't want put out there. So I'm not gonna be asking any questions about his intentions the rest of the night. He just said he's got a few minutes to talk now, and I'll take that. So,
all right, fair enough. Well, maybe we're seeing Focus living up to their name and actually being focused. So I've got high hopes for them.
Focus. The only reason Focus is in this spot is that they lost to SRM, another FGRD team, in the final game Thursday, the final game of the night for all teams. It was the last game of the night. They played SRM once, they played Crit once, and they played SRM again. Got a couple wins and had got to like 1782 with a chance to get like 7 or 8 more elo, and lost 20-23 or something. So I mean, and put them right back in the thick of things. They've still been battling to get back to where they were. So yeah.
Hello.
Hey, Heaven Warrior. Well, I don't know if you've been watching the stream at all, but I've been talking about how I was going to talk to you since about 9 o'clock, and that's about 4 hours ago.
We were building up some hype for this, I guess.
Yeah. So, haven't mentioned as much recently because I didn't know if you guys were going to end up having to play until 4 a.m., but really wanted to get a chance to talk to you. Had a conversation with Shad, or SHG2, however you want to. I mean, that's his in-game name is SHG2 from CTFR. Had a conversation with Direwolf from Op4. Wasn't able to get the 228 Reapers team lead. Had a conversation with Gatto, but kept it pretty light. Didn't do it too much of a formal interview. But I'd like to do, if you've got some time to answer some questions and give the viewers a chance to get to know the PCS story a little better, I'd love to do that while you chill on your Elo Mountain for a little bit.
Absolutely, let's do it for a bit.
Yeah, it looks like you guys coaxed KDCM into playing again, but we'll see what comes of that.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, but I thought we all love our robot game, right? We can always play a little bit more of that. maybe some 12 hours in a row or something. I don't
Yeah,
know.
you guys have been grinding. That's something I really wanted to talk about before we go. When did you guys get on 4 p.m., 3
We
p.m.?
we were on and off during the afternoon, just feeling the queue, doing what we wanted to do. Then at some point, yeah, it was pretty much like before 3, a little bit.
Mm. Well, I mean that's 10 hours. How's
Yeah, but
how,
that's like 10 hours on and off, right? Not full
true,
drop
true,
back to
not
back.
yeah,
So,
yeah, yeah, but still, that's
so
quite the feat, quite the feat. So
quite, yeah.
congratulations on that. Able to
Thank you
position
very much.
up and down day. I mean, we were obviously having a lot of conversations when you guys were down into like the 1780s. Like, can PCS afford to lose a game, or even 1770s? You know, if you guys lose another game, you guys in trouble? Obviously, doesn't
Yeah,
end up mattering. Um, with you guys able to climb back up and trust your guys to go out and get wins.
absolutely.
Um, so what really is give me a little bit of backstory on PCS. Now I know you made top 12 with KDCM Saturday Night Special last year, but not a lot of the Potato Carry Societies on that team. So this is really a team that's really been formed in the last year. What can you tell me about how that team really has come about? I know some of these guys have familiar names with places, but you know,
Mhm.
how'd you bring that group together, and what have been some struggles of making that happen and being this successful with a team that is relatively new to at least playing together with this grouping, even if they've played
Yeah.
together in the past with other groups?
Well, actually, it's a complicated story. But basically, I've been playing this game since 2020. First time I played Worlds was in 2021 with F37, which
Friday
then
night, yeah.
became CTFR,
Mm-hmm.
and then, well, now it's 1FR, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So played with Shad. It was my first Worlds, and we got like, I don't remember, 23rd, somewhere around
Mm.
there. And I was already playing with Rabbit Squirrel, and he was in MJ12 back then. So we used to play together all the time, quick play and stuff. And after that experience, I felt like, hey, this comp thing is fun. That was my very first experience in comp ever.
Mm-hmm.
So I very much enjoyed my experience there. I learned a lot. I actually learned what comp was. You know, it's just that simple. And then um, after that, I thought, hey, maybe having a team is going to be good, and that's 2021 to 2022. But I didn't really know enough people, and I didn't have enough experience to actually lead a team and put a good group of people together. Because I was trying to be more competitive. It's not like, oh, we're going to win everything off the bat. But ever since that time, I was already thinking about having a good group of players to play together.
Mm-hmm.
And I just didn't do it in the next year, so I decided not to play. And then last year, after, you know, I joined KDCM to play the smaller tournaments along the year, ISC, and
Mm-hmm.
then um, yeah, I played a couple, and then we had a lot of fun together. We did a lot of stuff. And then I eventually joined KDCM B. It's still not fulfilling my actual goal of having a team, but I joined a team, and then I did everything I could to help the team improve, and you know, give my some sort of opinion and stuff, helping the strategies. And I was already with Taitetsu back then, and KDCM's B team last year, which was a great experience. We managed to get top 12, but I was still looking for that opportunity to actually have this group of people together. And then after last year, after Worlds was over, I said, well, you know, I got top 12. That was very fun, but I think this is the moment for me to actually try to build this team. Let's try
Mm-hmm.
to go for it. And that's when I brought Rabbit back from his retirement as well, and he was not playing like in a year or more. So I brought him back. I sent Rommel to KDCM. Then I took him into the team. I brought him back to me, and
Hmm.
then the rest of the people are basically people I've known playing quick play too much. But yes, I've known a lot of people from different units, and when we started building this team, I was with Ty still, and then he reached out to some of the clutch players. So we were building a nice network, and we were able to put everyone together on the same team for TOS. I didn't want to make the team before because I also felt like I needed more experience. So I was also dropping with I was not sure if it was going to happen, but I wanted. So I reached out to everyone at the beginning of the year and said, "Hey, I think I want to do this for TOS, so we can just group up and play together for a little bit before Worlds. And I want to do as best as I can to get on the upper end of the top 12 in Worlds. So we can't just start playing in Worlds. We have to play something before. So that's when we played TOS together. It's basically the story."
What's been your experience of building a team up like that? I mean, it's not easy, is it?
It was pretty interesting, actually. Like, the main the the objective that I had was to avoid drama, because it's a very well-known thing here in this game, but any game and any competition really. But I really wanted to have good players, competent players, skilled, that were also open to criticism and talking. Wouldn't get tilted after losing once, and it's all over for the team. I just wanted to have a respectful group of people who would want to grow together. And this team, surprisingly, maybe, but I don't know if you guys know about that, but most of the team did not make top 12 ever.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
it's
I mean
only four.
that's a storyline I've been following with this team is, PCS not a lot of top 12 guys. One thing I'm not sure about is first French. Dubs, you've been to top 12 with ME. But I don't know
Yeah.
if anybody else on that team was top 12 before.
On ME, that's a good
No, on
question. I'm
first
not
French.
sure.
On first French.
Oh, first French? No, I don't think so. Actually,
Um,
maybe one or two guys. There are some guys there that have played for other
DSC,
teams.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Indian and Next Comp were on
Primos.
DSC. I forgot about that. Yes, yes, yes. But still, like there have been a couple teams we've seen. PCS, First French, Focus, even is in the mix here. With they have Marquis, they have Viper. Maybe Skippy went at some point, but I think maybe just Marquis and Viper. Marquis was started for us, and Viper started for us last year, but ended up moving to the B team. But yeah, now there's several teams that don't have a ton of experience. Op 4 has Direwolf, and maybe that's it. Chairgloom maybe was with Comstar Portal Service, CSPS. If I remember, like I don't know, like there might be a couple of guys like that. I don't want to interrupt you guys as we're kind of rolling on with this interview, but do have a couple things to note. 228 lost to Vile, has just lobbied up again. Maybe against Vile again. I think Op 4 is playing KDCM. It's hard to know, but both of those teams are in game. Focus has got a game against CXF. So a focused loss would be devastating, but a focused win would probably put them up into 9th place. So, critical matches unfolding here. Another Op 4 loss to KDCM would be really crushing. A potential Op 4 win against KDCM would be huge. But I'm just getting the chats letting me know Op 4 just lost to 1739. Call it 3 in a row. Not 3 losses in a row. They're 3 of 4. They beat a rewards team for 4 elo, but 3 in a row to KDCM. Yeah, KDCM. So, Heaven Warrior might need to go hop back on. KDCM is now up to 17 or 1836, 1 elo above Potato Carry Society. So, if you need to go, just let me know.
Don't worry. I'm chilling here just for a bit. All good.
So I've
Let's keep
talked to
going.
you a lot.
Yes.
Leading up to this season during TOS, Hey, I tried to get you on Fjord multiple times. Even
That is
leading
true.
into CSC or TOS, leading into even TOS and then again into CS. Or not, no. CS last year? I don't remember. There have been a couple times. But
A couple times.
couple times. But either way, I've talked to you a little bit. You felt pretty confident. Coming into the season about a top 12 run. And you guys have definitely played with that level of confidence thus far. But beyond top 12, did you guys have any other goals coming into the season?
Really, actually, it was all new to me. This whole, leading a team, forming up a team with a lot of people who are not randomly selected, but coming from all different spots. We are not, we we joke about being not some team, not this, not that. But this team is not everything. We have 3 players of each unit, pretty much. So we are really uh, a good spread of units. We have 6 tags there,
Mm.
and
Hey, I'll pause you right there.
Yes.
CXF beats Fjord Focus. Focus down to 1756. Oh, they were at 1777. A win there probably ices them into top 12. Instead, the right in front of Reapers. Now, still would need an op 4 or elo to catch them, but erases some of that progress that they made from that last game. All right, sorry to have cut you
No,
off,
it's
but
all right. It's all good. No, I think no. Just saying that it's. I had the goal of getting top 12 because I was confident that the team was good enough to be there. Like just from the players I had, I know that the group is good, and I know the players are chill, and I know that it's gonna work well together. Playing TOS together was pivotal for our success here. Getting to know each other and making mistakes there. That's what helped us a lot with improving, leading to this championship. But
mm,
I did not have actual. I just wanted to be on the higher end of top 12 in the queue, as high as possible, and put up a good fight against the well-established teams. And I think we managed to do that quite well. We took games out of every big team except for Vile.
mm,
We were going even against DSC for a while still. Like until the elo shifted and they started just skyrocketing. We were
mhm.
going even like 50-50 on our fights. So I'm very, very proud of the team. I think I've personally put in a lot of effort, but the fact that the rest of the team embraced that is actually the biggest factor when it comes to our success here. It would not have been possible if the whole team did not put in the time and the effort to learn, to listen, to provide feedback, to do everything together. I think this is what made this season so good for us. We we did not really fight at all. We lost and we learned and we moved on. So no problems, no drama, no anything. Just learning, and it's been awesome. Really, very very thankful for my team.
A couple of
They
interesting points you bring up, Heaven,
Yeah.
which I agree. Especially in the last few years, I've noticed that I think it used to be the case that units won comp tournaments, but now you see tags from all over the place in different teams, and it really is. I wouldn't say luck of the draw, but it's about maintaining calm, trying to avoid drama, and all the stuff you just touched on. So that's really good.
Yeah, actually, that's exactly what we were up to. I don't know, 1860 at some point today, and we dropped to 1770 something, as you guys could see. We were we shifted like 100 elo in just a few games we lost, and it was not good. But still, we remained calm and just try to play again. It's just a game, and it's just a drop. One more drop. We played 100 drops exactly so far. So
Mm.
I think it's just we've learned a lot from the drops we lost as well. So really, just great experience so far. Not a problem, and it's been awesome, really.
Yeah, well, it's been awesome to watch. I've got a chance to see PCS play several times, and I'm always impressed both from scrims and as well as some of the games I've been able to catch snippets of or whole entire matches of. Always been impressed with how you guys have been playing this season. So, um, yeah, you guys looking forward to like what are you looking forward to for top 12? I mean, I know it's technically not over yet. I don't know if you have plans to play, but if you do make top 12, like what are you really looking forward to about that experience as someone who's been there before?
Yeah. Well, I want to do better than last year. My personal performance. I was not even able to play a whole lot. We last year the finals were different. You know, every team had two chances, and we lost both. But and I only got to play a match. The second one I was traveling, so I was not even there. So I just want to enjoy a little more at that time, and I think it's actually a really nice time to be more creative because since you play so much in the queue, people just know your tactics. They know what you're doing. So you got to be creative and you got to really try to push the limits of your team, where they're good at, what their problems are, find how to push every little detail as far as possible to actually achieve a good result. I think that's going to be the next step for us after this queue ends. And yeah, being creative with the strategies and trying to find our strong points and making them stronger.
Mm. Well, yeah, I mean, I really think that PCS has got a great opportunity to do a little bit better than again Saturday Night Special did last year. I think last year I would call last year's run with KDCM2 really successful, regardless of how you did in top 12. Just to make it there was um okay. 5 Day. Currently, we're interviewing Heaven Warrior about his team Potato Carry Society. Sorry if that isn't always clear. I'm also with Dubious Squirrel, who's on CTFR, and I am, we're hosting this together for the moment. But yeah, but what was I saying? Sorry, I was reading chat. Yeah, I mean the KDCM Saturday Night Special run. I think just making top 12 was really an achievement of its own.
I agree.
And this year a little bit maybe loftier goals. We'll see how you guys can live up to that, especially with how you've played in Q. I think you have a great opportunity to try to win. So, with that, we're gonna go check in on Q a little bit more, and you feel free to hang out and might have some more questions and comments. KDCM seems to have lobbied against potentially CXF. Really seems like CXF is who I'm seeing. PCS. Oh no, you're PCS.
Yes, I'm here.
uh, wait a minute. Not like this. Hold on. Is this real? Is 228R calling it or taking a? I mean, they could be taking a break. They're probably not calling it, right? Surely.
Nobody's taking this calling.
They've
We're all here.
lost. No, 228R. I'm saying, are they?
Yeah, no, I'm saying nobody's. No. They're skill until 4 a.m. We're going.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying because they've ungrouped.
Oh, interesting.
They might just be cycling. Some guys in and out. We'll see. I still have some of their guys, but they've lost 2 in a row to Vile. Isn't Jay-Z their team leader though? No,
He is part of the team.
Andy
It's Andy.
Lard.
Yep.
Okay. There's no way that that they're done. I mean, they're technically 12th. They trust Op4 not to catch. I wouldn't. We'll see if they queue here. Nope. Well, they're at least probably taking a break. I'll say that. So we're gonna wait and see mode on that. See if 228 continues to play later in the night, but it means probably not gonna have to update their elo for a little bit. What we did just see though is Op4 lobbying as well as Vile. KDCMA against RN. Don't know who that is. KDCM B wins against 2D20. Okay.
What I can see
once
here-
again, I'm interested in seeing who Op4 is lobbying against.
Yes. Could be 2D20. Seems like KDCM didn't just get a game. 2D20 just takes another loss down to 1658. But that loss came to KDCM too. Let me check KDCM 2 elo. We'll get a stat check on that, and we will see. I think I said CXF is playing KDCM 1. Or no, KDCM 1 against RRN. So that must mean CXF against somebody else. I don't know who RRN is. I could maybe scan the leaderboards, but I do have a KDCM member telling me some information, which helps. Rectal Roughnecks. Yeah, that's the real team. Top 50 team, but not a great team. So definitely expecting a KDCM win. We'll see who CXF manages to beat, and we'll see if 2D20 is 2D20 is playing who am I thinking of? Op4.
I was gonna mention Op4 doesn't seem to be the team that gives up. Last year when I was in KCM's B team, this it's compared to this year, you guys are professionals now because last year it was just a bunch of people on the Discord server watching you stream. So I think now live streaming like this and having interviews is just a nice improvement.
Yeah, well, I want
A
to do
welcome
something.
change.
I want to do something special. I know a lot of guys were gonna be staying up watching this in their own private servers and trying to piece together what was happening through their friends list and through the top lobby screens. I was even prepared to have a screen where the lobby didn't update. Like I have a second computer here with the old the unupdated lobby. You know, where if you don't back out of comp play, it doesn't update at 8 o'clock.
Yep.
But it ended up being the top 12 teams were all the same. So, it is what it is.
Crazy Indian Joe in the comments claims that KDCM 28 is done for the night. So that's a development. We'll see if
They
that's true.
said they were planning to play, but you never know what. You never know if people are actually going to do that.
Psychological shenanigans, maybe?
Or they feel like 17-14 puts them in a great position to be top 25, and they don't feel like they're in a great position to go top 12.
Possibly.
You know, and that's a really understandable position to say, you know, why queue into the top 12 teams when we can start the race for top 25 as the number 1 seed. I totally understand that mindset.
It's very late already. There's also that. They're an NA-based team.
Yes, they had said they were going to queue till 2 a.m. though, but I'm not going to blame them for not necessarily doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I don't. I did not. Everything, if anything, all I did not want to do is the same thing that happened last year. Play until the last window of comp play to get the last match in to get to the top 12. That's all I did not want to do. It's good for like a one in a lifetime experience, once in a lifetime. And it was good. I'm fine with that. I've lived it, and I don't want to go through that again. So I'm just
okay. Sorry, no one cut you off. 228R
Yeah.
seems to have got a game, so they are not taking a break. They are just rotating players.
Probably.
CXF just got out of game. Who did they play? Well, it's a win. Only about 11 elo win though. So, 10 elo win. Probably team we're not seeing. I don't think it's 2D20. No. Well, I've got some more Discord pings.
You're not wrong, Heaven. I remember last year we had that experience with ME. And the
yes.
ME team I was in, we played and played and played and played, and the burnout was real. It was harsh.
It's a little too much.
Hey, for all my
fun.
For all
but-
my Clutch fans out there in the chat, my Elo enjoyers, we have got a interesting matchup here. Focus versus Reapers. And for those of you counting at home, the loser of that match will end up below Elo. So regardless of, unless the Op 4 match comes in with a win that pushes them past Elo, Elo will be back in the top 12 in the next few minutes. But this is a critical one. This is the one that both Focus and Reapers absolutely have to have. Reapers rotating players, maybe not going to be able to play the same level that they have, getting some of the backups in. You don't know until you see it, though. Focus is 2-0 against 228 Reapers. They were dominating, but they were just as they were dominating CXF until they weren't. So, had that chance to basically put it away against CXF earlier in the night. Couldn't do it. Need to get this Reapers game. So, Op 4 is in game, as is Vile. I don't think KDCM is. KDCM, I think, has taken a break from beating the brakes off of. I know it's been close games, but 3 wins in a row against Op 4. KDCM though up to 1840. They get a rewards team win.
Yeah, it's quite nice. What I liked about this year is the competition in the queue, actually. It was just, a lot more teams around, and now it doesn't feel like 2 teams are dominating the queue like it was last year. It was pretty rough. It feels like compared to this year, we have many more teams, and that's probably partially because of those more experienced players just spreading out across multiple teams. So they're making more teams stronger. Not only the FM incident, but
Well,
just the ones you mentioned, the players that are playing for other teams now. It's pretty cool.
that's the FM incident. Definitely something I led with tonight. It's something I probably should have continued to bring up throughout the night, but that really changes a lot of the calculus here. Without the FM incident, 228 are not the same team. 5J not the same team. DSC not the version of the team that they are now. To really those 3 teams got, I think, all 2 players Each got 2 players, starters potentially from Fidelis Machina. And then you look at, obviously, Op4 got Direwolf. Now I believe it was a scheduling thing that had to move him off DSC, but you know, that was a mid-season move that has really changed some of the things here. And not only does it remove that team, it makes some teams stronger in Q, but it also means a 10th team gets in. And if we were fighting for 9 spots here rather than 10, this whole thing plays out quite a bit differently, in terms of how urgent people would have to have been tonight if this of 11 was the cutoff. But yeah, it really changes a lot of the calculus there, and it's going to continue to do that going into top 12 when you don't have that team there anymore. And you know, a lot of ships potentially rising, but yeah. Well,
The change a couple of years ago with the invitationals when that came in, that was an interesting change. Still not sure how I feel about that. It's a bit of a contentious issue.
I think it's done. I mean, I think Invitationals was pretty much over, but this whole thing was pretty much set off by Invitationals not being people opting out of Invitationals. Honestly, I think this has been the most successful Invitationals has been for achieving the goals that Invitationals wants to achieve. It exists to make the queue more interesting. I mean, that's really what it does. And I think this has been an incredibly interesting queue because of the way that Invitationals played out. Not just Fidelis dropping out, like we've talked about, but instead of sucking out the top, we took out the top last year, right? We took out the top 4 teams last year, and it actually really made the queue incredibly boring. Because when the top 4 teams were gone, it left 2 or 3 more. The next 2 or 3 teams were completely dominant. But then there was another group of teams that was completely dominant against everybody else that wasn't the teams right above them or at their level. Whereas here, this year, we've really seen the middle has been sucked out, not the top. And it's only 2 teams, Fjord and Mantra, right? But no Mantra completely alters the way that the European scene looks, because instead of the one FR being the huge elo sponge that just sucks up all of the elo and that everyone's trying to dodge or whatever, you would have had 2 teams. And I'll tell you, every team, if you're talking about dodging, which I know it's a contentious subject, but people do it. DSC picked up Stimrog, Naveed. DSC picked up Stim, who was with FM, and I want to say Ghosty, I think, was also with FM. I could have been wrong about that, but I believe both of those were mid-season additions. So, could be wrong on that, but I don't believe those guys opened the season with them. Because definitely Direwolf was on the team at the beginning of the season.
Oh, yes.
Stim was never with FM. Okay, I thought he was. I know Stim joined mid-season. I assumed that he was with FM. I know both of those guys were with EQ, but EQ didn't exist until this last year. So I'm wrong on that. I don't know where Stim was before, if he was just a free agent until a week into Q. I never got a good look at FM's roster to know who was on that team. So I just assumed when you're adding those guys in the middle of the season, it's because they came from Fidelis. But Ghost might have been on the team before the season. I don't keep track like that. I know Stim was definitely a mid-season addition, though. So
there was a lot of movement. A lot of movement.
Yeah, EQ was an interesting creation. I think they picked up a few players from JGX and elsewhere. I didn't see that coming.
No.
And they've done really well for themselves.
Yeah, it was pretty cool to see.
Well. We have another breaking news. Fjord Focus up to 1772. The drops 228R down to 1733. Welcome back to the top 12. Elo.
Wow.
So
Good
crazy
job,
night for 228R. Up and down.
Well, I guess
Naveed
right.
says he also had to drop off because I learned that I have to travel in October. That's too bad, Naveed. Yeah, that's too bad. I really was sad to miss Comp Q. I know that was really sad to miss Comp Q. To miss the entire comp in general. Op4, we've got another breaking stat. Op4 loses 20, down to 17-19. Oh, brother.
And the queue's not even close to ending, so it's a lot to go. I gotta go back to my team now.
All
but
right.
I do
Hey, I'll
appreciate
see
it
ya.
very much.
It was great having you, man.
Thank you, guys. Yeah,
Oh,
thank you
Naveed
for
hates
the
Comp Q
invite.
with a burning passion. Well, I love it, man. So, to each their own.
Gotta spam some games. Got a job to do. So I
Thank
will
you,
see
Heaven.
you guys later. Thank you,
Well,
guys.
Elo's now sitting with a 12-point lead. So, there's been some chatter about whether Elo's looking to play. They might not have to. It has been a action-packed night. Focus now sitting at a comfortable 11th place. 25 Elo up on Elo. Op4 hasn't yet to update on the leaderboard. I'm sorry about that. Sometimes it takes a second to roll over on the stream. So the stream doesn't always update immediately if I don't have the window open. So yeah, this is where we sit. And I'm gonna check in on Crossfire and 2D20. 2D20 looks like they got a win. I think they were the ones that just got Op4. Yeah, definitely. 2D20 making their presence felt. 20 Elo.
They picked up 20 Elo?
Against Op4.
Wow.
I never updated KDCM to be 17-14. Sorry about that, boys. Well, we've had a lot of back and forth. Sky Ranger's feeling good. Op4 spiraling. Hate to see it. Really hate to see it.
Yeah.
Um,
Getting tired making mistakes, maybe.
2D20 is a tough team to beat at 3 a.m. What's 2 a.m.? Sorry.
Yeah, well.
Just a tough. I mean, you gotta play sound. You gotta play sound.
I think everyone in the top 20 is tough to beat if you're making mistakes. Like, it only takes one or two and you've thrown a match.
I mean, that's very true. Don't get me wrong. That is very true. But 2D20 is just a team that is going to play you tricky. And it's one thing to make a mistake. Any team you can lose can make mistakes. But if you make mental errors against 2D20, you're in trouble. 2D20 really makes you play a mental game, like sound on the mental, cap management, all of that stuff, decision making, and that stuff's the stuff that goes first, not aim, in my experience. So, I mean, this we saw this last year too, with 2D20 pulling out some late upsets to really alter the way that the top 12 looks, or the race for the top 12. I don't know if it obviously altered any of the actual teams that ended up placing, but 2D20 is a team that you can't make mistakes, mental errors. You can't make mental errors, or you could lose on caps. They're not necessarily going to beat you always. Like, maybe they want to fight. I don't know, but it's usually, if you see a 2D20 win, it's usually going to be caps. It feels like, and they're able to play every team close on caps because they run cap strategies.
Actually, both of those teams, Op4 and 2D20, have made great progress over the last couple of years. I remember. I don't want to be condescending. I remember looking at them a few years ago and thinking, well, these guys aren't really up to that much. but now they are. Good job.
Well, 2D20 is one that had that great run in 2022, and Buck Maddock was part of that as well as a couple other guys, but they lost their roster in large part. I don't know about every single one of those guys, but I know a lot of their best players left. I think they still have guys like Rauta, Great Dive, Canadian Cyrus, like a few of their core guys. But they lost like half their core guys. And so then we saw them take a step back in the last couple of years, but they've reloaded. And they've always been decent. It's not like they've been bad. But as long as Yuntao's there, they're always going to be decent. They've reloaded, and they're always tricky in queue. Sorry, I'm hiccuping.
That's definitely a thing, isn't it? You can look at a team name and think, okay, how did they do last year? And then you can extrapolate from that. But what often people don't take into account is, especially me, I'm a failure in that regard, is how people move around teams between tournaments.
Well,
and a name that didn't do well last year can suddenly do really, really well. But how does that work out? Do you think you need a solid core and you build around it, or can it just snap together? I guess it can happen both ways.
We've seen kind of both ways. Where you just build a strong core and you just go with that, you just ride that. And we've seen a team like PCS where they kind of just throw it together, all of these talented players, and they just, they played together on this team for 4 months, and oh, look, we're in the top 6. And we see a mix of both of those things every year. I'll say there's other ways to do it. You look at Fjord, and not to give you guys too much of a look behind the curtain, but if you're actually talking about what is the FJRD core, you have 3 straight top 12 runs, which very few teams have. I mean, mostly just because of the movement, the rise and fall of teams, but 5J, KDCM, 1, and us, I think, are the only 3 with 3 consecutive top 12 runs these last 3 years, which, I mean, that's a very select group. Because even if you want to count Mantra as KSG, that's their only second. This is only their second time. PCS new. We'll see if Elo gets in, but they haven't been in. Blanner hasn't been in. Jaeger's missed last year. 1FR, this is their first year. DSC, this is their second year existing. Vile's been around, obviously, but they didn't play last year. The Imperial guys. So, if you want to count Vile as Abens or whatever, it's whatever. But it's hard to really sustain success in this game. And Fjord has done it a couple different ways. The first year, we built a core throughout the year. We added some free agents at the last second, not the last second, but the last couple months between seasons, and we rode that core to the top 12. Well, flash forward 2 years later, there's only 2 players on the roster that were even on that 2022 team. And that's Iron, the team leader, and that's me. And then if we go back to last year, Artillery Hamster is a third. Artie's back this year with Fjord, and they're he's back, but I can't. Oh, Shred Metal. But he's been largely unavailable for much of the last even season leading in. So it's like mostly it's been doing it with new guys every year. A couple guys like Marquis played with us in 2023 that had been on the 2022 team, but there is a lot of reloading regardless of where you're at. And unless you're a top team, some of the top teams like a 5J or even 5J had to reload this year. And with Fidelis doesn't break up, they are rolling out a team with a lot of new faces. Now with Fidelis breaking up, they're able to bring in some of the Fidelis guys and run that. But yeah, I mean, or Andy as well from last year. We have 4 players from the 2023 squad. Sorry, 5 players from the 2023 squad. So that's a core, so to speak, to have 5 starters back. But it really is about this game. I would say is about how well you reload in a lot of respects, and we do it one way, other teams do it another way, and you can quibble over what's more effective. But you got to lose guys to retirement. Really, we didn't lose guys to other teams from the 2022 squad. We had Viper and Marquis asked to step down to focus. We had a couple guys retire or choose to sit this year out. And yeah, you just don't have the same team when that happens. And so it's interesting. I honestly I love the way that we have continued to build our roster, but okay, wait a minute. Did Potato Carry win a game? Sorry, people are talking in the chat. Did Elo play? Someone's saying something about basically clutch. There it is. Sorry, I don't want to miss anything. I'm not seeing any updates on anything right now. Oh no. 228R down. 228R loses. 228R down to 17-16. Crossfire wins. Crossfire's at 13. I had written them off 20 minutes ago. Sorry, in my incoherent rambling about nonsense nobody cares about. One of the biggest results of the night just happened. That's crazy.
That's a big climb.
Yeah, well, they've won. They beat Fjord, Focus. They beat 228 Reapers, and they beat someone between that 2D20 maybe. That had some elo. Oh no, up 4. So they've pulled off 3 wins in a row against top 12 teams, and now they're right on the edge.
Okay, Kamikaze Viking just said Crossfire are likely just in their prime time. That's a factor. If true.
That's if you mean prime time, it's Crossfire is probably like lunchtime, but that's when they're starting to probably be able to get a lot of their guys on in Sunday afternoon, or at least get guys. Hey, we're not in the morning kind of slumber phase.
Yeah.
We're in the it's 4 p.m. 4 p.m. AST. Okay, so it's more than I thought. It's New Zealand's 13 hours ahead, so it's already 5:30. Mid to late afternoon. For some reason, I thought it was only about 12 hours. But no, I'm wrong on that. Oh, it's because we're 4 hours. It's GMT plus 11 or whatever, and we're 4 hours behind GMT. So I was crossing those two up. 228 and CXF possibly lobbied again. Yeah, we'll look at that. It looks like Vile is done for the night. So updates on that. Probably none. That's probably the last we'll hear of them. But Pete definitely lobbied, and Royal Star definitely lobbied. Chance to get right for 228R, and a chance for CXF to stamp their ticket past Elo. No, not quite, but get really close to passing Elo. Val's going back in. All right, hat trick. Have fun with that. Vile just really wants to play some games because there is absolutely nothing on the line. They just played a game and got 1 elo. There's actually a nothing burger in terms of stakes. They could lose multiple. They could lose like 4 games in a row and they'd be fine. Hit 100 and called it. Yeah, it makes sense. But yeah, I mean, Sky Rangers. It's been good to see them back potentially in top 12 this year. They did a good job. We haven't talked about them much. I had intended to do an interview with Gatto that we never really got a chance to do. We ended up getting a bit distracted when Gatto was in here. for those of you who don't know, Gatto's team, Sky Ranger Jaegers, they entered top 12 the final day pretty securely in top 12 last year. Gatto's in chat, so sorry for the PTSD. Due to some scheduling conflicts, they weren't able to play, and due to some fortuitous events, they end up in a tie with GNX and having to play an elimination game against GNX, and we talked about that earlier a little bit when the tiebreakers came up. But
well, let's Gatto, if you've got a few minutes, come in and chat to us.
Yeah, you can come chat, Gatto, if you don't mind reliving the trauma. Pretty convincing win, 8-4 for Focus over 228R. Just seeing the screenshot now. DM me, Gatto, if you're listening and wanting to hop in, or I'll DM you. He had initially not wanted to talk until he felt like they were safe. Hey, Bear Claw, we're getting to that. Part of the adversity that Srot has faced is Apostle Bark scandal earlier in this year, and I didn't really necessarily want to go into too much detail with that. I don't really know the details on that, but it did vacate wins from an ISC season that was already a struggle for Sky Rangers. One of their players that was considered a core player on that roster, no longer with the roster, obviously, really looked grim in a lot of respects for Sky Rangers. But testament to what Gatto was able to do, and I would love to bring him in and talk a little bit if he's interested. But what he did to be able to revamp's a strong word, but replace that in the aggregate in terms of bringing in a few high-level starters to be able to fill that void and bounce back from what looked to be. I mean, Sky Ranger Years hasn't played since ISC, I don't think. Oh no, they played Battlefield Midway. They played Battlefield Midway, but they didn't even have a great season in Battlefield Midway. I believe they were expected to run away with that division, and I don't think they did, if I recall. I believe they finished second to CTFR, maybe? I could be crisscrossing my lines there, so let me just check the scoreboards. They finished second to Gudron Synergy in Div C. So, there was definitely some trials here for that team. Gatto's still talking with the boys, so we'll see if he chooses to stop by, and we can get into a little bit more about that story. But overcome a lot to get to where they are right now has Sky Ranger Jaegers in terms of this last year. I mean, really felt like they got a raw deal. Or not a raw deal, but they got it stolen from them a little bit at the last second with the way that GNX played. A lot of the comebacks that were sparked that allowed people to pass Sky Ranger Jaegers happened because of GNX losing like 150 elo on the final day and tying with them. Ended up in a tie with Jaegers, and I'm sure there was some resentments there, and they had to play that tiebreaker match, which GNX won. A lot of guys were really felt like GNX shouldn't get the chance to even play the tiebreaker match. If not just on Sky Ranger Jaegers, but there was definitely conversations about if losses were happening intentionally and all of that. Big drama last year, and I don't want to necessarily drag anyone's name through the mud unnecessarily. I don't know the situation with GNX, but Sky Rangers definitely took that one really personal. Not just Apostle Burke. I mean, people talk about the loss of Apostle Burke to the being banned, but embarrassing is a guy who's I have a lot of respect for and was really one of, in my opinion, Sky Ranger Jaeger's core players, best players that had really been good for them for a while. He's retired, I think. He played the draft division for TOS, but I don't think he's playing this season. If he is, it's with like KDCM or someone. I mean, it's not with Jaegers. So, that's you talk about two core players for them from last year's team, a team that obviously didn't even end up in the top 12, whether or not they deserved it. Having to replace two of those core guys for various reasons and being able to do so successfully is a testament to what Gatto's been able to do. I talked earlier about maintaining a roster and maintaining a core throughout multiple seasons, multiple years. Yes, Rangers missed last year, but that's definitely something Gatto's been able to do for a long time. Been able to get guys, at least some guys that stick around and reload when necessary to be able to keep that roster continuously competitive. And that's something that other teams failed to do. When I started playing this game, DPS was Div B and solid solid competitor in top 12 with guys like Basalt and Direwolf Song and a lot of guys. And DPS still a decent team, solid team, but not able to maintain that level of success over the years. And some teams rise and fall, and others take their place. Well, Op4 is playing. They are deployed, as is 3 Royal Star. It seems like potentially KDCM may be done, but I won't call it till the fat lady sings and I see them hop off. But watch out for Elo. Elo got another player on that I can see. I definitely think that Elo is waiting in the wings here for a chance to make this not like last year. Whether or not they have to play will remain to be seen, but I'm guessing yes. Whether or not they should wait? Difficult question.
So I guess Blanner and Sky Ranger are just sitting at the moment. It depends on whether we see any movement lower down.
I believe in my heart of hearts that Blanner is done. I don't think Gatto would be over here if he was ready to completely call it. In my opinion. So we'll just say that they're sitting for now, and we don't know. I don't have anybody from Blanner on my friends list, but in my heart of hearts, I believe that they're done. Or they would have, I think, made an attempt to pass Sky Rangers for safety. Which is what I believe. 2D20 not in lobby. 2D20 is out of game, as is KDCM if they're gonna continue to play, as is. I mean, we don't know what PCS is. We don't have eyes on that. I think they're still in game. If they're even playing. Which we don't know. Heaven Warrior said he had to go back to his team. Okay, well, the CXF Legacy run comes to an abrupt halt as 228 equalizes, gets their elo back, and puts themselves right back in it. Sorry, editing the wrong scoreboard. I'm not the only one editing this, so. Oh my word. Every time I put in an edit, the other guy puts in an edit too. And then it doubles it. So, Op4 able to get right with a win over what looks to be maybe 2D20. So they're able to get back into it. Yeah. Yep. Well, Elo's sitting there in the 12 spot. You got two teams bunched up. 3 teams bunched up. KDCM, we haven't heard from them, but of the calling it a night allegations, we have no real knowledge of or idea about. Besides the fact that all the guys I know from that team are no longer playing, so well, CXF has once more run into lobby. They have once more pulled 228R from the looks of it. KDCM though. KDCM deployed. Not Call Me Gil though. KDCM deploying to quick play. Yeah, up for waiting. I'm gonna check in and sorry, I'm showing you guys the wrong leaderboard. Well, the wrong terrible view of the leaderboard. Sorry about that. My bad. Dadashi, when I was editing some stuff, I scrolled a little bit too much. I wish I could fit it all on one page. Can I change mantra and do it to 1 million and or to 2 million and 1 million elo? Sure. Fine. That way it'll look. Yeah, I nice. You know, it's late for me too, guys. It's late for me too. On showing you guys the wrong section of the leaderboard. I forget which is the right leaderboard to be dating. Okay. Well, Gigady's in a lobby, but Jay is deployed, but Sneck's not in group and deployed, but Call Me Gil's not in group. I really think whatever's happening, it's probably like 1v1s KDCM's doing. 2d20 though just lobbied up. 2d20 lobbies against great opportunity for whoever got him. Op 4. How you doing, Doobs? Dubs, whatever.
Well, it's now stupid o'clock in the morning for me, so I think I'm going to bail on you, Revan. I'm sorry to say.
Okay, man. Well, I'm still gonna be here. Try to keep the commentary lively. I'll see if I can get someone in here to talk in a minute. But it was great having you, man. Appreciated the conversations and hope to see you around.
Thanks for having me. Right, see you later, everyone. I'm going to get some sleep. Good night.
As to Bowser's point, you can read the leaderboard. They are down only 13 to get into top 12. 228 has to. So this leaderboard that you're looking at, shows the top, has the invitational teams at the top, so that we can talk a little bit more about seeding. So we can see clearly who's seeded where without having to like do the mental math. Well, wait and see. We will wait and see for sure. Now the really question is Elo looking to play? Because I think they've probably got the guys on. I've been just waiting for it. And Op 4 and 228R and CXF are all in some extent knocking on the doorstep. And do you just go play? How are we getting accurate readings for those below top 12? So, we're not. We can get accurate readings on Crossfire and 2D20. Eisengrim, we don't know about. They called it at some point in the 1600s. KDCM claims to have called it at 1714, and I no longer see their guys. After that, it's the only other teams I'm tracking are Discord Dragoneers and Simple Players, and both of those, I don't know if I ever updated them from the leaderboard earlier, but they're around that range. Simple Players at 1658, Discord Dragoneer at 1664. So I could update Simple Players to just give some respect on their name, but yeah, I mean, Eisen, we really don't know about. I'm just gonna put them at 1670 because 1666 was purely conjecture earlier. But we have the ability to track Crossfire and 2D20, which is really the ones that matter. Well, 228 Reapers. Okay. 228 Reapers still playing Crossfire. Q pretty dead. We've got 4 teams playing games right now. These may be the last 4 teams willing to play games at all. I believe if they needed to, Elo and Focus would both be willing to play, though. Sitting on 11-12. Alright, well, it will allow me to add a sound effect. It just won't let me choose which one. Which is awesome. Seems to be. Well, let's test it. I can play that sound effect when points are added or subtracted. Can't get the draft pick sound, but I can add it manually. Sure, you know what? I'll do the draft. I'll add the draft. I'll play the draft chime manually. How about that? I love the NFL draft chime. I'll turn it down, boy. I'll turn it down. Sorry. Louder, you couldn't hear it. Well, I'll play it when the actual updates or the actual. I actually have an update, and I'll play it as loud as you want. I don't need my eardrums anyway. It's a lot louder for me than it is for you, so just waiting on these results. Is anybody else gonna play? Anybody else? I see focus guys online. It already is loud, please no. Alright, Hatrick. I see a focus guy still hanging around, watching Q, looks to be. I see what looks to be some of the Elo guys hanging around. Let me do a cursory glance. It looks like Yeah, the rest it's 2:30. The rest of the SR or FGRD teams are certainly done for the night. So, seems like this is who we've got, and 228 able to beat Crossfire again. So that's back-to-back wins for 228 over Crossfire. Should have played that first. My bad, guys. Brother, why is autoplay on? Turn that off. It still is loud. Okay. Well, I'll just play it like faintly. I don't know. 1691 back to 1691 for Crossfire. Well, Crossfire had their another kind of push. And now they're back to where they started. Well, they started the day 50 points down. Well, looks like CXF is willing to go out and play 228 again. So 228 with a great opportunity to try to run down Focus and at least get some security of not being in last place. As for Up 4, they get a win over 2D20. So 2D20 down to 1651. I need to remember to play it before I announce the result. That completely defeats the purpose. But I always get excited when I see the result come out. Well, we still very much have a race here. Sky Ranger Jaegers. There's nothing moving at the top of the board, by the way. Sky Ranger Jaegers they've got their spot. They think locked down. Blanner, they're still at 10. Focus right behind that. Why did 228 Reapers not update? Did I put it in wrong? Oh no, they're only at 1747. Up 4 got past them. Okay, never mind. I assumed they'd be past Up 4 because they beat CXF, but no, Up 4 is past them. So, Elo, hey, where y'all at? Where y'all at? The time is now. But it looks like Pete Zone is going to continue to run into CXF. A Crossfire upset could be huge to determine how this plays out in the next hour and a half. What? Okay, Jay is surprised that Op 4 is fighting back in it, or oh. Here's the problem with the 1778 cutoff theory. Removes the nuance of that if Elo plays, 1778 might not be good enough. Because if Elo plays, then it'll still be you could push Blanner out, but that wouldn't necessarily push all the teams out if 2D20. The big wild card here, CXF and 2D20. If they were to hop out of queue, it wouldn't be possible for multiple teams. Like 228 could get in if they could beat Up 4, but Up 4, 228, they couldn't both get in. If they were just to swap spit. Yes. Sorry, I made the mistake. Sorry, Direwolf. The 1 could be critical, so the 1 could be critical. Well. One team is out there. The question is, does Elo play? It's a great question. It's the last unanswered question, really. Is Elo able to play? I think that's really the lingering thing. I mean, there's obviously questions about if even Focus is able to play again, or if it ends up being a 1772 cutoff. There's questions about that for sure. But two teams in queue. Gotta be up for. Gotta be 2D20. Unless Elo's one of them. That means max 7 or 8 matches for any team that's playing right now, Naveed. Yeah. And with the way that the queues, it's been slow between outside of 228 and CXF almost managed to get a game like 30 seconds after they end their first one, but you have to wait a few minutes sometimes. Could have to wait 36 minutes between matches. Between dropping. You have to drop quickly then. If people don't ready up, it takes 3 minutes in the lobby, so. If Focus could get a win over any of these teams, they would pretty much be in, but I don't know if up 20 they really want to risk that. Or if they hope that Op4 and 228 and whatever could swap spit. The problem is Op4 and 228 are on opposite cycles. And so Op4 can go get a win against 2D20 and 228 can get a win against CXF, and then Op4 can get a win against 2D20 and 228 can get a win against CXF, and then they're both in. 90 minutes. 90 minutes. Well, just like that, we are primed for another match. Op4 versus 2D20. 2D20 got Op4 earlier in the night. So that's not a guarantee. These are not guaranteed wins. CXF got 228 Reapers earlier in the night. A loss could really set you back if you're either of those teams. But you really can't count on your competition to lose. It's not really a viable strategy. Well, still not seeing any motion from Elo. If they can play, they're not showing it. Things have looked dire for a lot of teams tonight. The only team that's really on the edge right now that's been solidly in all night has been Focus. And because they're below that 10 spot, can't really say they're in. Op4 and Reapers could pass them. Focus, I think, is combined 5-0 versus those two teams. But it's not about who you beat head up. It's about you don't have to be better on the field. One thing about comp Q, and it's something people don't always want to talk about is that's not necessarily true, but you don't always have to be better on the field to place higher than a team in comp Q. That's really not. I mean, it's part of it. But a big part of it is, can you be better off the field, and can you get luckier about who you get matched up against, and when you get matched up against them, can you play more advantageous queue times? Can you, I don't know, there's all kinds of things that go into that aren't necessarily just who can win a heads-up matchup. So if Focus does miss out for Op4 and 228 with a 5-0 record against them, that really hurts, but it's not, comp Q is not about who can beat who head-to-head. Always, because there's a lot more that goes in within that. Well, there is a 5th team in queue. Who could it be? Who could it be? Well, well, well. That is curious. That is curious. I don't. Doesn't look like Focus is in a position to be playing right now. Which could leave only one team. Yellow. Back to even the score. Or maybe not. Could be a rewards team. Or maybe I'm misreading things with Focus, but I think Focus is hoping 1772 is the spot, but I'm sure they probably will sweat it out till 4 a.m. if they have to. They might need a few minutes to get going. Well, we've got some deployeds, showing some deployeds. You know, we await critical results from up 4 and 228. Oh, critical. I'm going to take a brief break. I will be back in about a minute. Well, I'm back. If absolutely anyone is interested, please come talk to me. Been talking to. Gonna have to talk to myself for the next hour and a half at the rate we're going. But, yeah. Just zooming out, obviously, we've got these close races. 228's a team. 228's a team that just lost to CXF. As I'm supposed to play the sound. I mean, CXF is still not even drawing dead. With that huge win to get them right back in it. CXF 2-2 versus 228. Well, lobby turned over, Royal Star lobbies once again, this time, once again, with CXF again to play for a 5th time in a row. Just an electric matchups. Best 3 out of 5. Crazy night. They managed to get these rematches like 20 seconds after their game ends, too. Like, by the time I've updated the score, they're already back in lobby. And again, the offer stands. Anybody that's willing to talk to me, I will take anybody. Well, I can't say that, but I won't take literally anybody. But if you're interested to talk, come swing by, and I'll probably say yes.
Hey, Revan, what's up?
Hey.
I couldn't sleep.
No.
I'm trying to. So
Hey, Reapers
I'll
just
hop in and talk
lost.
to you.
Reapers just lost.
Yeah, they did. Big L there, but they have enough time to claw back. As long as 2D20 is around, they have time to claw back. I think some of these other awards teams are trickling out.
No, it's 2D20, it's OP4, it's CXF, and it's
yeah.
It's 228, and that's it. There's a 5th team that I don't think Focus has been queuing. The 5th team that I think is ELO.
What I have heard, no, ELO's not queued yet. What I've heard is that There's Wonder Rewards team, and the CW Strifes team is also online.
Somebody queued for a few seconds and then left. That was not one of these 4 teams that's been playing.
Could have been PCS maybe, but it could have also been like CW Strifes team as well.
Yeah, again, no eyes on PCS.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to make a move late.
Up 4.
That game is not wrapped up yet.
Call Me Gil says up for over 2d20. I guess that's a prediction because unless he's watching it live, the game literally hasn't ended.
The game, I mean, we can see live. The game hasn't ended yet. As soon as
no, I'm saying if Yuntau's streaming or something.
Yuntau's streaming, but he's like 10-minute delay.
Like if he's watching the game,
if he's like in his server.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like if he's watching like a stream of it, he could see like, oh, this is about to be over. So
yeah. I mean, I would predict that Op4 would be 2d20. They beat them like 3 times in a row. So
yes, Eisen's on the board. We're not exactly sure what their elo is. I have them at 1670 just because that was around where they were when last we were able to track them.
Like them, and also, do we have a final elo count for KDCM too?
1714.
That's their final elo count.
That's what they say.
I feel like they would have got what shouldn't have gotten off if it was 1714 was final. Maybe they just had to.
Yuntao was streaming Call Me Gil, but Up4's playing 2d20 for a second time in a row.
They've been playing them 4 times in a row, and 2D.
Yuntau's like 3-4 times in a row. It's been a lot.
Yeah, Yuntau's stream is like 15 minutes, but delay or something like that.
However, you're not wrong. Up4 is able to beat them again. Up to 1763.
And let's see if 2d20 keeps queuing into the buzzsaw. I'm assuming they will. That's kind of what they do, but
that's what makes this final night so unpredictable. Is there are teams that will play these late hours that are just queuing into buzzsaws. Like, I mean, you gotta believe 2d20's gotta believe they can win. But yeah, they gotta believe they can win, but
it'd make it really interesting. But Up4 also doesn't need to play right now. They don't need to risk. They don't need to play. Why would they play? They're about elo.
They could pass focus though.
Well, that's fair. But they're past elo, and if they lose, then they could start getting back into the danger zone. I would force elo to play here.
I'd force 228 also to win games. Like 228 hasn't consistently beat CXF. You're up 35 on them. Can 228 get 35 elo straight off Crossfire? I mean that's 3.
I guess as long as it's 228 though, then as long as it's 2d20 though, then you gotta feel. If you beat them so many times in a row, you gotta feel like you can beat them again.
Well, they lost earlier though, and a loss here would be catastrophic. It would be 25 or something crazy. No, it wouldn't be 25. It would be 20. You know, it would be something in the realm of, hey, we're up, now we're down.
See if Elo finally gets involved. They've got enough people online. They should be able to get in here. They should realize that they're down. But this is probably going to be another Op4 versus
3 teams in queue, though. Ooh, boy.
Is this finally Elo getting in on the action? If Elo's in on the action, it'll be them versus Op4.
In what's a critical match, if that happens. Yep. Elo versus Op4.
Elo versus Op4.
Well, Focus now has to also feel the risk if Op4 were to win and pass them, or if Elo were to win and look to pass them.
Give me 1 minute.
But that means 2d20 has been skipped.
Okay.
Well, as long as CXF, we're still waiting on results from CXF Op4, but for now it seems the lone team is 2d20. Huge result coming from Elo versus Op4.
Yeah, they're finally getting back. Elo's seen that needs to be played. Games need to be played. Let's see what they can. Let's see if Clutch can finally
Well,
redeem themselves.
Remember, the critical loss for Clutch, they were battling last year to try to get back in it for the final night. And they lost to Op4 and lost like 20
Right.
elo. That was their last match of the season last year. Could be the last match of the season here if they can win. Get the redeem team. It's not Clutch, they changed the name, but yeah, it's whew.
Critical match. Critical match here.
Critical match. And every match is critical. I mean, we're waiting to see Reapers versus CXF results go. Can you show and talk about the top 8? Yeah, we can talk about the top 8. We're not really talking about the top 8 right now because none of those teams are online. So we've really been focusing on the race for the back of the top 12. But the top 8, you got Mantra and Fjord Visigoths in at 1 and 2, qualified through invitationals, hence the 20 million elo or whatever. I just had to write whatever. Mantra winning the 1 seed in the invitationals playoffs. Vigilance, the dominant team in Q, 90 elo up. Yeah, 20 billion elo. 90 elo up on 5J, the next highest team. DSC unable to play this evening, or choosing not to play, to jockey for positioning in 3rd. First French, the strongest team out of the EUQ, in a, at times convincing, as of late, not as convincing. 5th place.
Focus just queued into 2D20.
Focus has queued into 2D20. So this is a
critical match.
Critical match. Are we sure it's 2D20?
Yeah, it's 2D20. Yeah.
If Focus were to win that,
that should punch a ticket because you're going to get over Blanner. Blanner would have to get on. It's going to be
over Blanner and Rangers. I mean, Rangers could get on, but
Jaegers. You mean?
Yeah.
Well, not probably not Jaegers. I don't know. They would need like 12 elo to get over Jaegers. 11 elo
10
to get over.
They would need 11, but yeah, it would be close.
Yeah.
2D20 is low right now. A loss would be absolutely crushing though. So those guys gotta, they gotta play tight, or not tight, but they gotta play good. 2D20, of course, has had some upset wins tonight. Can't play stupid.
A lot. If you lose, then you're gonna have to go into the rabble and start playing with
the
swap and spit with Op4 and Elo, 228, CXF, and get right back into that rat race. If you win, you distance yourself, and now it's a matter of whether Blanner will hang in as a bunch of teams try to pass them.
The 7 seed is KDCM. They've been higher than this. They've been 6, but they ended up 7 for tonight. And then Potato Carry Society was the 8th team. So, we've talked a lot about Potato Carry Society, Heaven Warriors team tonight. They've been very active, played for maybe 11 hours today, on and off. Yeah. Very good. Good team.
Yeah. Yeah, good. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I'm fading here. I'll be back in a bit.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna keep going here. I'm sure Iron's probably going to watch the stream. Still waiting on a couple key results from other matches. We'll keep it here. Jaegers is good. Really, Elo versus Op4, Focus versus 2D20, 228 versus CXF. The critical matches of the hour. This next set of matches could make all of the difference in the final bracket. Focus the chance to really lock up seeding. Crossfire needs this one over 228 in order to keep fighting. 228 taking a loss would be crushing. Elo and Op4 fighting for essentially the 12 seed. It's this set of matches. I don't know if I've ever seen a more impactful set of 3 matches when you're talking about the final night of Comp Q. It's been a special night for a lot of reasons in terms of just how excellent and competitive and drama filled we've seen this. If Focus loses, they're in real trouble. If they win, they're in. If Op4 wins, they're pretty much in. If Elo wins, they have to probably keep battling, but they're jockeying for position with Op4 and they'll be in the lead there. It's and you're right, Selvin. The Elo jump is real, and we talked about that earlier tonight. There's been a large, what I've called with the invitationals teams this year. For those of you who don't know, invitationals are selected based on player run leagues, and you have the chance to opt out. And most of the top teams opted out, and the one top team, or the 2 top teams that opted in, one of them lost and one of them dropped out after their team dropped out of the tournament, and so you ended up with Fjord and Mantra, which were both good teams. Fjord would not have even been invited to invitationals if not for all of the teams that dropped out, though, in front of them. Getting the 1 and 2 seed, and it's really sucked out the middle. So you see this huge Elo jump, not just between the top 3 seeds, but then between like 9 and 8, 60 Elo gap, as the middle has kind of been sucked out. And 228. Ooh, boy. Well, we have an update. 1743 for 228, and that, I think, ends. I don't know if Crossfire has enough time within this last hour. Unless they just go and win every single game they play, which I don't think Crossfire has shown the ability to win every single game they play. I don't think that they have done that. But still waiting for results from Op4 versus Elo. And waiting for results from Focus versus 2D20. I'm incredibly nervous. I don't know if you can tell, but 2D20 is a tricky team, and Focus hasn't played in a while. 2D20's beat some teams. Well, if it happens, it happens. Well, definitely gonna be a barn burner. Are any games being shown on any platform? No. So none of these teams have streamed their games. Yuntao was streaming earlier in the night, but I believe has shut his stream down for the night. And now it's just us and just me kind of trying to, hey, give you some results. And we'll see what results we can even get. It's a match, though. It looks like cap strats from 2D20. Yeah, certainly cap strats from 2D20. So I do have a live stream of the Focus game, and hard to tell. Hard to tell. Hard to gauge. Focus up on kills. 2 caps to none. Almost going to be 3 caps to none in favor of 2D20. So if they can eke this out on caps, this would be season defining. Focus needs to actually not have their 4 capped. They need to start worrying about that. Probably, I would think. Maybe not. Maybe they can just go up big on kills and then get 5 caps. I think probably the thinking with the way the caps have run out of sync here. It's 6-2 on kills, but lots of caps being ticked. It does seem that some of the Fjord guys are lagged, needing to really get some side caps here, not just Theta. So it seems like 1 light and an assault versus 6 Fjord mechs. But it's going to be a 3-2 cap. But I think that's enough for Focus to hang in there long enough to secure the final 2 kills. And hopefully not choke this. With that, though, we cut back to Op 4 and Elo. Well, Elo came, they saw, they did not conquer. Now down to 14th place as Fjord able to flip the caps in their favor to 3-2. Now still 200 ticks behind. No kills coming. So no kills forthcoming from the Fjordlings. It's possible that many of them are lagged and unable to. I believe there's an assault that was nearish their guys that has not gone down. But Fjord attempting to flip the 4 cap. We'll see. I'll continue to give you updates from that, as that could be potentially the critical match. 228R, not in game. Neither is Pete. Op 4 is calling it a night. 1778. Mm-hmm. 250 tickets is how many ticks? 125. Yeah, Fjord's gonna need to get kills and get a 4 cap here. Yeah.
Move out. Move away from Kappa.
Skippy,
If you can,
are you lagged or are you
Skippy, go for Epsilon here. Skippy,
I'll
go for
go
Epsilon.
Epsi. It's better. As I thought there was 3 of us in the.
Huge win. Huge. How long has it been that nobody can hear me? Has it been since I went to the bathroom? Like 30 minutes ago? Because that would be embarrassing. That was like fully almost 30 minutes ago. It's possible I muted it like 10 minutes ago when I went to watch the focus game. Yeah. Well, I don't know what you did here. Oh, like 3 to 4 minutes? Well, I was narrating the focus game. Fjord Focus over 2D20 to pretty much lock in a spot. Not quite enough to get past Rangers, so we'll see what the seeding happens. I'm not sure if it's time for pats on the back yet, but it is time for you to at least feel, and I don't know what the tiebreaker would even be between Focus and Jaegers. Where am I? Oh, I'm not in a channel. Sorry, Gatto. Really close game for 2D20. For those of you who I guess didn't get my full call of the game. Close on caps. Not really on kills, but really close on caps. So yeah, we're still monitoring. We'll see if Focus or Op4 or whatever attempts to hop in. For right now, it's probably going to be 2D20 versus Elo. Just make sure I haven't missed anything from Reapers or Elo or Op4. How much time is left in queue? 58 minutes. So there's still definitely time for someone to run down Op4 or Blanner potentially, but 228 and Elo significantly behind. And 228 would have to consistently get some wins, so if you're looking to hop in, Gatto, I'm back in the MWO Comp Discord. Oh, I'm in casting 1 now. I guess I have access to that. Nope, someone dragged me into it. I can't drag people in here, so essentially this is a containment zone. I'm gonna hop back into waiting for interviews. Well, Focus guys feel good. I'm sure. Jaeger's guys feel good too. If we end up with some bizarre final hour and Jaeger's Focus end up tied for 12, I might kill myself. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, but that would be very obviously shades of last year, so would not perchance love that. for anybody. Still waiting on results from the like 8th CXF versus 228 match in a row. Elo is gonna run into 2D20, but they would need about 5 wins off them in a row. I think 5 wins in a row to over 2D20 to even have a chance. They'll need to get 228. Like, I don't know if you have time for 5 wins in 56 minutes. 2D20 likes to play slow cap games. Gatto's like, why did Focus play more? Focus, I think, saw a chance to get 2D20, and took it to make sure they're past Blanner. You're tied with them. Who knows what the whatever is, but Focus has seemed very tactical with their matches tonight. Obviously, I haven't been able to be part of their comms or their information process, but I'm just talking about what I'm seeing, which is that they've played maybe 5 matches. No, they've played a lot more than that. They have 7 wins and 3 losses. So, and they had some losses earlier today. They had 3 losses earlier today. So it's like 7 and 6. I think Focus is. But some of those losses were like Vile and PCS a few times and some big wins. So, couple 3 2D20 wins or 2D20 a couple times, 6F a couple times. Reapers. And had they got one more yellow, then they'd feel very safe. But right now, we've got a couple ties on the leaderboard. 11, 12, and 9, 10, both in ties. And you know, I don't know what happens with that, but well, you know what that means. 2D20 or 228 with another game wrapping up against CXF. Result: another win. And 21 elo behind. I just did 21 elo behind. I got an hour. They can't lose, but they only need 2 more wins. And then everybody starts panicking. I don't really think Elo's in any position to catch. I don't think CXF would be in any position to catch. So, if 228 or if 228 comes back in, all Op4's got to do is win a game and then get kicks Blanner to the curb. Gatto, why don't I feel safe anymore? What is this? Honestly, Gatto, at 1782, where you're at, Op4 is not playing right now. 228 as is Elo, but Crossfire's not going to get 100 Elo in the next hour, or the next 50 minutes. Elo would have to reel off 5 straight wins against 2D20, and it'd have to be quick wins for them to pass, and then 228 would have to pass, and then you'd still have to have Op4 pass too, and then it would be a tie. So a lot would have to. Blanner might show in the final 5 minutes. I mean, they definitely might. Let me go look at something real quick. Okay. If Blanner shows up to snipe, they need to. I'll be watching. I do have connections that would allow me to see if Blanner was showing up. So, it. If it happens, it happens. I don't think Blanner's got it in them though. I think their roster's too scatterbrained all over the coasts. Like they've got AP players, but mostly NA. Well, an ELO loss ends any chance. Is it CXF versus 228? What do you think, man? I'm gonna let the detectives. So Ash says they're ready to play. Yeah, well, would love to see that. They need to, but I really don't think it's gonna be necessary. CXF versus 228. I believe this is the 8th, 7th, 8th. I think 7th time in a row. Then a series. I believe it's 4-2 right now, in favor of Reapers, but it's hard to say. The really interesting critical result is Elo. Elo versus 2D20. I think Op4 is ready to play. Ash says Blanner is. If that's the case, really the domino is if 228 gets in range, or if Elo gets in range. Does Ash and Op4 both hop on at the same time and then play each other? Could happen. For right now, Blob was able to make the Elo happen that they needed to. I believe 88 Elo on the day to get where they're at. Op4, they're +1 on the day. Only had been in the hole, got back out of it. They're +1 on the day. Sky Rangers is up 50-ish. Focus 30-ish. Seen some strong teams. 228 up 30, about 30 even. Elo down or up 3, I think total. Welp. This 2D20 game has gone really long, which not an encouraging sign for Elo. That it's coming down to probably caps. Yeah. I'm not doing predictions, so I don't really know how to do that, so I'll just be sitting here up refreshing Elo's score. If anyone wants to hop in and chat, I'm just here alone for another hour. Man. Tension. This could be the call. This could be the calm, where we sort of know where it's the top 12's at. This could be the calm before the storm. If Reapers or Elo can threaten, the dominoes start to fall. And with 46 minutes left, it could come down to the final queue. Yeah, Gatto, chatting with his teammates. I think that's probably for the best, Gatto. You might have to hop in, as you say, you're not necessarily feeling safe right now. I don't think that's totally meritless with the chances that an Op4 and a Blanner could get on and hop you. If they felt they needed to. So if we get a Focus Rangers tie for 12th and it goes to play-ins, ooh boy. Welp. I hate to say it, boys, and it really hurts my heart to say it. And I know a lot of these guys, and I don't mean to bag on them, but Clutch is really gonna clutch, aren't they? Wow. 1709, Elo's down to 2d20. Not able to get the win versus Focus, but able to disrupt and get the win versus able to get it done versus Elo. That's crazy, man. Hey, 2d20 always a factor. They might not be a factor in making top 12 right now, but they are certainly a factor in deciding who gets to. And that's Crossfire too, but I mean, Crossfire's, they've been losing some games, a few games in a row, and Elo fair and squarely out of it. They need close to 70, pretty 70 Elo to get in. They need 70 Elo. They have 44 minutes to do it. They need to start playing Reapers. Well, yeah, they need Reapers. Well,
how's it going, Revan?
hey, Luscious. Waiting on CXF results. But wow. Really crushing Elo, loss for Elo. And you know what the narrative's going to be, because I really think the sun is setting on them. Elo comes in 2022, and Clutch comes in 2022. 12th, final day. They don't make it.
They always get so close to the end. Like they're right on the cusp, and then the final hours they're just knocked out.
And it'd be one thing if they had put their best foot forward today, as they did earlier in the queue, to get to where they needed to be to at least have a chance. And then, but then to have to get on a late at night again, like they did last year and like they did the year before, and not be able to get it over the finish line. I don't remember. Since 2022, I know it was another situation where they got passed really late in queue. I don't remember if they were playing or not. I don't think they even knew.
I don't think they knew.
Till the next day. But last year they got on and had to play and lost to Op4 and swap spit with KDCM2 a little bit and then lost to Op4
and then that's when they called it.
Mm-hmm.
Because they lost too much.
Yeah, they just they couldn't get back. They weren't going to be able to get back. So, they just there's a lot of clutch guys I have a lot of respect for. And I really don't want to bag on them, but everyone else is gonna.
Looks like Gatto has something in the chat for us.
Yes,
or
so
for you, I should say.
I was waiting for Pete to unlobby, but it seems like the result has already gone final with 228 Reapers getting another 13 elo off of Clan Crossfire. So we'll see if Clan Crossfire queues into them again. Not necessarily going to be the case, but might see a different matchup. 228 just needs one more win to pretty much lock this in. The problem is, if they play CXF again, they just gained 13. There's a strong chance they gain 12.
Mm-hmm.
Three-way tie. With Focus and Rangers.
Let's go. So yeah, currently seeing 2 teams in queue. Nope, never mind. Make that 3.
Yeah. Well,
so
let's
you got,
see who gets the game.
You got 228. You got CXF. Who's the third team? If you know. Elo. Oof.
Elo gets the game. Elo pulls CXF. Royal and the Reapers sit on the sideline.
Oof.
Can they get 2D20? Can 2D20 call it with their big win to end the night? Or are they going to continue to queue?
I mean, if we look at the time right now, right? East Coast, it's what, 3:30 in the morning almost? 3:20?
It's 3:23. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like, it's late. I'm expecting most of the East Coast to be asleep right now. But looking at the chat, there's a
I think Op4 and Blender are both ready to play if they have to.
If they need to.
The question is, if they try to play, do they play each other for a spotted? Do they play Reapers? Does one of them get 2D20 and the other one get Reapers? Or CXF, what have you. Elo.
Yep.
Does Focus feel the need to play? I think Focus would be content with tying with Rangers. I don't know that. Or Sky Ranger Jaegers. I don't know that for a fact, but I think they're a spot that they feel okay. Probably wouldn't want to risk losing unless they thought it was a team that they could solidly beat.
It's just, we're getting down to the wire. There's only a little under 40 minutes left. Something like 36 minutes, 35 minutes left in the queue.
Yeah, 37.
And I gotta say, Revan, great job, casting this for as long as you have been. Nearly 7 hours so far.
Have we been going for 7 hours?
Yep, 6 hours, 56 minutes.
Well, I really thank all the audience that's shown up and stayed for so long. I know it's probably not the same people, but we've had quite a solid viewership for much of the night. Thanks to Dubious and Iron and Heaven Warrior and Gatto and Hat Trick particularly. I might be missing someone. Direwolf Song for hopping in and having some great conversations as the night went on. Did I mention Dubious Scroll?
You did.
Yeah, had some great conversations, had some great commentary. Heaven Warrior stopped by for an interview. We had a interview with SHD2 from CTFR that was pre-recorded, but Direwolf, his song came in for an interview, and we were hoping to get maybe Gatto in for an interview, but hasn't felt comfortable leaving the team yet. So, yeah, we're just ticking. I mean, not getting a game here gonna cost 228 Reapers a lot of time. No, they'll get the cute priority, so that means they'll get a game next time. But the problem is they have to win. It's a must-win. If they lose it, they lose the next game. It could be curtain calls for them. And I mean, you also have to ask: does anybody want to?
Gentlemen,
Ah,
does the stream include the leaderboard stream include teams that are invitationals?
Yes, it does. So
Oh,
you
Lord
need
Almighty.
12. I wish I had somewhere to specify that. Because I haven't been scrolling up to the top. Very often. You know, you might see
It does include them.
it does
It
include
does.
them, and I included them just so it was clear when I talked about, hey, top 12 all night, top 12. I didn't want people thinking didn't want it causing confusion that you needed the 10 spot. And also, I've been talking about seeding, and it's easier to illustrate when you have, you know, the proper seeds by everybody's name. So,
Got it. Okay. Thank you very much. That helps a lot. All right.
You guys are 8 elo out of 12, just to be.
So okay. So 2 more wins. We got this. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. Cheers.
Yeah. Hey, good luck.
Thank you.
Hold control and mouse wheel so it'll zoom out and you can see all 12.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Trounce stopped by too.
Yeah.
Well, that was 3 Royal Star, and it seems that he's been using our leaderboard, not the in-game one. Interesting.
Hey, you know what? It makes sense because
Yeah,
the
it's the right thing
in-game
to do.
leaderboard might be a little confusing.
True.
You know, with the 2 teams from invitationals.
Yeah. Well, we are gonna continue to roll here.
Is it too early to start talking about matchups?
I think it's a little bit too early to start talking about the week 2 matchups. We can talk a little bit about the week 1 matchups because I think this top 8 is pretty much fair and squarely the top 8 that it's gonna be. You could see potentially a PCS maybe looking to hop in at the very end of Q to try to steal spots. But that's the only really move I expect to potentially see, or that's on the board to see. We should have Mantra versus Potato Carry or KDCM, week 1. Visigoths, Field Visigoths versus either KDCM or Potato Carry Society, in the next one, game 2, or in the 2 versus 7. Vigilance versus First French Regiment, in the third third matchup, and 5th Jaguar Dragoons versus Dark Sea Corsairs in what would be the marquee matchup of not just that weekend, but potentially probably the marquee matchup until we start talking about a winners bracket final. You know, one of those teams that's really high leverage. One of those teams is going to end up in the losers bracket, having to play elimination games and fight their way all the way through. The winner of that game, guaranteed top 6. I know that doesn't mean much to a 5JDX team and a DSC team that want to compete for a title. Certainly not really try to compete for placement, but you know, they basically move into the top 6 where you know, DSC or 5J, whoever loses, will have to win a game to make top 8, win a game to make top 6. You know, we'll have to win back-to-back games to basically get to where the opposing team is in sort of you know, to catch up. So really, you know, you don't want to lose that one, and that's really going to be, I think, an electric game, and really show where DSC is, where 5th Jaguar Dragoons is. I expect DSC to be the favorite, but yeah, 5J's shown a lot of fight the last couple weeks. As for the other matches, I think Vigilance versus French Regiment. I love French Regiment. A lot of guys I know on French Regiment, a lot of respect for them. Vile has looked really good. Their only 6 losses are to DSC, and I think they went 14-6. I think they played them 20 times. And so
Yeah, I think I think this is the first year that you can expect the 1-2 versus 7-8 to actually be genuinely competitive.
1-2 versus 7-8 is where the real action is. Outside of where there's going to be heavy action. Obviously 4-5, but 1-2 versus 7-8, regardless of what the matchups are, I think there's going to be a lot of money on both 7 and 8 to carry those games. Invitationals this year was really weird. A lot of top teams sat out. And I'm not trying to take anything away from Mantra, and certainly not trying to take anything away from Visigoths, which is my team, the team that I play on. We were able to beat a CXF team that's, hey, they're 17th, and a 5JDX team that was not the 5JDX team that we're seeing now with the additions of the Fidelis Machina players, and able to qualify for the second seed.
And our scrim with 1FR was basically even, as far as I can remember.
1FR is a great. 1FR is a great team, and I don't want to get too much into what exactly we've seen from everybody, but 2-2. Both of those teams are 228R or not 228R, CTFR and 1FR, and Mantra are great squads, and I think KDCM, I haven't got the chance to play them or scrim them. PCS, we've had a lot of competitive scrims with PCS. If they manage to make a play for 7, that'll certainly be an interesting match. But we'll see what Mantra can do. Mantra was able to win the 1 seed over Visigoths in a certainly interesting. Okay, sorry, I can scroll down. Started talking about matchups. Nothing has updated on this side of the leaderboard, but I think this is the side of the leaderboard that people really care about. So, we'll keep it up. We'll keep it up there. We're still waiting on results from ELO versus EXF. Probably not really going to play any impact, the winner or loser of that game. But it does play an impact who could, if CXF were to win, it might change the calculus on who plays who. I think CXF might be, no, CXF's too far behind to jump ELO, I would think. ELO, we'll see. We'll do the math. We'll do the math afterwards. But the higher ELO team will queue into 228R if they choose to. 228R needing, of course, 1 win to secure top 12. This is obviously as well an opportunity when you talk about 228R having queue priority. If Op4 or I don't think we'll see Focus or Jaegers, but if Op4 or Blano wants to try to settle this on the field and not worry about getting jumped, because if those teams get jumped, they're in a tiebreaker for 12th place. Tiebreaker match. If they don't want to worry about that and worry about just settling on the field, they have the chance to obviously queue against 228R. And with the queue priority, they would get 228R. And have the chance to win or go home. But I think both of those teams are just hoping someone else will beat 228R for them. And, we'll see if that happens. But
see, I want to see 228 get back into top 12. That's what I want to see personally.
It's been a minute. Missed last year. TSLL or something with the Storm? Was it TSLL the Storm or something like that? Had a lot of the 228 players on it. And they made it in 2022, but it's been a little bit since we've seen, I think, a true 228 team.
They're due for a comeback.
Yeah, and they've been really strong. I mean, really, if you're talking about it, 228 the Storm. So that's what it was called. It was called 228 the Storm. It didn't sound right to say TSLL the Storm. But it was the TSLL and 228 team that made it. So that was 2022, and then obviously missed it last year. But they're always a really good team, and to be honest, this is not a position I would have picked 228R to be in 4 weeks ago when the queue started. Certainly 3 weeks ago when Fidelis Machina hopped out, and then we had 10 teams in queue. And certainly not when, even most especially not when 228R was able to pick up Jiffy and who else was it? Poner, I think we're both on mid-season editions. At least Jiffy was a mid-season edition.
Hey, Revan, we have an update.
Mm-hmm.
Take a look at Elo's Elo.
Well, Elo's Elo is down to 1691. I'm not gonna play the bell. I'm not gonna play the little thing. This is the funeral, not a celebration. I know a lot of guys really dislike clutch in this community, so you can fine, I'll hit it. So stupid. CXF able to get the win though. Now CXF climbs up to 1681. So it should be Elo queuing into 228R. So if you're up for, I don't know if you feel good about this. 228R about to play an Elo team that's floundering to pass you.
They were in a position they had to play, right? They were at 1745, so they were outside the top either way.
Elo? Yeah, no, I'm
Yeah.
saying that 228R's 13th. If they win this game against Elo, they're solidly in the top 12. And it will be not Elo, it will be Crossfire.
Ooh, 228 versus CXF. Let's go,
This
baby.
is actually a matchup we haven't seen 8 times tonight. So it'll be interesting to see how this goes the 8th time. Only 7 times, pretty small sample size. Can't really make a conclusive judgment off of
7 times.
7 times. Although I think it has been 5-2. My count could be wrong. It could only be 4-2, but hey, 24 minutes left. It's win or go home for 228. Which will prompt a win or go home sort of for 228R or for Op4 and Black Lantern.
228 really just needs to make at least 9 Elo off of this upcoming fight.
Are you glad we got to skip all this craziness? Like, this seems like such a headache for everybody involved.
Yeah, just to be clear, temporary access, Jay-Z is not on, and I don't think Jiffy is either. So this is not necessarily the strongest 228 Reapers squad that we've seen. That's part of what their struggles have been the last hour or so, is that Jay-Z had to log off. And we talk about, I was talking about, hey, they bring in Jiffy. Well, if Jiffy's not playing, that doesn't really help you. Obviously talented player and has been good for them the last couple of weeks, but wasn't able to play very much tonight, if at all. Had to bring in some secondary players to fill those spots. The CXF can't make finals, no, but 228 can. 228 can and will with a win. I haven't done the math, but there's almost no way that it's less than 9 Elo.
He's saying the only reason CXF would play is to boost 228. At least that's his conspiracy.
Oh, okay. Jeffy is in the lobby. So, I didn't realize that. I thought I had Jeffy on my friends list. I guess not. He may have removed me. So I assumed that Jiffy had not been playing with them, but I know Jay-Z at least is not there. Well, things are about to get crazy. Things certainly about to get interesting.
I wish that we had a tool to watch these matches, because especially
hey, TOS, you in the chat? TOS, you in the chat?
right?
Because TOS
Even if it
does
was in
actually.
retrospect,
TOS actually could go in and spectate these matches.
But just when there's two teams duking it out this late in the queue, 20 minutes left, I want to see what those fights look like.
Uh-huh. Well, I just want to see who wins. 20 minutes left. I don't think the 228R can overcome a loss. Well, I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be back in a minute. Hey, Op 4 ain't playing. Ash ain't playing. They'll take the best of I'm not gonna risk losing their spot. They'll take the play each other for the final spot if it comes down to a tie, I guess. That's what the chat's saying. Don't know if that's true.
Hey, you know what? That's honestly the best call to make, with so little time left in the queue. I feel like it's smarter to just face off in the 1-to-1 than risk dropping out completely. So, smart call, Ash. So Trounce,
yeah,
you've seen 228 play. You've seen CXF play. Who do you think has the advantage in this fight?
228.
Yeah,
228,
and it's not so much from what I've seen. It's just I know that Potato Carrier Society has struggled with being able to shoot a couple of their players, whether that's how their players move or a latency issue or whatever. I know 228 players are a couple of them are really hard to finish off. And if Potato Carrier Society was struggling with it, I think CXF would struggle with them as well.
Well,
fair.
There's a couple scenarios here, and let's walk through them, because why not? We have 228 loses, okay? That pretty much puts the kibosh, I think, on any chance 228 gets in. That's not really interesting. What's interesting is to talk about 228 wins and gets 12 elo, which they got 13 last time they beat them. You would think maybe they'd get 12 now. But that's not necessarily the case, because elo lost to CXF. So the gap is probably similar.
So it's possible they just jump right to 9th?
It's possible they get to 9th. It's possible they three-way tie for 9th, though, and get only 12th. Because here's the thing that people don't necessarily know, because it isn't displayed anywhere in-game. But the elos are fractional in some ways. So just because they gained 13 last time on the leaderboard doesn't mean they gained an even 13. They could have gained 12.3 or whatever, and that could have got them. Like, we don't know exactly how many elo they're gonna get. Elos. So that's a 3-way tie would be crazy.
Would they make all three of them play it out if it was a tie like that?
I think we'd maybe see a round robin. If it's a 3-way tie and Blando plays and Op4 plays and both win, I don't think there's a scenario where that happens with 20 minutes left. So
yeah, I don't think they could get them.
I think they'd have to play each other, or one of them would have to play 228R. Like, there isn't enough teams for them to both beat teams in the same queue window that doesn't involve 228R losing. So I think we can feel fairly confident that that wouldn't be able to happen. But what if PCS tries to come in and steal KDCM's spot at the last minute, and they do end up playing two different teams. It could happen. It might not.
Potato carries for sure done.
Uh,
They're a bunch of sleepy old dudes.
I won't be. I'm not gonna say they're done until we've seen crazy things. KSG, a European team, showed up at 4 a.m. last year with 5 minutes left to get a game. So I'm really not going to rule out anything until I see that final bell hit.
I just don't think they have a lot of incentive. I think that they don't think of Mantra too much higher than they do of us. So they're probably happy with 8th.
Probably. But here's the difference. 8th, if they win, they have to play DSC versus 5J winner.
Yeah, do you need to log on better
To be
right
fair,
now?
if
Log
they
on.
beat, if they
Take
beat,
7th.
if they take 7th and play 2, they have to play Viable. So I don't really think that's much better.
Right, so this is not a good reason to play into 7th.
Yeah, if they wanted to play into 6th,
That's 30 points. Well, I guess 20 points above. Still, I think they're plenty happy with the 8th place finish.
playing into 6,
and there's
means
no
you play,
chance of anyone catching them.
But playing into 6 means you play Vile first round. I don't think that's helped them.
No, that doesn't help at all.
Yeah, no, with the brackets this year, the teams starting off in the loser bracket, if they lose, they get knocked out back into competitive queue or whatever. Whatever it happens to be. I'll need to reread the rules on that, but
it's just double elimination. Except if you start in the losers bracket, it's single elimination.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's double elimination for the top 8 teams, single elimination for the bottom 4. What's really interesting is the 9 spot. The Focus Fjord thing is actually kind of critical. I know it's a tie. I'm curious what the tiebreaker will be, or if they'll make them play a best of 1 for seeding or something like that. Because the difference between 8 and 10, or 9 and 10, is 10 plays, and I could be wrong about this, but I believe they play the loser of what is it, 6-7-2? Let me actually look at that.
Losers of winning bracket 1.1. They play a loser of 1-8, so that'll be either Mantra
No, that's
or...
what 9 plays. 9 plays. Oh no, 9 plays loser of 4-5. Am I crazy about that?
Let me see. Loser of winning bracket 1.3. That's 2-7. Seed 9 plays loser.
Loser of 1.2 plays seed 1 or seed 11. Oh, okay. I was reading that seed 1.1. Seed 9 plays loser of winning bracket 1-3 for some inane reason.
That's 2 and 7.
And then 10
so
plays.
That's us and KDCM.
10 plays 1-8. So 9 and 10 are both good seeds here. Because then you're playing either PCS. You'd probably rather have the loser of PCS versus Mantra. I honestly think seed 10 might be preferable. Well, we heard it here first, folks. I think the chat has been on this a little bit before us. Unfortunately, we've been talking all these matchups. But we do have a 3-way tie for 9th place. Now, CXF has the option to queue into them again. And 228R has the option to queue in again as well to try to fight for seeding. But would you really risk it?
The question is, does Blob and Op4 give one last heave?
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of questions.
Because it's one game, and then they're up at 9th place.
Here's the thing. I don't think Blob will. I don't see any reason why Blob will. And that's nothing against Op4, but I think... I'm not even going to say... you can think whatever you want to think about Blob and Op4, but I know that the Blob guys are going to have supreme confidence that in a best of one, they can beat Op4. I mean, Blob got here going 22-6, only 28 games.
Yeah.
Now, what's interesting is if Blob chooses to not play. I know that seems crazy, but I know there were real conversations going on with that team about whether or not they'd even want to be in top 12. I'm guessing from their effort tonight that that's a definitive yes, that they've decided that they want to be. But it's not necessarily a sure thing if it comes down to that, whether or not they decide it's worth it. I don't know. I can't speak for Ash or that team. I would assume that they would play their hardest to try to get in. But with Blob, I mean, they only played 20 games for a reason. 3-way and 2-way tie. Yeah, well, here's the real loot. Okay, maybe I'll say maybe the real Elo was the friends we made along the way. But the true losers of this night are certainly the admin team. Luckily for them, they can fall back on the ruling last year that they had to make to determine the 2-way tie. But now having to figure out what happens for a 3-way tie if the night ends like that, where the only thing on the line is seeding. Jericho says, guys are called it hours ago. This is going to be a photo finish.
I understand 9, 10, 11 holding pack because they're all guaranteed the top 12 spot, but Blob and Op4, they are not guaranteed a top 12 spot until after they play each other. And one of them is not going to get it. So if I was one of them, I would try to go for it.
Here's the
personally.
thing. Blob knows if they, well, not knows. Blob feel, and I can't totally, I'm not going to say like they're the cockiest people on the planet or whatever, but if you're Blob, the players that they have, and this is nothing against Op4, who's had a tremendous effort this season, there is nobody that I know that's going to pick Op4 to beat Blob, right? And so
But that's all the more reason for Op4 to go ahead and play then.
Op4 might, you know what I'm saying? When I say nobody I know that's not on Op4. But you also have to consider there's nobody else for them to play. CXF had decided to call it a night, it seems, once they made sure one of the AP teams got in. Not that means, not that I'm accusing them of anything. Just saying, CXF calls it a night now that 228R has managed to slip in. Could Op4 even get a game if they wanted it? And if could the game they get be Blob? And then now it's 4 a.m. and you don't have time to prepare.
Yeah. It's 4 points for a certain top 12. I'd go for it, but
if you don't go for it, you have the chance to settle on the field against Blob in a future match. If you do go for it, you maybe
might
have
just
the chance.
kick Blob out.
You may have the chance to settle it on the field against a random opponent, but I know there's talks of maybe PCS. Definitely. I would not rule it out. Now,
they have no reason to move.
You don't know what they're thinking. I don't know what they're thinking. Who knows what anybody's really thinking? What I do know is this queue closes in 8 minutes at 3:02 a.m.
We're rooting for you, Op4. I hope you drop one.
You know, I've been pulling for Op4. To crash this party. I think it's a great story.
Just for things to end with a nice climatic finish, Op4 just plays one game at the end, one chance. Either if they win it or lose it, it would still be admirable.
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, it would still be admirable whether they win or they lose. To be able to settle on the field. I don't even know if they have the guys on to do that. Who knows? Who knows if they even have the guys on the field to do that? And with the way the queue is going, there will be a lot of people would be upset about the chances. Like, was there tampering to get another team to even queue against them? I'm not saying that they would do that. I'm just saying that's what people are going to say because the queue's dead.
I mean,
queue is dead. There's 0 teams in queue. There's been 0 teams in queue since that match concluded.
The the 228R guys are fully offline. You could see Pete could choose to queue again, but he's offline, I think. Yeah, CXF called it. They don't care to get a final match, and so the only people online are Elo, maybe. Elo doesn't seem to have ungrouped. Nope, they did. I just refresh my friend's page. KDCM not out there. I think teams are.
We're done.
KDCM only has 7, says Jay.
Sounds like KDCM's looking for a fight.
Gun Raptor says Op4 is here.
All right, Op4 KDCM, make the night end with a bang. Let's go.
KDCM, Op4, let's go.
Okay, Op4 is 0-3 against KDCM tonight. I don't know if Op4 wants KDCM. I mean, I'm not going to speak for them, but Jay says, I wish.
I mean...
No, whoever doesn't get top 12, they will not be locked. We saw that last year. We saw that ruling. Op4 beat you before? I thought you guys, or maybe it was 3-1. I know you guys beat them a couple times. I thought you, no, they beat you, I think, first. They beat you first, and then you guys beat them a couple times. But only 5 more minutes. Q will turn over one more time.
Yeah.
And then it will be final 3 minutes.
One more match to settle it. Come on, guys. You can do it. Get some members out of LFG. It'll be fine.
They would actually forfeit their place in top 12 if they did that. So, don't do that. 1-4 says 3 in KDCM's favor. 1-4. Well, I'm just going to give a cursory glance to make sure nobody's moved without my knowledge. But I feel like people would be pointing that out if it was. Okay. Well,
2 minutes. It's locked, but it looks like this is what it's going to be.
Yeah, 2 minutes. 2 minutes till final bell.
There is a team in the queue. You hear that out for? There's a team in the queue.
You don't want to know the name of the team in the queue? Survey
Is it
says
Op4?
I mean, surely, right?
Come on, Better. You said if I dared you, you'd get on. Hurry up.
Op4 is just making sure they get queue priority here in case anybody hops on.
Op4 awaits you.
I think what we all really secretly want is the Blob versus Op4 match right now.
I think that would be really what we want. I would ask them, the admins, Tios, if he's awake to let us go spectate, but I don't think that's going to be able to happen. But
I just want any match right now at the last second would be fine.
We are Op4, and we are here for the fight. So Op4 last year played till the final
trying.
bell. Op4 played till past 4 a.m. And
yeah, if they win, they put Blob out of the top 12, which is an accomplishment.
They played till 4 a.m. and KDCM2 was there. Here's the thing for Op4. The sickening thing is if they're gonna play, they want to play.
It's closed.
No, it's. I'm saying the sickening thing. It doesn't close for another 2 minutes. You see the top? It says still 2 minutes, so it goes a little bit past 4 because this cycle has to turn over. The sickening thing for Op4 is. Oh, I don't know if it lets them. I mean, it still says 2 minutes, but is it over? Is
Oh no, for me, it's showing that it's locked.
Next comp available in 3 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 15 seconds.
Okay, I don't know what my computer's saying, but we are done, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the top 12. Everybody but Blob and Op4. We should see a match this next weekend. We have a bye week this next weekend for a reason. and that is, I guess, to see
Blob
this blob. So congratulations to 228R. Late rally to make it happen. Up and down night, able to get the wins they need to get. I think CXF beating them 3 or 4 times in a row.
You
to get
up
to where
and
they need
down
to get.
night. PCS was in danger of top
Up
12
and-
at one point and climbed all the way back up.
Focus, up and down night, had multiple chances this weekend to clinch it against SRM. They could have got to 1790 on Thursday and lost to SRM, Certain Roughneck Marauders. They had opportunities against CXF to clinch it and lost. Able to eventually fight their way back in and get into that 3-way tie scenario with Gatto or Sky Ranger Jaegers. Sky Rangers, they started a bit rough today. Were able to battle back to 1952 and call it, thinking that 1952 would have been enough, but it was not enough. And they had to hop back on and climb back up to now 1782, magic number 1782. Up 4, shaky at times. Had come into the night at 1777. They dropped all the way down to like 1719, something in that range. Able to battle back up to be 1 elo positive on the night. And every elo counts because that gets them into a tiebreaker with Blob. Blob comes into the night. There's questions of if they're only going to play 5 games. There's questions of if they're going to play at all. Because, who knows? They didn't even necessarily want to make top 12 or weren't certain that they did. At least to my knowledge. And, voted on it and decided this is what they were going to do. And they came out, lost some games early. Had a bit of a rocky start, but then once they got going, they really got going and able to get to 1778 and really just sit there and just watch the queue come to them and not have to really worry about it. I mean, they had obviously a late scare, but for much of the night, the teams that were ahead of them lost down below them and they could just kind of sit and watch. Yeah, opposing force, Blob will be next week. 3-way tie to determine. We don't know what the rules are between 228R, Fjord Focus, and SRJ. Congratulations as well to Potato Carry Society, KDCM, First French Regiment, Dark Sea Corsairs, 5JDX, and Vigilance on their appearances in the top 12. I may have left somebody out.
You left out 2 teams, Ford Visigoths and Mantra, of course.
Well, I'm just talking about the teams that qualified today. We've known Visigoths and Mantra were going to be in there for a while.
That was a ride.
So
it was. KDCM had a wild ride too. They dropped pretty low and bounced back up.
So this your top 13. Top 5 to 13. Not pictured 5J and Vile. 5J had a rally to try to catch Vile, and Vile shut that down emphatically.
They walked on and just ruined everybody else's night when both of them were in the queue.
They got 2 wins off 228R. Meaningless wins for Vile that have become incredibly meaningful for 228R.
Yeah.
In terms of both this 3-way tie scenario and even having to play that last game. Probably because of those losses. So, I believe they lost 80 low in those losses. So, yeah. Whew. KDCM 2 had a strong night. They're going to fall significantly short, but they could have pushed to try to play till 4 a.m. They decided they probably weren't going to. They'll jockey for position in that top 25. Elo. Man. Elo came in ranked 12. Had a strong afternoon. Was able to get about 20 elo, position themselves where they needed to position themselves. Not the strongest afternoon ever, but wasn't enough. Had to get back on late, cold, just like last year. Had to play some drops. They hoped they didn't have to play just like last year. Lost drops they wanted back just like last year. 2D20, I think CXF. Elo falls short. That's
and
clutch.
you don't know if they would have just held it together if they would have kept playing or if that would have broke them as well. So it's hard to say that it was a wrong decision for them to stop when they did.
I don't think they had to. I think they had to. A lot of their players were EU, and if you wanted to be on late, you had to go take a nap or do whatever. I don't think it was. I think it was a forced decision. They had stopped one elo behind Fjord. When they did stop, I don't think that's a decision that you make unless you're forced to. Because they were like 11th or something when they stopped with a team literally one elo ahead of them. Obviously, having to come on late, weren't able to get it done, but whew, Op4 are looking to make their debut in top 12. So is Blanner, although they have GRAM and they have Ash and plenty of guys who have been a part of some World Championship squads. We'll see what happens with that next week. There'll be a lot of analysis forthcoming, but yeah, certainly a tense night for pretty much everybody in that 9 to 12 spot or 9 to 13 spot, and counting some of the teams that didn't make it as well. 15 Elo had a long night. So with that, anything else you guys want to say?
No.
That was insane.
Yeah.
Well, what prize is there for 12 and 13? They play. Somebody wins. What do they get to go do after that?
They get to go play the loser, or if they lose.
No, if they win, of course.
If they win, they get to go play the loser of 3 and 6, so they get to play 1FR or Vile. Which is, that's a fairly decent opportunity if it's 1FR. I think
they
1FR
also
is an
just
excellent
get
team.
in, so
They
that's
get
a big
in.
deal
They
in
get
of
in.
itself.
And they get a mech pack.
A pack
1FR
title.
is a good team, and they would have just played Vile in that situation.
But you do get you get the extra week. Well,
Yeah.
no, they don't actually, because they'll have to spend the next week preparing for each other. So you don't get the extra week. And 1FR is a strong team, but if you're looking at a blob team that has guys like Ash and guys like GRAM, you're going to have an opportunity to beat anybody. And, maybe not a team like Vile, but if it's a team like 1FR, this 1FR has not got a lot of guys that have a lot of experience in top 12. We don't really know what to expect from them. Could they rise to the occasion? Could they fold under the pressure? Who knows? We'll figure that out.
Nice elo you got there, Gatto. Was a nice little number.
We're trendsetters, huh?
Yeah. Hey. Good season. Good to have you guys. Good to see you guys back in the top 12. You had me worried there for a second.
Yeah, I was worried too.
Had me sweat.
Hey, we were supposed to get an interview in earlier. When you stopped in, I was too busy to really do it, and then you end up being too busy to really do it. But after that, because of all the sweating and the clenching, but you guys made it in. And last year, weren't able to play the final night. Ended up getting left out because of that. This year, strong final night, almost 50 points on the final night to get in.
Yeah, there's definitely a big turnaround there.
Well, a lot of new
all of our
faces.
games are really solid. We only had one game that was against Elo that wasn't really a close one. All the other ones were like close wins or losses. So,
yeah, well, certainly one
proud
of those
that
kind of
night.
nights. Certainly one of those kind of nights, and a lot of new faces at SRAT. We'll see what you guys can do in the top 12. But it's 4 a.m. I gotta log off, man.
All right.
I'm
Well,
gonna
Revan,
and say hi to Focus, but
yeah, Revan. Good. Hey, good stream. Good season. For
I
the
didn't
guys.
play.
No, say for the guys. I know we got stuff to do, but I know that you're proud of the guys. I'm proud of the guys too. So
yeah, thanks for streaming.
Yeah, no, I've really enjoyed it. Obviously, it's been a night to remember. So, really proud of Focus. Proud of my father, Marquis de Lafayette, who was on that team and was able to help guide a team of relatively inexperienced guys. Skippy's been around the block, but most of those guys haven't played high level comp before. Able to guide them into the top 12. You weren't able to put two teams in the top 12 this year. That was one of our goals coming in after last year, and able to get it done. It's a great night for the team. I'd love to continue to watch the top 25 Q race as Fjord's got quite a few teams in contention for that, or FJRD, whatever you want to call us. But hoping to try to sneak 5 teams in the top 25. We'll see.
And I think we can put Potato Carry Society as another one of the teams that came out of nowhere and are now top 8.
Yeah, they did good. They had a great season. They have been a really tough scrim partner. I'm excited to see what they do against Mantra. I think that's going to be a good match.
Yeah, that is a good match.
I might pick PCS against Mantra. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that.
I didn't want to say it out loud, but yeah, I'm in the
I don't-
same boat, kinda.
I don't know if I'll be casting the game, so I don't know if I'm even supposed to say that, but
PCS, I mean,
It's a tough
Mantra and PCS are both good teams. I think that'll actually be a really good. I think that could easily be a 5-game series. I think that's.
Yeah, you know, they played all day to try to get as high as they could, but they ended up in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, they're gonna get to play first day, and that's a big prize to win. And for me and you, Revan, we got a date with Jay and KDCM. That's the first time we'll have ever played them in a competitive match.
I mean, I don't know what to expect from KDCM because we don't scrim them.
We don't scrim them. We don't scrim them. We've never played them in any CS. We've never played them in any tournament.
Oh wow!
So we've only played them a few times in
We
Q.
have
So
a couple
2 years.
Comp Q
We
games
played them.
from
We played
2
them
years
4
ago.
times in Comp Q 2 years ago. That's the only time we've ever played them. So it'll be fun.
I was counting on facing one of you two guys in the losers bracket, and then other teams just started tying us, and we're like, well, now we have no clue where we're gonna end up. So
yeah, I don't know.
We'll see how that goes.
I hope they don't make you guys do seeding matches for the 3. I think they should just do. I don't know what they're gonna do. What,
I have no clue what's gonna happen.
Are they gonna do seeding matches? Can they flip a coin? What are we doing? They can do win loss.
We're in talks right now.
Okay.
KDCM has.
Assuming
guys that are like,
we have precedent, so I'm assuming that Op4 and Blob are gonna play off.
Oh yeah.
Oh
for
yeah,
sure.
yeah,
100%.
most definitely. Yeah,
But,
no, that's yeah, no. Blob, Op4, they're facing off to see who takes 12th. But as for 9, 10, 11, yeah, we're talking it out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
there's
a tie only for seeding and 3-way makes it a little difficult. And
Here's what I-
questions
Yeah.
if it's worth it.
What if
So.
what if some team got on and somehow managed to farm without our knowledge? I mean, could
Yeah,
technically have happened.
Ison was the team that was closest that we haven't been able to watch.
I heard
So
from
I'd be-
I heard from Darkstrand that they did not have a good night, but you take that with a grain
Okay.
of salt.
But other than that, I think it's 100 plus elo to the 1778 mark.
Yeah, no,
So
I don't.
I
I
think
don't
we have our
there's any-
top 12
I
set.
think the top 12 is assuredly set. I mean, obviously we're still top 13 again for the second year in a row. To be honest,
In the only 2 years.
hey, I called it earlier in the night that it was going to be. We could be gearing up
yeah.
for a photo finish, and
Those margins are so slim. 9 to
team
13
tie,
is
2-team
5.
tie?
Guys, 9 through 13 is separated by 5 points of elo, which is.
I think this is the 3rd year in a row, and the 2nd year out of the last 3 years were 2-8. Well, 3rd year in a row, a team has qualified on like the final game of Comp Q.
Correct.
Yeah.
And the two times it's been 2-8.
Yep.
So able to replicate that 2022 magic that pushed out Clutch.
Clutch.
And now this time it's putting 2 teams into the playoff.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
All right, guys. Well, it's getting late. I think we should let Revan get his sleep. It's well deserved. He's been casting this for, I don't know,
7
7 hours.
a couple breaks.
This
I
is
had
just a
couple
Fjord
breaks.
pit chat at this point, anyway.
I had a couple breaks. I had that. I was hoping to pre-record like a lot of interviews. That didn't materialize. I ended up doing a couple of them live. But I was hoping to
sorry
pre-record
about
some interviews
that.
to give myself breaks. But was not able to on short notice. The idea for this stream came together really Thursday, and so was not able to get the interviews on such short notice. Friday really, I think is when Thursday night like at 2 a.m. is when I had the idea. I was like, or Thursday night. I mean, tried to get stuff going yesterday and was too busy to really do a lot.
Last year, Sky Rangers with the first tie in Elo to do a play-in. Now a 3-way tie for seeding. Next year's
You're
they're going to be a 4-way tie.
Yeah, I just wanted
You're
to
welcome,
say
Geta. We like the
GGs
numbers.
GG's to everyone. Well, we've made it to the 1782 club.
Yeah.
Woo!
Yeah. We like the number, so we decided that we were
All right,
gonna
guys.
take
I,
it first.
I really seriously got to go.
Yeah.
All
right.
All right.
I gotta go
But
to bed too.
it's been a great stream. It's been a great night. One I'll never forget, and the MWO
Yeah.
comp community will certainly never forget. So thanks for sticking with me. Those of you that have, I mean, we had almost 100 viewers for the end there. Yeah, thanks for coming out.